And with that, we welcome you back to the best card club in Houston. It's TCH Houston. I'm Wes Tucker, and with a special game, of course, the final table comes a special broadcast as I'm going to be joined by not one, but two of my closest TCH Live friends. Aaron McAvoy, and why not throw in another bracelet winner to the mix? How about Michael Peroni? Going to be joining us as well, and a special treat a little later as we'll have Justin Hammer join us for just a brief little bit. But Aaron, Michael, pleasure to have you on the show this evening, my friends.
Great to be here. Happy to be on the show with you, Wes. Really looking forward to this lineup, and really excited too to have my good buddy Michael joining us on the call as well. As you mentioned, a bracelet winner and just an all-around great guy. So really looking forward to this.
Yeah, guys, thanks for including me today. Appreciate being here.
And it's an absolute pleasure to be sharing the airwaves with you guys. Like you said, we got a star-studded lineup, and let's take a quick look at that lineup, if you don't mind. We look here, Chris Birchfield comes in as a chip leader, 123 big blinds. You got Tony Bunch, Brode Williamson, who's actually going by the name of the Norseman today. Wes Kutchell. Chunder makes another appearance at a PokerAtlas Tour final table. Another bracelet winner. You're in good company here, Michael, with Bradley Rubin. How about another one? Scott Delaney, Young No, and of course, JJ going to be rounding us out. So again, a good lineup. And so tell me, Aaron, what are you looking forward to most? We have a star-studded lineup here.
We really do, and I've played with a number of these guys before. You know, as you mentioned, there's a couple of bracelet winners out there. Fireman Scott, of course, getting his bracelet last year. And, you know, Tony Bunch, definitely a well-known figure here in Texas, as well as on, you know, sort of the circuit out there. So, yeah, definitely some big names here. Probably the most interesting thing to me is that we've got very deep stack poker ahead of us. No one really coming in as an overwhelming short stack. So I suspect we're going to see either some, you know, sort of typical Texas, like YOLO, let's just go for it, craziness, or perhaps maybe we'll see a little bit tighter dynamic develop. I don't know. I'm really excited to see how this develops.
And definitely so. Deep stacked we are. Everybody coming in. The average chip stack coming in, at least according to PokerAtlas, was just over 2 million. We know there's a few underneath that particular margin. But looky here as Thunder going to wake up with Ace King. Of course, JJ deciding to go by that alias. And why not? Here's the YOLO you were talking about. Let's just ship it.
Yeah, 30 big blinds here. Massive jam.
I mean, that's a massive jam. I mean, but the first hand's definitely not going to disappoint.
And yeah, awkward spot for Bradley, of course. Like, he has a lot of chips to start this hand, but do you really just want to flip for such a massive pot right off the bat?
I mean, any call that's incorrect here is going to put a big, massive bite just right out of you. You can see they're taking him down to 1 million in chips. Not a spot he wants to be in. Again, Thunder coming in the short stack just under 1 million. This would put him in short stack position after the first hand of the final table. Does wind up making the lay down, and Thunder will drag our first pot. And of course, it being the PokerAtlas Tour, it would not be a complete broadcast without the man, myth, and legend, Justin Hammer, joining us for a few minutes. Justin, it has been a fine tour, a lot of fun, and here we are, the culmination of 2 weeks of play.
What's up, everybody? Happy to be here. It's great to see this final table. A lot of Houston legends, a lot of poker legends. We got a lot of play, in theory, ahead of us, but if we're going to be seeing 30 big blind shoves, I don't know. Maybe this will be a nice little 20-minute final table. Get out of here and have a good night. What do you think? I don't know.
Well, definitely. I mean, anything is a possibility with this lineup here. And, of course, we talk about the mindset there of Bradley Rubin. I think no one better to give us some insight into that situation than the bracelet winner himself. Michael, talk about that last hand for us.
You know, it's really interesting. Like, you know, there's nerves. You're on the first hand of the day. You know, these guys decided they weren't going to play it out last night. So, you know, obviously there's that to consider. And, you know, you're in a tough spot. Like you mentioned, you're really just, you're in a spot where you think you're flipping. Do you want to risk it all, or do you want to preserve that chip stack? You know, I think I like the laydown there personally. You know, especially when you're considering the pay jumps. It's just going to be, you're hard pressed to find a situation where you have your opponent dominated, and I think there's just nothing else to do but move on to the next hand.
And speaking of pay jumps, let's go ahead and take a look at what everybody is fighting for today. We check in, the first place finisher going to take home just south of $102,000. Meanwhile, our first out just south of 10 grand, 9,910. So again, just a classic top-heavy tournament. You gotta love it, and I'm honestly don't expect any sort of talk of ICM anytime soon, especially with the lineup we got here today.
Yeah, those pay jumps are not very significant to start things off. But definitely, you know, there's no need to, as the short stack, where typically the ICM pressure is kind of off of you, and it's just like, well, it doesn't really matter how big those jumps are. If I'm the short guy, bottom of the totem pole, it's up to me to make something happen and kind of work my way up into the field. But when you're 30 big blinds deep, I mean, I think he really had 31, 32 bigs there because he was in the big blind. You've got so much play ahead of you. You can wait for some of these other guys to find themselves in an all-in cooler type situation and ladder up, because you're really not under that much pressure. So I don't know. We'll see how this goes. I've played it a few of these final tables before, and sometimes all the chips go in real quick. It doesn't matter ICM or otherwise.
Big shout out, of course, to chat legend Smudge. What's going on, my friend? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Looking forward to some electrifying tournament poker. Of course, the two bracelet winners sitting side by side at this final table, ironically wearing the only two wearing cowboy hats as well. Justin pointed out earlier, we kind of got the good old-fashioned Old West. You got the good guy wearing white, bad guy wearing black. What's going on today, Justin?
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool that they average like 2.5 bracelets between every cowboy hat on the table. I mean, that I don't know the standard for every cowboy hat per final table, but that feels pretty high. I think these guys, when it comes to those pay jumps at the end, there was some added value to this tournament. It did come up a little short of the guarantee, so TCH honored their end of the agreement. They added $44,000 to the prize pool. So some of these jumps that you're looking for when you're talking ICM or deals at the end, they're kind of already built into this final table because, you know, TCH took care of that. We figured out they basically added third place. So when you're talking about these deals, if this was a normal tournament with just 465 and everything went to the prize pool, you would be negotiating for the jumps that kind of got added in there already. So you can play this tournament and kind of factor that in and realize that even if you want to play a little more than you normally would, you're still getting that added ICM value anyway. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with that information.
And pocket eights again. Third time we've seen this hand in just 4 hands at this table. And Scott ahead right now. Chender making another appearance at a final table. He's got himself a flush draw. He's going to bet 90K into Scott. And he's going to find the easy call here as we go to the turn. Board now pairing 4s.
Are there going to be any Friends references this go around? What do you think?
I don't know. I think we've done a great job of correcting ourselves since the last broadcast, Mr. Hammer. And looky here on the river, Scott fills up. Again, thankfully for Chunder, he missed absolutely everything. So whatever Scott bets here, Chunder's easily going to find the fold, but down to the river to complete the hand.
Yeah, Scott just hoping that Chander wakes up with an underpair to the king, or maybe he slow played the king for whatever reason to pot control, but no one's home.
Nah, not this time. Again, Chunder, part of a 3-way ICM deal during the Mystery Bounty event. No, not Mystery Bounty. Oh, Chunder out in 4th. That was right. Out in 4th place. Just missing that ICM, but the second final table for him in as many attempts when it came to the Atlas Tour events. So well done, sir. Good to see you back at the final table. And he's in good company. Again, Chris making his second final table as well. He was in the one-day 50K, wound up with a deep run there. It
Yeah,
was a long
absolutely.
day for that one.
Yeah, Chris got fourth. He called it from the very beginning that he was going to get fourth in that opening event. Chunder actually pulled off a feat that I have rarely seen in doing a lot of these. He was, shortly after the close of registration, he was clocked in at a little over 1 million in chips,
Oh, wow.
which at the time, which was the last flight, so flight D, fight 4 out of 4, if we had just stopped right then, he would have bagged chip lead for the entire day 2 tournament. They still had about 4 hours left to play, and he would have bagged chip lead, which was pretty impressive. And then he ended up bagging the actual chip lead, and then he just continued that run all the way onto the final table. So one of the nicest little sun runs I've ever seen from somebody after coming off a final table in the bounty event.
So 10-6, 9-7, both players getting a piece of this board. Scott with top pair, Thunder with middle pair, and Scott gonna bet at it.
Yeah, a little bit of a loose open here from Thunder. Hijack with the 10-6 suited. Not even one of the biggest stacks at the table, so definitely setting himself up to get 3-bet a little bit light, perhaps by some of those big stacks. But Scott with a slam dunk call out of the big blind there. Suited one gapper pretty nice, and obviously loves to see this flop. He is going to get raised though, Thunder, giving him the business.
I mean, and you don't really expect a player with that short of a stack to be opening at such a wide range, but here he is. He's got middle pair, backdoor diamond draw, but now drills 2 pair.
You know, I was going to commend Scott on this lead here, and was not expecting the raise by Thunder, but looks like we're getting rewarded right here, aren't we?
Oh boy, all in and a call. 9-7 of clubs, 10-6, 2 pair, needing a 9 and really only a 9 at this point. Could catch an 8 for a straight now that I look at it. To the river we go, king ball, and Thunder gonna double up. So just like that, Scott becomes the short stack.
Yeah, that's really setting the tone early on, isn't it? Everyone
It
gets
is.
everyone gets the information. You get to see that he's opening with 10-6. Now that he's got a double up under his belt, that's really going to change things as he continues to up the aggression.
Now, do you think he's going to continue to be as aggressive now that his stack is growing, or is he going to knit up a little bit, Michael?
I mean, if he was opening 10-6 with half the chips, I think that speaks for itself that we're game on. You know, he's got to borrow a Stetson from someone across the table, I think.
Yeah, I've definitely seen this, you know, final table live stream. You've got your friends watching, maybe your folks or significant other or something. You know, you kind of want to put on a little bit of a show. And sometimes it just goes spectacular, or sometimes it goes spectacularly wrong. But that time, Thunder making it work, and tough spot for Scott, right? Like, he calls off very quickly there on the turn, because how is he, like, how is his opponent improved there outside of a couple of flush draw combos that improved on the 10, or just, you know, an overpair that, you know, so be it. But wow,
And
wild
looky
spot.
here, the Norseman waking up with a good hand. I'd say probably one of the best hands in poker. Aces,
Top 5 for sure.
top 5,
Yeah.
yes.
Do we have background on the name, the Norseman?
The Norseman, you know, what we have is just his cultural background. He came in, if you take a look, his last name Williamson spelled very, very European. And he does come from the, he told me when he came in, a harrowing Norse background. So I'm excited to hear more stories when I get more opportunity to talk to him. But he's in a good spot here against 2 under pairs. And we're going 3 ways to this flop. And he drills top set, but three clubs. That's exactly what you want to see with aces.
I will say this. If anybody turns into the
It's actually a good spot. The other 2 under pairs are drawing pretty thin, because neither of them have a club. Needs to go running clubs for a chop or running quads. So scary looking board, but the aces are, as we could see, pretty safe there.
Well, I mean, a Norseman leading here. I really don't see how anybody can make a call with deuces and trays.
I was speculating a bit.
have the best hand the whole way? Oh, no, not the flop. Every day other street you did.
Yeah, it's a big bet here from the Norseman too. I guess
Yeah.
you know, one
Is
of
he gonna
those
show?
spots.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Mike?
No, yeah, I noted the sizing immediately. He strikes me as you know, without a club in his hand, he's looking to punish those that continue, but also you know, he's happy to take it down, right?
Yeah.
With a bet that big. So it sounds like we have a lot of major success with all the bracelets at the table. When we were looking at when we were vetting our players, is this like going to be a breakout win for anybody? Does anyone have more riding on this result than others?
You know, when looking through things, you know, the best cash right now for Nil, he has a total lifetime earnings of 89,000. His biggest one, 16,575. He's more of a local player to the Houston area.
Sure.
As a matter of fact, his latest triumph was winning the No Limit Hold'em Progressive Bounty event during the Spring Classic just a couple months ago.
That's great. Yeah, so this is a big spot for him, right? He's got the stream time. He's playing for 6 figures, maybe for the first time ever. Maybe he comes from more of a cash background and plays the local dailies. So that's going to be exciting to see how he navigates this.
Definitely so. He's in the mix with a lot of people who are no strangers to 6-figure scores. So I think this is definitely going to be an opportunity where we can see just what kind of metal he's made of up against some of the best.
We know about the bracelet winners, but Wes Cutstraw also has a circuit ring that was a little bit more than 100,000. I think it was
true.
107 or somewhere in that range.
2018 Choctaw, yes, $107,573 was the cash.
Oh, that's a big one.
Definitely so. It's a really big one for a circuit event. I'm trying to think of the last time I saw a first place circuit event that high.
Yeah, especially non-main event.
Right. It was a $400 no limit hold'em tournament.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes they do those opening kickoff weekends that have gotten pretty big, especially a few years ago. Things have toned down a little bit, but we've got a very interesting hand developing here. It was an open from early position here, call in between, and a 3-bet small from the small blind. Unil here going to connect with the board in a big way, top, and not even just the 1 overcard going to keep the 9s around, so Unil takes it down.
Goes ahead and shows that queen. Listen, boys, I'm not messing around.
Now, Michael, going into a table like this, you may not know a player like Unil in seat 3. And again, just continuing on a queen high board, you're holding what you can visibly see as what second pair is. So what's your thought process going against someone you've never maybe played against before?
I'm sorry, if I was the player with the underpair to the queen?
No, if you're the player with the 9s in this case, yes.
Yeah, you know, I'm sorry, I missed. Did Unil 3-bet pre?
From the small blind, yes.
He was the 3-better. Yeah,
but I'm only 3x with a caller in between. It was a very small 3-bet.
Yeah, and that c-bet is you know a significant portion of the stack. You know, I think like if we're earlier on in the tournament, I'm like very clearly continuing and seeing if he has a second shell in him. But you know, it's a bit dicier when, you know, it's someone that, you know, maybe is more fit or fold, someone with less experience. You know, if they're 3-betting pre-flop, I'm not expecting them to be getting too out of line, especially with 9 players still on the table. You almost just expect someone like that to feel like there's more on the line, right?
Yeah, and there were
Definitely
3 players to the flop as well, so he's, you know, he's in the small blind, he's betting into 2 players, so
Sure.
Yeah, it makes it just that much more likely that he's actually got something.
We look here, Tony opening the action with jacks, bringing 2 friends with him, brings Unil and Wes along. Unil drilling top pair, but Tony's going to continue to fire at this. Backdoor diamonds to go along with his top pair. And Tony was the pre-flop aggressor. At this point, do you start worrying about your kicker, Michael?
Yeah, you know, we have again, we have a really dicey situation when we're worried about getting caught up between multiple players. top pair is kind of tough to fold. You know, it's pretty disciplined laydown to just kind of let it go. If you're gonna play ace four pre-flop, I would probably expect to see a turn. You know, you gotta make sure these guys are, you know, up to the task, right? You know, do they have two in them?
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. But what we've seen already, I think the story, and perhaps just the theme that we'll have for the remainder of it is just large bet sizing, right? He's pocket jacks on an ace high board into two opponents and bets like 80% pot and just kind of YOLOs it through, getting the ace no kicker out of there. So, yeah, I mean, maybe these guys are just going to hammer away, and we're either going to get real massive pots when both players actually have something to continue, or it's just going to be this kind of one and done on the flop.
Yeah, it's super interesting when you see the combination of large bet sizes yet multi-way pots, especially in a final table scenario. You know, it's something that, you know, maybe more seasoned players aren't necessarily primed for, but, you know, it sounds like a lot of these guys maybe have a lot of experience with one another. I'm sure the end of yesterday was a long grind to get down to 9 players, so maybe there's some history that's playing a part.
And look who's come out of hibernation here. Wes in the 5 seat, ace jack. He's going to 3-bet, go up to 320K. And ace 7 of diamonds on the button. It's a good spot to open with it, but can you call a good sized 3-bet here from Wes?
This is going to work, and I really like Wes's sizing here. You don't even with multiple players in the hand, you don't have to really do more than 3.5 to 4x, especially in a final table scenario. You know, and they're still filling each other out. You know, they're setting the tone. We're going to see how this plays out, but it feels like, you know, blood is in the air and a massive collision is imminent.
Blood is in the air. I like it. You know, blood in the water, blood in the air. Let's do it. I like it.
Misty, you know, like a Quentin Tarantino movie.
There you go.
Our short stack still has like 30 effective, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
that is correct.
That's super interesting when it comes to these guys navigating. I think the only player.
Sorry to interrupt you. We did just level up, so I just wanted to put that in there.
Oh, very true. Yeah, blinds are now going to be 20,000, 40,000. Big blind Annie jumps out to 40,000 as well. So price of poker going up. So maybe that 30 effective conversation needs to change a little bit. But still, plenty of deep stack poker to come.
It's one perspective. Hey, I know you have so like in Smack or whatever song when she's screaming there, you're one call for over your poker because we're gonna have to fix something. They get the floor over your possible.
Yeah, and what's coming next here at TCH Houston? We got Memorial Day Madness. You thought the tournaments were over? Ha, not a chance. All kicking off on the 22nd of May. It's a $100,000 guaranteed, $300 buy-in tournament, and all kicking off on Wednesday, the 22nd. So mark those calendars. And also got a $50K one day on the 27th. So if you haven't gotten your fill of Houston tournament poker, there you go. We got the solution for you. Hope to see you guys out here as well, Aaron and Michael.
Yeah, that's definitely in my neck of the woods, so I may be coming on down. However, there's so much poker coming up, right? We've got just unlimited local stuff here all around the state of Texas, as well as, of course, the World Series kicking off here just at the end of next month. So going to be a lot of stuff going on, but if I am able to, I'll certainly be down there.
Definitely is the most wonderful time of the year for us.
Absolutely. This is poker heaven. This is the poker time. Right before, people getting charged up for the World Series, then the World Series, and then right after. Wherever you are, it's exciting to play poker when the World Series is going on. Play your local events. Come to TCH. Play for a bracelet if you're there and you want to. Otherwise, stay home and play these wonderful, smaller versions of the same game. Love it.
Flop coming king high, 2 diamonds. Horseman going to take the reins here and lead from the hijack. Ace 7 offsuit does have the nut diamond. Chunder with a gutter ball as well as backdoor diamonds. You know that's not going to be any good. So we go to the turn. There's the action card we were hoping for.
Oh, wow.
What a run out. First nut, second nut here. After check on the turn, Norseman going to do one more peek at his cards to make sure, yes, I do actually have the nuts.
Still there.
550 in the middle here, so stack to pot ratio a little over 2. Does he bomb it? No, goes for the kind of 2/3-ish size here.
Chandra looks like he's in pain. I mean, he's certainly not thinking about folding. He's just, is this just posturing? Is this just, you know, this is 25% of my chips?
There's only one card in the deck that beats him right now. Just happens to be in the hand of the opposition.
Going back to what Michael said earlier, perhaps the dynamic between these players, right? They've been playing for 2 full days of poker, of course. Day 1's leading into day 2 that was played yesterday, culminating in these 9 players advancing to day 3. So maybe the Norseman and Chandra, they've got some history. Chandra's like second nuts when this guy bets is just super dust. Who knows? But he is going to do some inventory here.
Yeah, look at this.
Sides.
Did he fold?
I am not sure. It sounds like he said call.
Now we're floor for this.
I didn't.
Oh, looks like we're going to be getting a visit from the tournament director, and
I got the second.
definitely an
be-
interesting situation.
But how on earth would we know what he was thinking at the time?
I mean,
don't know.
Norseman's cards are still protected, so this should be easily resolved, right?
Well, let's check in with the man himself. Justin, what's going on out there?
Well, don't take away the thunder. This is a very difficult decision we have coming up here. It's going to take a lot of expertise.
Sorry.
You are absolutely. So,
I was thinking.
I'll let you hear what I heard.
Like a win, and then he did that.
I was just trying to decide whether I should raise or not. I was second up.
He did that.
In my head, I was for sure I'm calling. I wanted a raise. That's what I said. I feel like a win, and then I turned him up. And
He needs to know exactly what occurred.
Yes.
Okay. So he flipped his hand face up. He said, "I feel like a win," and he hadn't put any chips in yet.
What that far.
In my head, I was,
started to muck it. You reached for it.
yeah, he said no. I called.
It's a live hand. It's going to be a call at 300. Okay, so what you said is exactly right. Yeah, he did flip his hand up. He said, "I feel like a wimp." I mean, this part is just speculation, but I think he had felt like he had already announced the call, but he hadn't actually done it. But in a spot like this, where you haven't declared anything yet, you make an instant action to try and protect your hand. And I give him a quick warning right here to let him know, because basically he flipped his cards over before he acted, which you can't do in a tournament. In this spot, I gave him a warning and said it would be a penalty in the future. But yeah, his cards are identifiable and retrievable, so we went ahead and let him call on that hand, which is clearly what it looks like he was trying to do anyway. And he ended up losing. I guess in hindsight, he probably wishes I had killed the hand. But yeah, like you said, this is a pretty standard, fairly easy rule. And I wanted to be in here so that I can kind of explain that, and also just a few things I want to say, and then I'll let you guys do your things. Very much appreciate all the support that the local players gave us during the series. It was an awesome 16 event, 2-week series, had a lot of people come out, a lot of legends, and even though this title event missed by a little bit, I still think it was a great success, and very happy to have been here and to have been a part of it. I want to mention real quick about Scott Delaney. He is a Houston poker enthusiast, probably one of the biggest that is in the town, and he does a lot for this game, tries to represent Houston poker wherever he goes, and deserves a lot of credit for that. So I'm happy to see him here. Wes has a ring and 100,000. Chris Birchfield, right there, my man, came in with the chip lead. Also a part of a local group, the Postmos group on Facebook, as well as the Scott and Will Poker Show, which is a lot of Houston people who are here, and also a huge advocate for Houston poker and poker in general. I'm very happy that some of these local legends made the final table, and I'm going to be joining everybody in the chat, and can't wait to talk about what's going on with everybody, and appreciate you guys letting me in here just spout out for a little bit, for a few minutes, and explain the process on the ruling that got made.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Justin. It was a well-run series, well-oiled machine as always, no matter where in the country it is. And definitely looking forward to the next time you roll on into town, my friend. Thank you.
Happy to be here and can't wait to come back.
All right. Yeah, that was Justin Hammer. He said he's going to join us in the chat a little bit later, so look out for him there if you're participating, as we got ourselves a dealer change. So
You know what?
Oh, sorry, I interrupted you there.
No problem. No, I just always appreciate when a floor person, makes a reasonable ruling. Maybe not. Maybe this one was by the book, but had it been a little more murky, to be going off of player intent, having it be friendly but fair. I love to see it. I think too often floors floors can get that wrong, and it's just nice to. This is very much in line with everything I've experienced with Texas poker, Houston included. So good to see.
I said I feel like I'm a wimp because
Scott's reaction's pretty priceless when the ace of diamonds gets flipped over. He's like, all that for
for him to still lose.
Yeah.
And I did get the emergency call. I needed Justin back in the booth. And Justin, what'd you have for us?
Okay, I had one more. It's the most important thing. Shout out to my kid, Cade Hammer, and Jake Hammer, who are listening right now in between sessions of Fortnite. They're the greatest Fortnite players in the world if you want to go against them. Jake and Cade, thank you for watching. I love you. Sorry, I have to say that. Thank you for letting me come back.
And there we go. He was clawing and scratching at my door, trying to get back in. And here he is. Now, Chunder finding himself on the short stack. Ace-King suited, but again, still plenty of breathing room.
Yeah, about 22 big blinds here. Several players left to act behind him. See if we get the big bets, or if we go a little bit smaller, just try to get sort of a weaker hand to come along. Over 3x on the size, yeah.
Wow. Work with Tony's holding here.
Oh man, Chandra's going to be really feeling this, huh? Really running up against it 2 hands in a row.
Up all in a call, and now Chunder going to be flipping for his tournament life.
I was brushing up on these 2 hands.
I didn't see any aces or kings folded by any of these players, so perhaps pair in his future. Let's see if he can spike one.
We'll see if he can. If not, he will be the first casualty of our final table. Again, the 9th place finisher going to be taking home just south of $10,000. We'll put up those pay ladders if we were to lose someone, but here we go. Ace, King, Queens, the classic race. Nine high board, Queen still out front. Chunder with 4 outs according to our graphics.
The 3 deuce of clubs is these sweat cards.
I would just rather hit the ace right now.
Does hit his king on the turn. Sweating one more, and there it is. Chunder finds a double.
Fucked up the ace queen, but it came through on the ace king.
Self-actualization at its finest.
I know we're not supposed to have favorites in the booth, but I'm happy to see him win that flip after what he's been through so far.
Hey, more than fair. I'll allow it this once, but you're on thin ice, pal.
Yeah.
We take a look here, as promised, another look at what we're fighting for. Again, 9th was going to take home $9,910, all the way up to first, just south of $102,000. Not a bad reward for a couple hard days' work, if I do say so myself.
I didn't raise on my ace queen.
Well, here we are about an orbit and a half in, and our chip leader has not played a single hand, so that's a curious little development.
call him, I
Sometimes you
miss,
gotta
and
see
I
all
go,
the boards.
and
I mean, there's
course,
got to be just points in the tournament as a chip leader where you can just say, I'm going to hang back a little bit, let these guys take each other out. Maybe I can guarantee myself a little more money in doing so, but definitely not a good long-term strategy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of card distribution, and also we've seen plenty of big hands getting played, right? So these guys already sort of announcing, hey, we've got cards, and if you're, sitting there with 10 deuce or whatever he's had, you just let it go. But it is always an interesting dynamic when you've got an overwhelming chip leader. He came in with over 3 million and nobody really that close to him. Sometimes you see them really try to start running over the table early, but so far hasn't panned out. But plenty of big hands crashing into each other left and right. This time, ace, king, and sevens. Sevens going to stay ahead through the flop.
And picking up some open-ended opportunities as well. And Chunder gonna bet out here. Again, ace king betting 165K. Tony just gonna make the flat here to see the river, and the tray of diamonds. Again, not really gonna change much. Again, those cards had no effect on the mindset of Tony. I don't know if a 3 would. See, and in hindsight, I think it's a great slowdown as the open ender is completed. Of course, it's easy to say it's a great slowdown when we can see the cards.
I mean, that's definitely true. Also, just, 9 high boards, button overcaller. Yeah, they can have some dust like queen jack and things like that you bet they just fold, but also you're just ahead with ace king against those sorts of hands. Everything else has sort of interacted with this board in some way. You're either way ahead or you're way behind with the ace king. Perhaps drawing to something like an overcard to improve up against maybe the odd ace 9 suited, king 9 suited. But yeah, it's one of those weird spots where if you just keep blasting away on 9 high boards with ace king all the time, you're probably not going to have a great win rate at the end of the day.
So, Michael, I don't want you to give away any of your secrets, but ace king, a big conversation that I always have is how frequently should you c-bet it when you airball?
All 5.
I think it has a lot to do with board texture and who's defending. But I'm pretty happy to stab a lot of boards, especially in a final table situation where people are going to be pretty fit or fold. But as Aaron said, that 9 high board against a field caller is going to be pretty dicey. But say it's a queen high board or a jack high board with a couple low cards, happy to put a little tickler out there and see if we can take it down. We can still back into a lot of opportunities as well as hit one of our cards.
Wes is suited ace, ace 7 of spades. And from the +1 spot, still early position. And boys, maybe it's like Beetlejuice. We said his name too many times, and sure enough, now the chip leader wakes up. Makes it $250,000 to go.
And noting Chris's 3-bet size there, a little 3x versus 3.5 or 4. Had position there. You don't have to be 3-betting as much to get the job done. Wes, is it possible to get updated chip stacks along the bottom so we can see where everyone stands?
Updated chip stacks, yes, it is possible, and it will cycle through it. For example, right now it is showing the RFI statistic, but it will show us the stacks, I believe, every 5th or 6th hand.
Oh, right
so
on.
we will see it very shortly.
What's the logo on the... It's just a... I really like it.
Everyone loves it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I really like it.
It's called Dreamer.
Dreamer?
No, wait, hold on. Dream Big. Dream Big.
Is that the official logo of
It's the most used logo. It's not even a part of their logo, but
I like it.
a lot of their shirts just say Dreamer or Dream something. And this is probably the only one that.
And boy, another player waking up with Ace King. This time it's Bradley. Bumps it up to 85K, and Unil with a suited ace.
Way above anything I've ever
So
owned.
Bradley will bring a couple of friends with him. Ace King, Ace Deuce, Queen 4.
I was just out loud, I'm like, that's a dope.
Security
And the flop comes, Queen High.
It's just like the color, the logo, like it's dope.
So perfect example here, Wes. I think, you know, with Ace King in a situation like this where we have 2 overs and the gut shot, and we're the pre-flop aggressor, like I wouldn't mind seeing a bet out of Bradley here, despite the callers out of the blinds.
You could want to argue it's more of a blocker at this point, or
Hoodie Factory.
I mean, we're blocking, you know, good combos of like a pair of jacks and a pair of queens, right? Like king jack,
Exactly.
king queen, ace queen, ace jack. We just also carry a lot of equity, and you know, you can if you start telling the story on the flop, you can put a lot of pressure on those middling second pairs that may continue for a street, right? Like jack 10, jack 9 suited, things like that.
board pairing 5s now. And the Norseman deciding to lead after playing a little more passive on the flop.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense for him to just check call on the flop. A top pair, no kicker, definitely vulnerable to all of Bradley's best hands. Leading here on the turn, definitely an interesting choice. His kicker has improved to a jack, but he could still be well behind all of Bradley's value range. And it feels to me like it's one of these kind of find out where you're at kind of bets, but Bradley is going to let it go.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. You know, depending on the opponent, you know, you could be concerned that, you know, we're out of the big blind defend. You know, he's going to definitely have more 5s in his range for trips. But you're really, you know, it'd be curious if we had a bigger, you know, if he had a bit more hand. You know, ace jack, for example. You know, that's a really uncomfortable kind of squirmy situation to be in whenever your opponent leads into you after you see that.
Take a look here. There are the updated chip stacks. See Chris still the chip leader, 3.6. The Norseman hot on his heels, though, climbing up to the 3.3 range. So a little bit of the gap has been closed between Chris and the middle part of the field.
It's pretty incredible that here we are with, you know, 100K up top. The next player that goes out is going to get just under 10,000. And, you know, 80 big blinds for the chip leader, 70 big blinds for the next guy. Like, yeah, we've got just a lot of chips here. These players mostly going to feel pretty safe if they wanted to sit back.
But everybody else thinks you're crazy, you know, that kind of stuff.
Don't ever jinx that.
If you become a world champion bull rider, you're gonna be 4 hooked down, beat up, lots of broken bones and stuff like that. If you become a world champion PLO player.
Aaron, you said you had a lot of experience with these guys.
A couple of them for sure. I mean, I've certainly played a fair bit with Chris, the chip leader, with Wes, of course, with Fireman Scott, and I believe there's another couple of players at the table. I think I've probably played with Bradley before, but we'll have to take a peek down at the other end of the table to remind myself some of the faces. But yeah, definitely, you know, four players or so at the table for sure I've played with. Wes, of course, I would say you know, he's just been in the poker scene for such a long time, right?
Sure.
He's been a vlogger. He's been part of the Houston community. He's been involved in even doing some commentary, I believe, here for TCH in the past. It just, you know, he's been through thick and thin, and I think he really just shows himself to be a very thoughtful player. You'll see him definitely be using a lot of the small sizings, whereas some of the other guys will be going for the bigger sizings. Maybe some stuff that, you know, we're a little bit more familiar with, but here he's
Sure.
going to go for full pot as he does back into the 7-high straight.
That game ought to be on fire today. Drink a fireball for me and Scott Monday, boys.
That is a very disciplined laydown by Bradley, I think.
I agree.
You know, turn goes check check.
Oh my God, that's so cute that on Tony.
Sure, there'll be a lot of two pairs and straights, but good for him.
That's so awesome. Just kidding, Tony. Love you.
My favorite poker phrase is throwing party.
And to answer the question in chat, Rick, yes, we have taken some steps to make sure that they do get posted more frequently, but keep in mind that this is on a 30-minute delay, so it may take a little bit more time to see it, but it has been rectified, Rick. Thank you.
Yeah, great suggestion, really, because you know, what we're very familiar with, mostly watching here on TCH Live, of course, all throughout the week, Monday through Thursday. Cash games coming at you out of lots of different locations. We go Austin, Dallas, Houston, even the Rio Grande Valley as well here on TCH Live. So plenty of opportunities to tune in, catch some cash game action where those stats are a little bit more relevant. So certainly for a final table tournament, going to go ahead and change those up. So thank you, Rick, for the suggestion.
Yeah, definitely so. Again, the newest member of the TCH 5 family, that is Rio Grande Valley. Absolute pleasure. The cash action I've seen out there, the 2-5 game, has been electric to watch. Looking forward to more. So we take a look here. Chunder with queens. And it looks like he's going to omit the bail entirely. He's going to ship it.
That's two disciplined laydowns by Bradley in a row. Let's see if he's got a third in him. He has to know at this point that Chandra's not playing around. Very protective of his hands. Very hesitant without the nuts. That is 3 for 3. Well done, sir.
Yep.
Well done.
So Chandra will drag in a little one. Again, a big jam, to say the absolute least. We take another look at the stack size. And while we do, just a reminder, everybody, why don't you go ahead and hit that like button for us. And while you're at it, why not subscribe? Don't miss any action from any streaming Texas Card House location across the great Lone Star State. Of course, Aaron, very familiar with the cash action up in the Austin area. And got any... you got some good shows coming up. What's on the horizon?
Yeah, so it's 2-5 actually running tonight. So I think it's going to be on the sister channel since we are taking over the main channel here. So I think I don't remember exactly what it is on YouTube, but if you search Texas Card House live stream, whatever, you'll find our sister channel. If you haven't already been tuning into that, you should definitely check it out. 2-5 on Mondays out of Austin, and then 1-3 on Thursdays as well. So plenty of opportunities to check out some of the low stakes action. Still plenty of big pots and fun stuff to watch. But yeah, Mondays and Thursdays here out of Austin, and Tuesdays up there in Dallas for the big game. Of course, I do the commentary every Tuesday for that one. I'll be looking forward to joining everyone tomorrow night.
Definitely so. Looking forward to the Tuesday night show as usual. We get to the action here. Jacks going heads up to a 7-high board against King Queen.
Yeah, one of those boards that you're always a little bit squeamish about when the big blind calls you, but with the pocket jacks, of course, you need to bet and get value from any of the one pair holdings, any sort of gut shot sort of stuff that's going to put some chips in there for you. And instead, the king queen just going to lay it down.
Nice size up too by Bradley there. Definitely has a range advantage on a low board. He simultaneously protects his hand while getting max value with, you know, larger than half pot bet there against all of the undercards that could have paired.
I like this comment here from Mitchell. If you think you have a good edge, definitely don't want to be flipping with the middling pairs. And that's a good point, right? Like, these players are deep enough. That was a 30 big blind shove there. Calling off with nines. Certainly reasonable in certain orientations with a certain lineup, perhaps. But given how deep all of these players are, it's, you know, definitely not a spot that I think he wants to go for. You commended him for the fold with the eights earlier. I think the nines is right in the same ballpark, and that was even a little bit different dynamic where I think it was a little bit more imperative that he fold.
Sure, yeah, and look, and villain aside, or not villain, opponent aside, yeah, it's something that, you know, could be making chips earlier on in the tournament, but once we're playing for all the dollars, it's definitely a losing proposition, especially if you are going to be able to navigate over your opponents later on.
It's always interesting, the dynamic, especially early in tournaments. You know, you find a pocket pair, you want to get all your chips in regardless of the pocket pair. But there's a reason these guys are playing the final table, making these big folds with those middle pairs. I mean, I don't know how else to explain it. There's just a discipline to the game that these guys have at this level that you just don't see early on.
Well, you have to make a lot of these marginal decisions in such a large field like this one, right?
Yeah, 465 runners, yeah.
Surviving 2 days of poker, 2.5 days of poker, that's not an easy task.
67 feet
Oh,
tall.
I would not expect the tall statue of an American hero to be in Istanbul.
Yeah, really happy with the way Bradley's been playing today so far.
Definitely. So AC doing my work for me in the chat. Appreciate it, my friend. AC, good to hear from you. Hit that like button real quick.
In Bosnia, they had a statue of Bill Clinton.
Kojak for the Norseman.
The tallest statue of a French hero is here, right?
That, well, it was a present from the French. I mean,
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Norseman starts bringing the heat more now that he's on a bit of a chip lead.
Yeah, right behind Chris, as a matter of fact, about 200K off.
And here comes Thunder. We kind of missed him after that 10-6 play. He's kind of been laying low as the other players have traded blows, but here he is on the button, ace-9-0, going to give the three-piece to the Norseman, and that's going to get the job done. Well done there.
And that was, yeah, hand 4 of the stream, and here we are, 18 hands later. Finally hear from him again.
For a man that wanted to open up 10-6 right away, you know, I think it's a lot of discipline to fold for almost 2 more overhits. I gotta respect it. I also, in all seriousness, really like the hand he chose there to 3-bet. It's one of those hands that, you know, while it's ace high, it doesn't have a lot of ability to improve post flop. It's a little harder to navigate, but you know, you can deny a lot of equity by turning it into a 3-bet bluff hand.
Yeah, when you came over, he had to sit.
And Panks, to answer your question, 465 runners came through this tournament. We have reached our final 9 here. Again, a star-studded final table full of Houston poker royalty. With ace-deuce suited. It's going to bump it up from under the gun. Seems like a pretty early spot to be raising an ace rag like this, even if it is suited.
I tend to agree with you, Wes.
So when you got this much action behind you, here's a good one from Wes. Gonna 3-bet to 200K with the jiggities. Again, such a small sizing. I think it's a good opportunity if you can open fold, just see where he was pre-flop. But again, that early is lighting some chips on fire.
choosing not to throw good money in after bad. Yeah, and he's gonna, it's these middling stacks. There's a different type of pressure, right, on these guys when not only are they in the middle of the pack, but they're still, very playable stacks. It's not like they're in the middle of the pack with 15, 20 big blinds. They still have 30, 40, 45 big blinds, third through seventh or so.
Yeah, nobody in that, under 10 big blind 2-button format just yet. So no need to panic regardless of whoever you're rooting for in chat today.
And we have 40-minute levels today. That's right.
We are playing, I believe, yes, 40 minutes.
Yeah, they got time.
I never gotten a chance to really get into piano, but now kids and everything.
Y'all gonna turn it to the Voltron family?
Thunder, 4 deuce of spades, and here we go from 10-6 to 4 deuce.
Sometimes all it takes is winning, scooping one more hand to
We jam out almost every morning.
get you all ready to go again. My boy Thunder, bring in the Thunder.
Bring it.
Yeah, it was opening into the 2 shortest stacks at the table. He's got Bradley and Fireman Scott there in the small and big blind, both off of 30 big blinds though still, so certainly not in any position where they're, just like fold or jam or anything close to that. But yeah, I mean, if you're going to attack somebody, those are probably the guys to do it against.
Well, going check all the way down. Bradley takes it down with a pair of 5. So we talk about the mindset right now of Thunder. Michael, playing a lot bigger tournaments than most of us are accustomed to. You mentioned winning a hand maybe puts your mindset in a slightly different direction. What have you done to keep your mind more steady, to keep your range more consistent in areas like that?
I try to win more hands before, just to keep things moving. But no, I think that as the longer I've played, the more I look at. I try to just play the spots. If you feel comfortable with like a baseline of what I'm going to play from what position, and kind of go from there, then it's easier to sort of stand in the middle of the stream, as so they say, as you're trying to, have a pulse for what's going on at the table, but not succumb to the ebbs and flows, and play the strategy that I think is the takeaway.
Thunder, ace, queen. So we go from raising junk to raising premium. And interesting call from Unil here on the big blind with 7-4 offsuit. But it pays off in a big way.
Bingo.
Wow. Yep. Incredible flop for the blackjack hand here. Unil mixing up his games for just a brief moment and then snaps back to reality with the flopped joint. Checks it over, and Thunder, yeah, happy to continue for
125? 100?
100, I guess.
100, yeah.
Wait,
Whoa.
what?
That I
Oh no.
had to be a misread.
Unil. My guy.
That had to be a misread.
I mean, a misread or a misread, right? Like the
yeah,
player
also
or
a
the
possibility.
technology. I hope for his sake that was not an actual fold of 7-4.
Oh no.
Wow.
I mean, we've seen it before where we do get some sort of crosstalk between neighboring cards, but we haven't had one so far tonight that has been apparent. And I mean, maybe us seeing the call pre-flop was kind of our indicator of that wasn't what he was holding.
That's a really good point.
Yeah,
I don't put it past any players to play any hand. I hope so, man, because that's if he's he goes out and goes back to watch the stream, and that doesn't feel good. That doesn't feel good.
Yeah, but let's give him the benefit of the doubt here. Like, we were all questioning it was 7-4-0. Like, come on, I mean.
And he did
really?
check his card. He did check his cards again. So.
Yeah, he had something like, I don't know, Jack 7 or something
Sure.
suited or whatnot that just whiffed, right?
we check back into the Norseman.
I guess it
Ace
would have had
7.
4. I don't know. Yeah, would have.
Yeah.
A little weird. I don't know. I still feel weird about that hand.
Mhm.
Maybe had one of them. But
Sweating hard, bro.
Norseman gonna 3-bet here, make it a $250,000 to go. And will successfully squeeze it from the big blind.
Yeah, again, choosing one of those really mediocre ace highs for a 3-bet to show some aggression. It's always a good proposition. You're blocking a lot of the hands that your opponent can continue with. You know, his premium aces, ace, king, queen, jack, and you know, fairly easy to play post flop if you get called.
Exactly. Covers everything.
We went joining in. What's going on? C5 is indeed who it is. That's Mr. West Betshaw.
They gave him a 7 again.
Hold the media, Dan. I will do my best to figure out if it is a confirmed glitch or not. So stand by.
Yeah, it's always tough for us to really know because, you know, the actual hole card information doesn't get sort of passed through to anybody. The security of the RF poker system is such that you guys see it just as we do, and this is pretty much the only time that that information gets passed through in a visible format. So it is kind of tough to identify whether or not, you know, the card was scanned at a different position or something earlier. But yeah, if we can find that information out, we'll let you know. But
You know, there is a third option, boys.
which is
Nefarious roots. Maybe they're working together. Maybe it's collusion.
I mean,
We're ground zero for a new scandal, boys.
there we go.
holding the nizzles on the flop to your best friend. Yeah.
Paired board, 8-4-4.
AC says he's going to call Unil in 20 minutes.
yeah.
No way he folded a straight.
No. I mean, I've been watching the guy play all week. I'm pretty sure if he had a straight, he'd know it. So Chunder
flop here.
with the nut diamond draw. Unil with pocket sevens. He's going to make the call here, and we go heads up to a turn.
Gotta come back up a white shit.
So now Chunder in a interesting spot. He's got 2 pair. He's got the nut diamond draw.
First time I ever saw like a card go off the table at a casino, I just picked it up, put it on the table, and like,
They escort you out.
it's on the floor, and the dealer's like, yeah, the card on the table, and he picked it up, and I was just like, oh my god.
Yeah, curious decision here. Stack to pot ratio is very close to 1. Chunder picking up a little bit of showdown value to go with his strong draw. But, I mean, at this point, you almost feel kind of bad if all the chips go in.
Oh,
right? But I guess he's like, I better just make the decision and do it myself rather than check or bet small and give my opponent the chance to do it. You know here, 70% favorite, but can he find the call button? This is an interesting spot. What do you think, Mike? Are you bombing this with the ace-5 of diamonds?
You know, I give Chunder a lot, based on what we've seen today so far from him. I'm giving him a lot of respect here for shoving here. I love it. This just to clarify, this did go raise call, c-bet call.
I think that's right.
Okay, then I mean, continuing here when you turn added equity and perhaps the best hand. You know, I'm not feeling great about it. I'm holding my breath, but to jam here with the one, you know, close to 1 pot size bet behind, I'm loving it. And I'll tell you what, man, if I was Unil in this situation after seeing what I've seen from Chunder so far and how long he thought about, you know, second nut flush, I'm letting sevens go. Like I'm definitely waiting for a better spot. Like no question, my cards have already hit the muck, and I don't fault Unil for tanking. I mean, like we said, he's got the best hand here, but this works against me almost every time. I would say, if it's Chunder.
You know, here really not wanting to let go of the sevens. I mean, this is one of the best boards he's ever going to see with pocket sevens. The turn, of course, giving him some additional outs, and he makes the
Does
call.
make the
Wow.
call. There we go. So all in is Chunder. Tournament life at stake. If Unil loses this, he is going to be down to just 205,000. And one card to come. To the river we go. It's a tray.
Wow.
So with that, Unil gonna drag the pot, and we have our first elimination of our final table. Chunder gonna be going out in 9th place, but of course not going out empty-handed. So we check in again. He will be taking home $9,910 for his efforts. And a ballsy play on the river for sure. Did not pan out for him, but again, like Michael said, Michael's making that fold. That's coming from a bracelet winner. So good on Unil for making that call.
Yeah, Chandra, you can hold your head up high from what we saw today, man. It was tough to shove. You got to give Unil credit when it's deserved. Like Aaron said, you're not going to find too many boards. Yeah, I'm just giving him. I would have given Chandra credit for the overpair and just closed my eyes and folded.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the way he played it, it felt very strong. His hand did have a ton of equity, 30% chance, and that's given the card removal that we knew had happened. You know, in his mind, perhaps even thinking he's got a little bit more. So, yeah, chunky spot.
He'll have other diamond combos too, right? Like he'll have his Broadway diamonds that he'd be semi-bluffing there with, potentially. I don't think Unil had a diamond in his hand either.
That's what I said.
That's true.
Something to consider.
But let the body get cold first, man.
I mean, good thing Unil folded that straight, right? Maybe he wouldn't have been there to make that call. I'm sorry.
What is it? AC did say he just sent him a text, so I'm sure we'll see a response soon enough. We go to the flop here. Kojak against nines, and nines remain out in front for Wes. And from early position, so many ace-X combinations that Tony can represent. I do think that this is only going to end one way with this continuation bet. Oh, I've been wrong before.
Yeah, Wes here, a very studied player, definitely not always going to just give into single streets of aggression. Does have some backdoor equity as well, picks up a little bit of that here. I mean, you're never really looking forward to backing into a 9-high flush and like fist pumping your way to the bank or anything, but you do have some potentials, and he's just going to get an unlucky run out here as Tony's going to bang the river for the king and drag the pot. But yeah, sticking around with the nines. Mike mentioned this earlier, where you stick around with a hand like ace-4 suited or something, and you flop top pair, or maybe you've got second pair effective with a middling pair, and if you give in to just a single bet on the flop, you don't, as Mike said, put them to the test, to fire a second shell, to continue to tell their story. A lot of times you get folks that are willing to bet the flop, and then when they get called, they kind of pucker up a little, and they're like, okay, maybe you've got it and I don't, so they check. At which point, your second pair is pretty good.
Yeah, it's tough when you don't have a lot of history with these guys to sort of place, your opponents. But something I'm always trying to do when I'm sitting at the table is, when I'm trying to fit my opponents to a mold or to a stereotype, give me something to go off of to start, right? Initial impressions. Are they a player that's going to fold to a C-bet, or is it going to take 2, maybe 3 barrels to get them to fold? And I think that there's like a threshold of, your serious recreational players and your up-and-coming pros that maybe are accustomed to calling twice, but aren't willing to call the third or aren't willing to fire the third bluff. And having a good gauge, it may be hard to place an opponent on a hand, but having a good gauge on how aggressive your opponents are being and how sticky they're being is a really great way to know when to dodge and when to blast away.
Absolutely right. Yeah, I can't tell you how many times a decision has basically been made for me, not because like my hand has any particular relevance to the board, blockers, whatever. It's just like, all right, I've played with this guy for long enough. Does he have it or does he not? Is he capable of bluffing or is he not? Those are the sorts of questions that you have to answer in live poker in particular. And yeah, I mean, half the time you just kind of like, all right, just whatever I have is either good or it's not, because this guy has been bluffing way more than he should be. So we're gonna look him up here. You know, gotta go with those gut feelings sometimes, and you know what you've established based on your experience with a player.
So we check back into the action. Wes opening on the button with King 4. And will take down the pot, betting away the pair of fives from Chris. And King 4 on the button. I like the open from Wes there. Does have a little bit of a tighter image as the first 30 hands of our final table has gone through. But again, the chip leader, Chris, not the chip leader anymore, I believe, but has been playing tighter as the final table has started. So I do think just about any bet with any sort of air or even an under pair like that, easy to get Chris off any sort of holding.
I really think like if you think about a cash hand,
And for Wes being such a great community ambassador to the game, you know, in Houston, and he's all business today. That table presence is second to none.
it doesn't make any sense. So if you're in a good game, he's got level yeah.
This corner's been a bit quiet today. Haven't seen much from these guys yet.
That's true. Looks like we're waiting on the action to catch up here. And Tony under the gun with the Dolly Parton.
I'm gonna guess that we've actually got another misread here. Or, oh, we didn't have the blinds.
That's
in the
probably it,
spot.
yeah.
Or seven raises, 125.
Well, Bradley has disappeared.
8 raises, 9 folds.
Somehow we had gotten.
Oh, you know what they're doing? Are they squaring up the table? Is that what's happening?
I don't believe that is the case, no.
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep thinking this is the one seat here that they keep showing this empty chair. That's just Chandra's old
That's,
seat.
That was Chandra,
That was Chunder's
Yeah.
old seat. Yeah.
R.I.P. Yeah, my bad.
All right, now we're caught up here. This does seem to be accurate. Chris here putting in the 3-bet from the small blind, choosing the Queen 7-0 to attack the button open range.
This is gnarly. I mean, I'm wondering at this point, you know, maybe the stream's caught up to these players, and if they have people betting for them, but maybe Chris knows that Thunder's been, you know, maybe out of line or a bit wider than the others.
If you want to call 10-6 offsuit out of line, I mean,
it was suited, you know, give credit.
oh,
where
was
credit
it?
is
Well,
due.
all right, you know what? It was suited. All right.
Very
He's
nice.
Yeah, he's
Very
going to get
nice.
the King 8 to fold. I mean, nicely done there. I know, Mike, you could attest to this. You do see some of these sort of disconnected, high card, low card kind of hands get used as 3-bets from the
Yeah.
blinds against button opens. So what do you think about the Queen 7 there?
I don't know that I would have necessarily found it there, but I respect it when the player can know when a spot is just a good spot, right? Like the cards just don't matter. And the great thing about high-low unsuited cards in general is that, you know, you're very comfortable 3-bet folding. You know, there's no decision. You can very confidently just use them to take the spot. They have some blocker value. If you do get you know, if there is a continue, there's always a way to, you know, snipe off a mid pocket pair with the high card. But it's one of the best characteristics of taking something like Queen 7 or, you know, King 3, is that half the hand blocks a lot of the hands that your opponent would continue with, and the other half the hand is just irrelevant.
We'll check back in with the chip stacks now. Chris still the chip leader at 3.47. Meanwhile, bringing up the rear, Scott with 1.195. And right there, again, 2 players with Scott below the 2 million chip threshold, and it's Thunder and Bradley, West Tony and Neil bringing up the middle of the pack, and the Norseman right on the heels of Chris.
And I dare say we're moments away from another level up, presumably to 25, 50, and 50,000 on the big blind ante, which is going to take some of these shorter stacks down a little bit closer to, you know, it sort of just changes the dynamic of how you can play hands. You know, they're going to be down into the 20 to 25 big blind range instead of 30 to or 25 to 30, 35 blinds, right? So it's going to be interesting here in a couple of hands to see if that changes the dynamic at all.
I mean, definitely so. We take a look at the shorter stacks. They got 10 orbits when it comes to it. It's going to be costing our heroes 125,000 an orbit just for the privilege of sitting at this table in a few minutes.
This is a fun bunch we have today. No one's afraid to really mix it up.
Thunder looks down at Red Jacks. He'll bump it up. Little min click makes it 80K. And Scott right behind him, Ace King. And Scott on the short stack, he's going to jam all in. And once this gets back to Thunder, can't imagine Unil making this call with 10-7 offsuit.
Scott jamming 28 big blinds here. Is in the small blind, and he's going to get looked up. Thunder makes the call.
Here we go. So all in and at risk for his tournament life is Scott. Another race, Ace King against the Jiggities.
How are we feeling about it? 165. I'm pulling for you.
Got my buddy Brendan Kaufman joining us in the chat. What's up, man? I'm having a great day and very much enjoying this. Hope you are enjoying yourself as well. Welcome. Just in time for a big flip.
Definitely so. Again, we'll check the pay ladder right after the conclusion of this hand, whether or not we lose a player.
It was probably me that said something.
57-43, Thunder out in front. Let's race.
This is so unnecessary. Will they pull them in for that? They better not.
Again, chat lighting up with all the good wishes for Scott here.
Good luck, everybody.
Good. All right, and away we go. 3-5-6 board. Scott with 6 outs and 2 cards to come.
From the soy to the chop. Yeah.
And gotta come on the river. Gotta come the hard way. And to the river we go. It's an ace, and Scott holds on.
Barry.
Barry Greenstein always coming through when you need it. Scott, they're going to double up, and after the level up, he is going to be sitting a lot better than he was. I mean, that goes without saying. That's a little John Maddenish right there. But very much like back in the middle of the pack. He's got a lot of play now. Not going to be sitting on that kind of 20 big blind, you know, kind of razor's edge of like, all right, are we playing our hands as a shove, or are we trying to play some post flop? He is very much back in it.
It's accounting for all 5 cards, right? We just went over the
And with that, Thunder does find himself down below the 600K margin. So can only imagine we're going to be seeing another shove pretty quickly from seat 7.
You want to reevaluate?
Yeah, can't count him out. All it's going to take is stealing a blind level or 2, and then 1 double up, and he's Again, right back in it.
mean,
And how?
with
Here we go.
Ace Queen, I don't think he's gonna wait any longer.
Alright, yes, seat 7 is going in, seat 8, 9, and the 1 fold. Seat 2 fold.
Unil asking for a count here with Big Lick.
575, 590, 590.
Could be another case of the mixed up cards here that
Oh,
we're
boy.
about to find out about, because 9-6 almost certainly not in the calling range of anyone conscious.
Definitely not.
Man, I knew Texas poker was good, but this is
This is a whole new level.
I mean, if Unil had about a case of empty beverages behind him, I might give him credit for the 9-6, but
Oh, it's Ace Queen against Ace Queen. Okay. Here we go. Ace Queen against Ace Queen.
Last live stream, and this was, you know how they have like contest winners that can play?
Dude, I think that means
backdoor diamonds are alive.
So this contest
Can we get a sweaty turn? We cannot.
Chop it up.
he gets to play like a 5K stake or something, you know, for free. And he gets all in, and they're doing the thing, and they get like to the flop or turn, and it takes forever. He's like, oh my god, you must have a straight on the flush draw. I've watched this show so many times. They take forever.
Way off the reader indeed. Let me see what I can do about that.
And it was so right. Like,
He just drilled it. He was
I think we got more of a case building for the misread of 7-4.
Oh, we did. We heard back from AC earlier. I scrolled down to see if we had. He got the text back, said it was 9-4 instead of 7-4.
9-4. Okay.
I want 0, but like that's strong.
would have had to been crazy to play 7-4.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
9-4 though. I mean,
If he's
come on.
calling with 9-4, I mean, yeah, definitely.
Look, you've only been dealing cards since you were 13
Said if I
years
start,
old.
yes, if I start doing something like pitching, tell me stop.
That's why he said he came home. He came
King
home
Queen suited this time for Thunder.
His dad said, get in the box.
And it looks like we're going to see a repeat performance.
13 years old. They've been doing it ever since.
He is. He's all in. 630K this time.
So blinds are correct. Seat 7 was on. Seat 8 and 9 both fold.
Yeah, 15 big blinds here under the gun, stuffing it into the field with 8 players active. What do you think here, Mike? 15 blinds as the short stack, king, queen of diamonds, just getting it in every time.
Yeah, I think so.
6-10.
I was wondering if I, would maybe
Seat 3.
open instead of jam, but I think I'm just going with it.
Yeah,
It's a call from Scott, though, with ace-10.
it's kind of awkward, and it does suck when you get looked up in a spot exactly like this. Got cut off. Even players to act behind him still calls with the ace-10-0, so 15 big blinds not really deterring the field from these calls.
But the king queen, man, a lot of equity there, right? Oh, we got clubs too. Clubs are live.
Clubs 2.
Jack.
Jack for a straight. Let's do the river. It's the tray and King Queen. Thunder gonna find the double.
Here we go.
Hard to kill out there in seat 7.
Yeah, Chandra the only one that can lose a big all in, it seems, unfortunately for him. All these other spots have gone the way of the underdog.
50-50.
Every time you say thunder, I just want to go, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Just like thunder.
I look forward to you doing that after every Thunder announcement.
That's gonna have to be. It's gonna have to be like our everyone loves a chopped pot. Like someone has to go like thunder, and then we have to like respond.
In unison, yeah, all
A little
together.
call and response action.
Yeah, I gotcha. It'll just be you though.
It's gonna work out perfectly with the delay and us not being able to see each other.
Interesting hand here. Single raised pot from the low jack. Scott, the Norseman, Thunder, all in there. Let's go 4 ways to a flop. My goodness.
Going to the flop.
I'll get back on my thing.
Leading the way, the pocket sixes of Bradley.
Clubs.
Interesting.
Wow. That's
Wow,
an awesome
everybody's got some equity here.
Everybody knows the card we're looking for, right?
Oh yeah.
On the turn.
$140,000 the bet from Bradley. In second nut clubs on the button. Is this a raise for you, Michael?
That's a good question. Probably just be happy to continue and reassess. Just maybe flat. What about you, Aaron? I think I'm probably doing. I can see myself doing both. I feel pretty indifferent to it.
Yeah, I do think it goes both ways. You've just called on the button, so you can have all kinds of stuff that does interact with this board. And you know that if you raise and someone gets it in, you're going with it. So it's not that bad of a spot to raise. Got the 2 overs. But yeah, I don't know. At a final table here with 3 million, I probably prefer to just preserve my chip stack, make the call, and kind of reevaluate on turns. That's probably.
I think we stand to keep bluffs in when we call. We could also like really decimate overpairs when the flush comes in and get paid. And we also, run the risk of just like, if we get it in on the flop, we're essentially just looking for it all. It kind of goes back to that same philosophy of, do you call off with the 8s or the 9s pre?
Yeah, maybe the bigger.
I don't think we hit it. No, it's okay. I just don't know that we have as much to gain in this situation to raise here. But I honestly could see myself doing both.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What do you think about the rest of the hand as it was played? Check, check, turn, check, check, river.
Yeah, I missed the river. I was too busy thinking about whether or not what was the river?
Offsuit deuce.
Deuce of
biggest brick in the deck.
We just went brick.
Yeah. It was a queen on the turn. Offsuit queen, and then check, check, and then river super brick deuce. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think. I guess it comes down to are you playing against the type of player that's willing to make a big call with ace high?
Oh, get back here!
Probably the question I'm going to be asking myself with the king.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, Bradley gets a showdown. The 6s there for single bet on the flop and out of position. A couple of checks, takes it down. Pretty good spot for him.
Yeah, really fortunate when you can get to an easy showdown with the low pocket pair. It's that, or the only other road is the really elaborate multi-street bluff with the underpairs. That's not the play you're looking for at the final table.
Yeah.
What they do is they have a center that houses veterans that.
All right, here we
I'm gonna have to
go.
look at that king jack suited hand later. I thought it was a hand I would have maybe 3-bet free. I would have squeezed free, but when you end up multi-way in that situation, man, I think I'm passive. I think I lean passive.
Yeah. All right, so level has definitely gone up now, and here we go. 20, 50, 50. Everybody's stack cut down by about 25% as we've gone from 40 to 50,000 on the big blind.
I think this is the second hand Chris has played today, and it was just two. It was the other hand was the queen 7 off, out of the small blind.
He had pocket 5s not too long ago, I think.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
he's VPipping like 10%, bro. Come on.
Oh no, I thought it was funny that he's VPipping the lowest of the table, and the hands he's played have all been complete junk.
Well, here he is, open-ended, going against Tony with top 2.
I think it really just speaks to his card distribution and the amount of action that he's seen from the other players in front of him.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not even criticizing. I was going to comment that this type of hand for a bluff out of the small blind, blind versus blind is a good one. That high low again. That doesn't really have a lot of equity to play post flop. I would have maybe liked to see Chris raise it a little bit bigger. I think he went 2.5. I would have probably gone 3 or 3.5 with it, but
yeah, I agree for sure. But yeah, it's also good to, like, when you are sitting with a pretty big chip stack, but seeing a lot of marginal hands and all the action happening around you, you kind of do have to pick those spots where it's like, okay, here's the guy that showed down the 10-6. I'm going to 3-bet him when he opens the button, right? Like, it doesn't matter how raggy my hand is. Now here it is, folds to me in the small blind. I'm up against the guy that's been playing the next lowest VPIP next to me, right? Like, I'm going to open with the 10 deuce. So he's taking the spots when the cards have not really allowed him much else. So I agree with you. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, not going and not knowing any of these players except a little bit of history with Scott and Bradley. I mean, now that's Chris is someone I have an eye out for. Those hands definitely stood out as someone that
we should
thinking on a different level, maybe.
They do like a really cool church service and stuff like that they let people attend and stuff. That I've been to a few times. So
Yeah, let's do it.
Or maybe even bored. But man, you're great timing.
If you go there on a Sunday or something, yeah, they're all just hanging out.
They're all hanging out, and then
True, but at what point do you also have to speak to table image? I mean, if you've played, 10% of the hands throughout the first 40 hands.
Oh, I mean, if he wants to cash in on that note, he certainly has all the credit in the world. Maybe he has a lot of history with these guys, but from today's, absolutely, all the more reason to go for it.
3 ways through the flop, jack high, 2 diamonds.
The flip side there is that he came in as the chip leader, right? So presumably, unless he just picked up all of his chips in a couple of hands, he was probably playing a lot of hands and perhaps running pretty good on day 2 yesterday. So maybe it's just been a little bit of a flip the script here, not getting the cards he was seeing yesterday, and maybe he was getting a little bit out of line, pushing people around, right? Especially when you have 2 tables of like 5 and 6 players or whatever, as you're waiting to consolidate down to the final table, you can apply a lot of pressure with a big stack. So many different dynamics that could have been in play yesterday that we don't get to see here today.
So the river we go, board pairing 6s and completing the diamond draw. And just check. Happy to get a chance to muck it. Bradley showing the pair of 8s, 2 pairs. Nonetheless, still with the blinds where they're at, still plenty of deep stack poker coming your way. Do you think the short stack still sitting on the 1.3 million range? No, correction. It was Thunder who lost that big pot. He is down below the 700 range. No, or did he double up? Boy, I'm missing a few hands here, Michael. Boy, oh boy.
If only the chip stack stayed at the bottom. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. It's great that we got that taken care of, and it definitely helps the more that we can see those. It's a lot to keep track of. This is I've commentated once with Aaron in a cash game format, and it's a lot to keep track of when you're at the table. But man, when you're trying to also provide commentary over the top of it, it's no easy feat.
No,
this is definitely in the face.
Yeah. 8 high board, rainbow, pair of 6s for Scott.
Wow, sure. Pretty easy.
One and done. Shows the pair. Friendly. Next hand.
I mean, it's no secret, tournament play often a lot slower than the high octane cash action that we're used to on DCH Live.
I am such a tournament junkie. I never tune into Hustler or any of the high stakes cash streams. I'll tune in when Aaron's commentating maybe on TCH, but I'm here for the tournament. I love the nuance. All these little details matter, and the history these players develop matters. I love it.
Yeah, and there's something special about the Texas variety that
Oh,
we see here on the tournaments as well. It takes the game to a different plane of existence that's just so incredible to watch, to participate in.
it brings the human back into the game in such a large way. You know, not to mention just the types of personalities you get in Texas, the types of people, you know, competitive spirits going at it. But you just, when people are willing to just trust their gut and make the play, I mean, it's just, it's a beautiful thing. It's something that you don't always see, you know, unless people are just straight gambling. You don't really see in the cash game formats. But when the different levels of pressure are on the line, it's really fun to see people get creative again.
And again, nightly cash streams, depending on what channel you're watching, of course, on all of TCH Live. Of course, coming up this Thursday, your usual 136 from Houston. We got 2-5 from Austin, 2-5 from RGV, and not to mention the big game coming up in Dallas. No, Aaron's going to be presiding over that one as we see what develops here. Wes with queens, Tony with kings.
Seat 9 raises.
Bang bang.
Seat 1 folds.
Yeah, just about 50 big blinds starting versus about 60 big blinds starting. So interesting stack depth for these two hands.
You know, fresh.
The minimal open from Wes under the gun. Tony in the hijack, a little later position. Definitely going to be 3-betting any sort of premium hand here.
What do you think, though, Michael? The under the gun open as Wes, getting 3-bet by a guy who has been pretty snug.
Yeah, I mean, you see Wes look Tony up and down like, oh, wow, this is happening, huh? Oh, my goodness.
This is gross.
This is devastating.
This is
I mean,
absolutely.
if you were suspect before the flop, maybe. I mean, there is a reality where Wes doesn't go broke, but it's gonna take a lot of work, especially on this you have the two-tone board. We don't have any spades.
Yeah,
Not to
but
mention, I'm just saying, you know, he was you could tell he was like not taking the 3-bet lightly pre-flop. So, you know, we're immediately ranging like ace, king, kings, aces, and man, this is something. I guess we'll know soon
yeah.
what he's thinking. Oh, here we go.
Oh, boy.
Game on.
Seat 9 moves all in.
And
Just
Wes
all in and a call.
Just a blur.
I mean, I'm
Just-
saying, like, that's
just a
all.
gross.
Yeah, aces or kings there, like.
Wow.
Absolutely gross.
So brutal.
and
Wes drawing to 1 out with 2 cards to come.
Wow.
So deflating as a tournament player, right?
Yeah.
Not to say it's over, but just so deflating to you know, navigate 500 players and just for, you know, just to have the win come out of your sails like this.
Yeah, one way or the other, a absolutely massive cooler incoming, most likely for our friend Wes Cutshall. Heart goes out to him if he is not able to find the one remaining queen in the deck. Of course, Tony here on the other side of this story is in an amazing spot. This is a spot you dream about, where he is going to take an overwhelming chip lead. If he wins this pot, going to go up to 5 million, which will put him in pole position by something like 2 million over the next closest competitor. So a truly tremendous spot for him. 100 big blinds available if he can hold. And Wes, yeah, like you said, completely deflated. Needs to find a miracle.
And it's going to have to be on the river.
GG's, Wes.
GG's indeed.
Tony's just like still settling into the moment.
Wow.
Yeah.
I
Sits
mean,
there patiently for so long and just all of a sudden play the biggest pot of the tournament so far.
yeah.
Well, that's absolutely. Again, I can't think of a much more devastating way than set over set right there. But we'll check in real quick. Wes has been eliminated in 8th place, and with that, he will be taking home $11,840 for his efforts, which means our next out will take home 14 grand and change in 7th. So well played. Still a good payday for him. Of course, we know definitely a disappointing way to. Actually, this is a disappointing way to leave any game, not just deep in a tournament, but even in a cash game, set over set gross.
Yeah.
One of the worst feelings in poker.
It is.
But at least you can hold your head up high knowing you know there's nothing you can do, right? There's no mistake made.
Yeah. The deck was just sort of set up against you. There's nothing to be done. But yeah, I think we all sort of carry these with us for a little while. There's there's so much added weight to the place within which the context of where the set over set happened in such a massive spot there.
Yeah.
Like imagine if you give West 4.5 million chips after that hand, and run it 100 times. How much money does he make in comparison to the 12K that he just took home?
It's massive.
Right.
It's massive. How many chips do we have in play? That was like about a third of the chips in play, right?
18.5 million, I think the number was.
Yeah, so he's approaching 30% of the chips in play. Yeah, that's massive. 100 big blinds.
Yeah, but the 100 big blinds now in control of Tony in the 9 seat, and he is right back in the saddle. He's got the king queen here.
Jack to the turn. That's going to help the cause of Bradley coming away with top pair.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
C1 bet 200. C8 and C9 both call.
Just under a half pot bet, all it's going to take. And AC giving us a little bit of a player analysis on Tony. And we know AC's played with him quite a bit. Will not play another hand until ace, king, or aces. He's a super tight player.
Man, I hope they're friends. It would just be great if buddy's just putting his other buddy on blast like that. We amplify it. We put the.
Well, AC seems to have the inside line to Unal and perhaps now Tony.
We got to put a microphone in his hand and put him on the floor. I mean,
I am all for it.
He's on the scene.
All right, 2.5x open from Scott. Gonna just get the job done here. As that level up has definitely shifted the power balance here. Of course, that last hand maybe doing the most work, but all the chips really seem to be over in the 8 and the 9 seat. It's going to be kind of on the other end of the table to make something happen, because we saw that Thunder wanted to be kind of a little bit spicy, maybe open a little bit loosey-goosey. Now he's got the 2 chips leaders to his immediate left. That may shut him down, handcuff him a little bit.
C1, fold, C9.
Yeah, especially when they see what you've been raising pre-flop this entire time. I mean, they could look down at any face card and 3-bet you.
Guys, he's already adjusted. I just saw him fold 10-7 of diamonds.
Oh, all right.
I mean, that's
It's a step in the right direction.
He's reined it in.
he's disciplined. He's got gears.
Oh my goodness. Well, we will have to just wait and see how Tony approaches this, as well as he was kind of middle of the pack player for the entirety of the final table here. Now with this massive advantage and being on the immediate left of the next largest stack, how is he going to approach the sort of dynamic of having the added incentive to kind of run over the table?
It's interesting, the conversation in chat right now, how saying that Tony only plays the pre-flop game. He'll never outplay you post-flop. All his chips won pre-flop, sure, yes, but again, at what point, Michael, I think this is a good question for you. The post-flop game definitely feels like it deserves more attention, more work than the pre-flop game. I mean, other than just studying charts, what else is there pre-flop? I mean, post-flop is where you got to win the big ones.
You know, I don't consider myself an expert by any means, but I definitely would consider myself a student of the game and have been for definitely the last few years more seriously. And like, don't underestimate the amount of detail that can go into pre-flop studying. I think that like, there was a course I got a few years ago that really highlighted how, everything's built upon a foundation of a strong pre-flop game, and like the decisions you end up being put in on later streets get all the more complicated and convoluted if you don't have a really sound, grounded pre-flop strategy. And it's honestly the thing that especially with all the new tools that are out for focusing on ICM and thinking about how much stuff is worth, how each decision can be, worth thousands of dollars in these tournament settings. It's there's always something new to learn. There's Andy, confirmed non-expert. Thanks, man. But going back on that, but it's a complicated game. I think even the best in the world are studying, on the regular and finding new things to work on. And as you lose sight of a certain area that maybe you're more comfortable with, your attention drifts, or you play in Texas too long and everything's uncalibrated. It's there's always something to learn in this game, and it's always evolving. Player trends are always evolving, and I don't know. I love it. I love poker.
Yeah, and live poker in particular.
Live
and well.
You're dealing with so many variables, and to come full circle, so much of it comes down to just like looking a guy in the eye and deciding if he has it or not. Like, the best are doing something intangible, regardless of how many charts they know, regardless of how much coaching they've received. They have a pulse for where their opponents stand in any given situation, and they're willing to make big plays, either aggressively or defensively, that can make or break a tournament result.
Let's get back into this one here. We got a big hand to develop.
Interesting. Scott all in with queens. You nailed the act with ace king. 1.8 million into Unil's 2.6 behind.
Another massive shove. We've seen a few of these. What do you think, Mike, from an ICM standpoint? Are you taking a hand like queens and just stuffing it for 30 plus bigs, or are you against an under the gun open and a caller on the button trying to play a pot and build it, not just fold out all of your opponent's junk or flip against an ace king, or God forbid, just get it all in bad against aces or kings? What do you think?
Probably going with it. It was. I'm sorry. Now that the action's all adjusted to the new decisions, it was under the gun open.
Under the gun open from Uno
flat,
and Tony
flat. Scott jams.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that from an ICM standpoint, you're very much incentivized to get the chips in free, because there's just so much to be gained for denying someone equity, for picking up the chips in the middle. The future game benefits of just not taking a board are high. So maybe in a situation earlier on in the tournament, even like final three tables, when you're in the money, where you would 3-bet call queens or consider 3-bet folding queens, it's a comfy jam. I'm definitely 3-betting not all in with like aces. Probably kings as well. And queens, I'm not positive. I'm not positive on 3-better or flat. I'm definitely not flatting. I'm definitely
Yeah,
gonna take
no,
a but I actually I like the jam. You know, I think I'm almost definitely ripping jacks. But yeah, in a situation where maybe I'd be more inclined to induce earlier on in the tournament when there's less money on the line, I am more inclined to just go all in.
Yeah,
later
Yoon
on.
here in the chat saying, did Ace King just fold there? And then commenting, if he can get that to fold, he should be squeezing pretty wide. I mean, you could definitely say that in retrospect. But yeah, I think the bigger question is the one that we were just discussing, which is you have 30 plus big blinds. I mean, it wasn't quite 35. Or maybe it was like bang on 35, 36 big blinds. I mean, that's just kind of a big shove over it. I don't know, maybe it was a 2.5x open. But I think everything that you just said, especially with the added ICM of like, if I get called by the original raiser, I have to play a pot out of position, stack a pot ratio close to 1. Like, that's also not great for me, even with a hand as strong as queen. So stuff it in there, see what happens.
Yeah, and what you'll find, especially like if you're in that situation and you're a chip leader, man, you can just go ham. I mean, we can just be shoving, you know, any ace, most kings. Especially if chip leader has like double what the player in second has, which is borderline what we're at. I know the players are different, but you know, if let's say our chip leader gets into a situation like that, you know, he could really, you know, despite having shitty friends that are outing him for being so tight, he could really go ham. But man, find new friends. If these are your friends, you need new ones. You can do better.
Hey,
especially with 101,000 in your pocket in a few hours, man. Like,
that's right.
They say money doesn't buy happiness. It may buy new friends, but
you could upgrade. You could definitely upgrade.
AC already flaming there. He says he'll fold ace king but play the 9-4 because those were totally the same spots, man. they were equivalent. You're right. But a pretty incredible result, right? We got a little bit lost there in the weeds in that decided not to flip for basically his tournament life there with the ace king. He lets it go, and the queens just survive and take down the dead money in the pot. I mean, he's like 8 blinds or 7 blinds or whatever he picked up there.
I mean, he would have been left with 6. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not saying that I'm like calling it off there.
No, I'm asking though. Do you have any input on the ace king fold? I don't know where stood in chips compared to the field. But
I think was basically dead even in terms of where he was at with Fireman Scott, and I think they were like 3, 4, 5 sort of.
So you're probably just going with the ace king then.
I don't know if I could let that one go, but I mean, because that jam is so massive, right? It just sort of screams everything we've been talking about, where it's like aces, you probably 3-bet small, and kings, maybe you do the same thing. Ace, king, queen, jacks, right? Like 10s, borderline, just stuff it in there and hope that your opponent folds. So like ace, king isn't doing so bad against that, especially with all the money that's out there. You do, of course, have to factor in ICM, but I don't know. You put me at the table and have the stress of, do I fold and preserve my stack, or do I go for it and have, what would effectively have been a very near tie for the chip lead kind of pot. Maybe I can take this one down because maybe, AC and Cooley or Cole in the chat are right, and Tony's just going to sit on those chips, so I can win. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's a spot that if you asked me, like even like 2 years ago, I would have been like, yeah, of course I'm getting it in. Next hand, why were you even talking about it? And I genuinely don't know what the answer is on if it's clear cut. I know that like if it was like first in chips versus second in chips, as the player that's second in chips, I think like in theory you would just condense onto aces, like you're only continuing with aces. But
Here, I'm going to interrupt you because we got to get back to this hand. This is incredible.
Oh yeah,
we got top pair with a straight draw up against top set, million chips in the middle, brick river.
Had Unil stayed in, though, he would have hit his set on the river.
That's why we fold fours.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go.
And Chris, who hasn't had to play many hands here, mostly because of card distribution, now has the goods. Loses the queen nine, ace queen, and that's it. Going for a little under 2/3 here. What do you think on sizing, Mike?
I think it's good. I mean, I'm glad he chose a big size. Especially when we have top set, it's harder to go bigger. You know, we blocking top pair, blocking, you know, kings up. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, and then if you're the Norseman, let's say you're in his position here, facing this 2/3 size on the river, he's faced 3 streets of aggression now.
Yeah, this is unfortunate. You know, we're talking about calling off 25% of our chips. You know, on one hand, having a queen is nice because we block straights that could beat us. But this is one of those spots where you just have like a sinking feeling. And, you know, I think the Norseman's hesitation here is certainly justified. Man, it's hard to make a pair. It's hard to make a pair. And who wants to look dumb on a live stream? Like,
It's also kind of hard.
Making big laydowns is just hard.
It's also kind of hard to find bluffs here, though, too. Like, let's think about what a good bluff is. Like ace-5 suited that just, like, you know, barrel.
You'd have to give him a lot of credit for finding the unnatural bluffs, right? The ones that maybe are purely based on the hand that you're holding, and not so much the ones on the board. Like, you know, he's not bluffing with missed hearts. He's not bluffing with. It has to be under pairs. It has to be wheel aces. That kind of thing.
Yeah, incredible fold. I mean, let's be honest, right? Like top pair with the blocker on the queen, not an easy hand to fold.
No, much respect. Very disciplined.
I mean, we're seeing a lot of big folds. Again, it's been a quality final table.
This has been a treat.
Yeah, when they do get it in bad, they somehow seem to come away with it anyway, though.
They were always doing stupid shit.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of that. Man, just
so
my heart going out to Wes still. He's just probably still devastated.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, and with the vibe he got pre-flop or seemed to get, you know, I'm sure he's like texting his buddies like, "There's nothing I could have done, right?" You know, like was there? You know, you don't want to be the idiot. Second set. Like,
Oh, no, that hand only plays out one way.
The hand plays itself.
Chris gonna stick around here with the trays though. Unil with 8s, and heads up we go.
Yeah, we're gonna see more of Chris. I think if he's opening trees here, this is he knows that John to his left is gonna be pretty tight.
This is not just an open, but an open and a call of a 3-bet. And what a flop for Uno.
How big did we go? Okay.
325.
I like it.
Oh.
Chris is thinking, man, no Broadway cards, no ace. Maybe we gotta go make him go too.
Does bump it up to just under $1 million. All in, and there's the fold from Chris.
Cannot beat it.
That is a massive hand that just played out in the span of like 20 seconds.
Very interesting. Very interesting. You know, we were just mentioning how, you know, our wheel aces, our low pocket pairs, these unnatural combos that can turn into bluffs because they don't interact with the board, they don't interact with our opponent's bet fold range.
Yeah.
Just really unfortunate timing there for Chris. I may have folded pre-flop, but I respect that if he's going to defend against a 3-bet, he's willing to do, sometimes what needs to be done with a hand like that.
Yeah, I agree
So,
entirely.
I give him a lot of credit. You know, bad timing. He definitely stepped in it, but
Your buddies.
the man is doing a lot of things that I would say are like theoretically right.
PLO players too.
You know,
Oh,
he's
yeah.
thinking on a different plane in a lot of ways.
You know,
I
I'm talking about
absolutely
big
agree.
chip swing too with that. Chris moves to the middle of the pack with 2.4 million.
Yeah, that's what he said his buddy paid for his.
Yeah, we're settle in. This is interesting dynamics coming out.
That's awesome.
Big friend.
There's oftentimes these sort of pivotal moments in a tournament where, you know, and sometimes we get that kind of gut feeling as the hand begins. Sometimes you defend from the big blind, maybe a hand where, you know, if you just study your pre-flop charts, it's always a defend or something, but there's something just doesn't quite feel right. You know, there it is. It's the early position open. You get 3-bet by a guy on the button. You're kind of like, nah, you know, let's show this guy who's boss. You stick around. You get a board that looks good for you. You go for the check raise. Yeah, everything just kind of falls apart, and now all of a sudden you were comfortably in second place, and now you're middle of the pack. And I don't know. I mean, I definitely agree with you. I think Chris, you know, making the right moves there. I do appreciate the play, but I don't know. I just see a hand like that changes the dynamic of how your position at the table has changed so dramatically.
Sure.
Like, these are just such critical moments in a tournament.
Sure. Preserving that chip lead and giving yourself, again, we go back to study habits, Wes, or what there is to focus on pre-flop versus post-flop, and it's the kind of spot where if you're making disciplined folds and you're trimming your range of hands appropriately as these tournament dynamics develop, you're putting yourself in a situation to make easier, more confident decisions later on in the hand.
Well, I mean, but just thinking back to the pre-flop action there, was he really getting the best price? At that point, you can assume
Not at
you're
all.
just set mining.
Yeah, absolutely. It was ambitious. I agree with everything that Aaron's saying as far as letting threes go. It's you could argue that there were two mistakes made that hand. I think that it really emphasizes the importance of strong pre-flop ranges that lead to more straightforward, confident decision making later on.
I mean, the action was what? He opened to 2.5 bigs with the trace.
I'm not sure on the sizing, but yeah, he opened early and got 3-bet and made the call, and it's definitely you're definitely okay, so we're saying he committed a lot of chips and it was maybe a mistake. I just credit him for taking
ownership of the mistake.
Yeah, well, many players at this table would be calling with threes, and you would only be expecting them to set mine, right? But if you're gonna play threes, and go out swinging, and turn them into a bluff combo, then you're adding more. You're realizing more of your equity with a crummier hand than the average player, which I have to just acknowledge and give credit to.
Very interesting hand here. 3-bet pot, Scott calling after opening under the gun. Chris checking back twice. Betting 300K here on the river. Fireman Scott beats ace-10. He beats ace-jack.
Yeah.
I
mean, we're not beating much at this point, but But Chris trending in the right direction again, taking down the pot with ace-king. Do a quick little check-in here as we take a look at some of the showdown statistics here. And Tony at 44%. Meanwhile, the Norseman all the way at the bottom. I mean, you don't necessarily have to go to showdown to win a hand, let alone win a big one, but when they are going to showdown, Tony making it count. Again, really, I can't really think of too many hands we actually saw Tony showdown, but
That 1 out of 10 times they hear right feels really good. But the other 9 is
every time.
yeah.
Unil looks at a6.
He has to have 4 8s or 9 high. Nothing in between.
From the small blind, Bradley just going to limp his king 8 suited, giving Scott the opportunity to check, and we go to a flop, blind on blind.
Pretty juicy flop here too for these two holdings.
Definitely. Diamond draw for Bradley, bottom pair for Scott, but it looks like Scott electing not to go to war with it.
Oh,
Didn't even think about it. Maybe that's surprising.
yeah, I dare
What if we had another
say.
card reader, another issue?
Yeah. Tight is right, Mike.
Don't get me wrong. There's some bottom pairs we can fold in certain situations, but I mean, he didn't even think about it. And I haven't played a lot with Scott, but I've played with him enough to know that he's going to look for ways to win a
Just got my
hand.
sweatpants,
Yeah.
dudes, and
Could have been a card
I
reader.
wear from camera angle. I look great.
Run good people are happy, and I like those run good shirts. Yeah, they're
I'm very partial to them.
Ace-8 in the hijack for Chris. And he's going to bump it up a bit here. He's going to open to 105,000. And Bradley with a very defendable hand on the button.
If he plays, I'd like to see a 3-bet, maybe like 350,
Looks like you're going to get about 280 out of it.
80. Yeah, 350. Yeah,
290.
290. Yeah, about 3x. I like it. I like it.
Such a cool concept what you said earlier, like have a trend.
So let's do a little rehash here as we're
Yeah, like for
about 2 hours into the stream. Started with 9, down to 7. Short stack on right around a yeah 800K here. We're seeing for Thunder. 16 big blinds thereabouts. Everybody else sitting pretty healthy, all things considered. Big stack up at 5 million for a 100 big blind stack. Had a big nasty cooler there for West. Of course, Chonder, our first elimination in 9th. And here we are, hand number 57. Still 7 players, long ways to go.
Long ways to go.
Definitely
Man.
so.
Stories we're writing together. I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how the dynamic changes, right? As the stacks get a little bit shallower, I imagine our next level is just going to be 30-60, so not going to change that much. Of course, you know, the sort of 16 big blind stack going to dwindle a little bit and be put a little bit more into the danger zone. But everyone else, you know, shifting down just a smidge. Only a 20% increase in the blind level.
Yeah,
But,
save for some massive cooler. We have another hour and a half, 2 hours of jockeying for position before tripping season.
is actually the best
Should be
yellow player.
Would be interesting.
In the world.
And you know, the
Very
right players
curious.
get chipped. They're gonna be mashing.
World.
These dynamics are gonna change for sure.
I am very curious to see how Thunder plays the short stack, though. We saw him opening kind of French hands earlier, right? You know, let's give him a hand like Ace 6 suited. Give him a hand like King 9 suited. You know, he can
Yeah,
up
we'll
against-
see where that threshold is on his jams.
Yeah.
The best in the world, he says.
I mean, that's only
You know?
I was gonna
We'll
say it.
limp
I was
the
gonna
button
say
here
that.
with Queen 5 of hearts.
Hey.
y'all two had some epic battles.
Some pretty epic drunk battles.
Yes, so
And we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. Queen high, lighting the way. Does not stay that way for long. Connecting with the 9 is the Norseman. Thunder connecting with the 7.
you know, like you would try to talk a buddy out of drinking and driving, I'd be like, dude, do not go in there and play. The next morning I hear like Chris won 30,000 at the casino now. I'm like, what the hell? 1-3 PLA?
48-hour session, about 30K.
It's I'm not proud of it, but we had some fun times.
You know, it's a game where you, like, where that could work, because there's some plays where, you know, you want to make it, like, you want to just post, like, the pot size river jam, that only if you're drunk when you do it, you know, like, it's,
I'm not gonna go into specifics about who was in the hand, but when I was very drunk, I on an unfair board pulled a nut flush versus a backdoor straight flush, and everyone was like.
We take a look here. The stacks on screen tell you the chip leader 4.5, and everything else pretty much evened out until we get to Thunder on the short stack down there below 700K.
The way that it played.
And now Tony 7's under the gun.
Oh, this is for the viewers. So the guys that said he'd only play Queens Plus.
I mean, my life
Here's the
is-
7s. Look.
Under the gun, too. He's like, get out of my house, bro.
Absolutely.
Jack.
He's here. Tony's here to play. Never underestimate a man with chips.
Maybe do.
Chris, though, gonna give him mad respect. Just calls with the Ace King.
Oh, wow.
It's his set,
Wow.
You're right.
we have to get a game going after this drinking.
I am for the drinking field.
Look at that.
Just letting it go.
And gets shown. Like,
Amazing.
of course, just Ace King is an incredible flat and fold. Like, hell yeah, it is. What a hand. How did that just happen?
I mean, I am feeling myself so much if I lose the minimum like that with Ace King.
Wednesday
Oh, yeah.
for the kickoff.
Like, that is just, that is, you know, it feels like a win.
And what, like, no matter what table I went to.
Yeah, you laddered up right there,
After every
basically.
tab, whoever wants to drink, it's on me, whatever. And
I mean, because,
end up, like,
you know, standard spot, you 3-bet, you get called, you probably c-bet that flop, your guys got infinite chip and middle set. Like, you're just hoping you don't hit an ace or a king on the turn. You know, I mean, like, your tournament can just be completely different.
Yeah.
Instead, he
It's- I
just
mean, it's-
calls, he folds.
There's so much unspoken variance in tournaments, right? Like, just decide randomly on a whim, deciding you're going to play the hand that way, or, you know, conversely deciding you're going to play threes the way you play threes,
Yep.
cause these massive ripple effects in how where the chips fall and how things finish.
Average stack was like.
And, like, how many times, too, have we either had it go right for us or go wrong for us? And, yeah, you sort of scratch your head as you walk away from the table, or you're sitting there raking in this giant chip stack. You're like,
100%. I mean,
how
it's-
did
we're
I get
having
here?
a completely different conversation when Wes's check raise with threes works. You know, like all of a sudden he's an aggressor. He's feeling like I can win any pot, and that changes the whole tone for the rest of the table.
PLO.
I think all of y'all.
But in Hold'em, it may be even better.
I'm gonna pretend you're drinking.
Michael in the chat wants to know, do you think these guys at the table love poker? Let us know in the chat if you love poker, and hit that like button if you do, because I'm telling you, everybody that is that's locked in on this stream and enjoying how these hands are being played, they're definitely loving this.
I mean,
I mean, if you're going to come out to Houston and play $1,000 tournament and make the final table and not have a good time, I mean, sir, you need a new hobby.
Definitely so, as we check in with the Norseman waking up with hooks. Hooks in the hijack. And doesn't look like he's going to get any action with him either.
An easy game.
Easy game, too. There's one of those Ace X holdings we were talking about with Thunder. Looks like he elected on the passive route here.
Yeah, facing an open, definitely going to let a lot of the raggy ace type stuff go, but it is going to be interesting to see maybe folds to him in the cutoff, you know, give him one of these sort of ace rag type of holdings is what right now is, you know, 12, 13, 14 big blinds, whatever he's on. You know, like, is that the kind of stack he stuffs in there? Especially with the anticipation. I mean, these players can see the clock. We cannot at the moment, but I imagine it is getting very close to leveling up to 30-60 and his stack going down to, you know, 10, 11 big blinds.
One of my dealer's choice bracelet, my rail, we were all drinking. I had to throw that in there.
It's the most fun, man. It really is.
Wes, you more of a tournament or a cash game guy?
Yeah, bro.
Here's my chance.
And I have just confirmed that when the blinds do go up again, we will see a little bit of a break for the players.
Brad, roll up your sleeve.
Doing so every 3 levels.
Oh, that was so good.
It's fun to have like a rowdy rail though, because you have like the
Thunder moving all in, Jack 9 offsuit, and he's going to get the job done.
Yeah. I was telling you about my final
I think you missed the question there, Wes. Are you more of a cash game player or a tournament player?
Yeah, sorry, I was checking something, but personally, I am more of a tournament player myself. I grew up playing tournaments. I studied tournaments way before I started studying cash. You know, wide-eyed 10-year-old kid watching the WPT on CBS. You know, all that fun stuff. But since then, you know, I've definitely more of my studying, actually the vast majority of my studying has been on the tournament aspect of things. And still to this day, that's what it is. I will occasionally play catch, but if you catch me at a cash table, it's a rare sight. I will say that.
For sure.
We got a request here from the chat. Robert wants to see the payouts again, and we can certainly bring those up on screen for you. Tony here waking up with the ace king, so give us just a moment, Robert. We'll put those back up here after the hand.
But yes, I completely missed your question. I apologize for that. Was checking in
Oh,
on
not
something.
at all.
And with 10-8 suited, Chris gonna look up Tony.
I love it. I love it. It's just becoming very clear as to how Chris came into the day as chip leader. He finds ways to win hands, man.
So Chris now open-ended with his 10 of hearts. And he's going to want to see the river for sure. The river we go, and the board will pair jacks. Ace king good, and as promised, let's take another look at the pay ladder. Yeah, we've already eliminated 2 of our final 9, and we're down to 7. 7th place going to take home $14,300. And top prize, just under $102,000.
It's like a trip to Taco Bell, man.
I mean, yeah, get that $10 box deal.
Hell of a combo. You're gonna buy a hell of a combo for $102,000.
The irony that I'm sipping on a Baja Blast right now is not lost on me.
Thunder here, ace 5-0, under the gun.
Oh,
Here
this
it is.
Game on.
There it is, all in for $820,000.
Thunder.
I don't know the jingle. I don't know
Love
how
you
it goes.
guys. Love you guys. What's the song? Thunderstruck? Is that the name of the song?
Thunderstruck, yes.
Oh, I thought it was a different song. Okay, no. I get. Okay, I know it.
Maybe we could
I
go with
I just
maybe
know
some
if-
Imagine Dragons for you, Aaron.
No, I hate that one. Honestly, that's what I thought Mike was doing when he first said it. But then the jingle that he did didn't sound right. My brain imploded because I hate the Imagine Dragons song.
Well, I appreciate you giving me the courtesy laugh anyway with Wes, even though you didn't get it the first time. That's really collegiate of you.
It's a sign of a true teammate right there.
Really, that's you took one for the team. I really appreciate it. It makes me doubt the past 5 years of friendship we've shared, but
Well,
It's making me doubt the last year of working with you at TCH Live that you don't like Imagine Dragons, though.
okay, it's that song. I will say it
Okay.
is that song. I have
no,
a
like
particular hatred
the drinking game in college, like what Waterfall?
for that. Okay.
Familiar?
Yeah.
It's kind of like every time they say thunder, everyone drink.
Oh, like when you make up a rule?
There's like a Thunderstruck. There's a Thunderstruck drinking game. That's the like.
Oh, see, I think everything's regional.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're
Right,
absolutely
like,
right. But someone in the
I
chat
played
help me
it-
out here if they're familiar. I would say it was definitely a North Texan that reminded me about the game. So
Okay. Well, I never knew Texans when I was younger, so I grew up in Colorado and then went to grad school in the Midwest. So those are my two, like.
sure, and I didn't start drinking until I was like well into adulthood and established in Texas. So it's.
And there you have it.
And there we have it. And look at late bloomers.
All right, so we've got ourselves a 15-minute break, which means that we've got some opportunities to talk about more drinking games or other such things. But we do want to ask everybody who's been joining us to stick around, maybe grab a beverage, snack, whatever. We'll be back with the action here before you know it. But these players are going to go use the restroom, get themselves hydrated, and get ready for the next round. Going to be 30, 60, 60. And what do you think about that last shove there? First of all, let's go ahead and just focus on that because we had the under the gun jam with the ace-5 there. What do you think, Mike?
Oh, I think it was a tad wide. But what were we sitting with? Like, it was like 12 big blinds or so. You had 600,000.
16.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of chips to be putting in. I personally would have waited for a better spot, but I guess that answers our question on where he's drawing the line. He's anything that remotely resembles a shove to him, he's probably going to try to go for it. So.
I mean, we saw him do it not 2 hands earlier with Jack-9 successfully.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
That
pretty
was
safe to assume any ace at this point is well within his jamming range.
the Jack-9 though was on the button, so I don't hate that one. You can, because that was pre-16 big blinds. That was when he had like 13 and a half or whatever. He picked up the blinds with that shove, and I think Mike will agree. You can jam some pretty gnarly looking stuff from the button when it folds to you versus an under the gun jam.
Yeah, that's that said, if you are gonna choose junky hands, hands with an ace in them are good ones because they remove a lot of what our opponents can call with. So, and you're 30% against most pairs. So it's could have been worse, but it's definitely, if we're gonna scale him, he's definitely going to be on the looser side, more aggressive side.
All right, and it looks like we actually have a question in chat for Aaron himself. How have you been running? Any new tournaments on the horizon? Last time I saw a few months ago, you were on fire. Tell us what's been going on, Aaron.
Yeah, thanks for the question there, Columbia Bound. So I played this tournament. I went down to Houston and fired this one. I contributed 4 entries into the prize pool, and unfortunately ran quite poorly. I had a set over set situation, not quite as bad as Wes's in quite as big of a spot, but set over set never feels good. And a couple other entries just really went poorly as well. It was largely just a situation where it was like I was making hands and then being faced with decisions that felt like I needed to fold, and whether I called or folded, I never really knew if I'd made the right decision. Certainly the times that I called, I mostly lost, so that was pretty unfortunate. Anyways, long story short, lots of new tournaments on the horizon. There's some local stuff here in Texas that I will be playing for sure. And then going to be headed off to the World Series, going out to Vegas for the usual summer grind. So I don't know if you'll be out there, but I will be certainly going to go out and play the Mystery Millions.
Oh,
Got to
yes.
give that one a shot, and then play through. I think it's the Millionaire Maker, perhaps. I have to look at the schedule again. I haven't finalized everything, but going to go ahead and be out there for week and a half something. And yeah, we'll see how things go. I mean, this is the time of year that you kind of play your whole career for. You save up all year, you play cash games during the week, whatever, and then you try to just grind away here in the summertime. So that's what's on the horizon, and yeah, we'll see if we can make it happen. I don't know. What about you, Wes? You go out to play WSOP, or you stick around
Absolutely.
town, or what?
I mean, you bring the Mystery Millions into it. I just say you have threatened me with a good time, sir. So definitely going to be looking forward to firing into the Mystery Millions a couple times.
Okay.
Also planning. So the funny thing is, the WSOP just happens to coincide with my anniversary. So
Oh, congratulations!
yeah. So we're headed out there. I'll be there the week before the World Series starts, and we're gonna spend the week out there. Just being tourists. Even though having lived there, I get to actually show someone around Vegas for their first time. So I'm excited to do that. But then it's
Wow.
right to work after that. This is actually going to be the first time that I've been able to fire into the casino employees event. I figured I might as well get into that fuster cluck.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it's so few opportunities to do so, and it never really coincides with my schedule. So I'm glad I get to this year. About you, Mike? What events you got your eyes on this year?
I'm looking at an early June trip, and it's kind of looking at like I look at the schedule, and there's any given day there's like 4 or 5 things I could play. I'm looking to play mostly the smaller bracelet events and maybe some of the off series like Win and Venetian MSBT, in like the 1500 buy-in range. And then I'm actually moving to Tulsa in mid-June. So maybe I'll come back for the main event in July, but probably just like a 7 to 10 day trip early June this year.
All right. So, and really, don't discount some of the daily deep stack tournaments. Those are still some great prize pools and some great poker to play too, even if you're not willing to, fork over the $1,000 to play in some of the smaller bracelet events.
Yeah, no, I'm like you. You'll be hard pressed to see me at a cash game table unless it's maybe a good 4-card game. I'm a tournament player through and through, and the series is the best. You can have your main tournament like the Mystery Millions that you're playing, and if that doesn't go well, there's always like 4 or 5 nightlies all over town that you can hop in. It's great. It just doesn't stop. I absolutely love it. I look forward to it every year. I've been in Vegas in some capacity every summer since I was 21, and it's always a treat.
Yep, definitely so. Called that city home for a while. I do miss it. One thing I do miss is dry heat.
Yeah.
After having moved to the Gulf Coast.
Oh, goodness.
But I'm sure everybody says that after a while. They come to Houston. It's beautiful in the winter. It's 75 degrees, a little overcast. You gotta get some sun every now and then. But then you get into a summer. It's 101 degrees with 65% humidity, and you just want to drop dead in the middle of the street.
Yeah, it's definitely convenient that you can hop over to Vegas during some of that and get a little bit of a break, as ironic as that sounds.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, the last thing I need is more excuses to go to Las Vegas.
Yeah, so if you're showing your new friends the city for the first time, what's the game plan? Like, what is Vegas to you as far as an entertainment city?
So obviously, there's a few tourist traps that you got to take them to. There's some of them you can't avoid. You got to take them to Caesar's Palace. You got to show them the promenade. You got to show them, of course. But I mean, you really can't say anymore. You can't I don't remember what they used to call it when I lived there, but the old corridor. The Tropicana, Dean Martin Drive area.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, with Tropicana going away, I mean, personally, I never found the Tropicana was much of a great place to stay anyway. I stayed there once, and that was more than enough for me. But I am excited to show her the surrounding stuff I used to do. Red Rocks, going out to Henderson, lots of great hikes. stuff like that. They were very outdoorsy. I mean, you may not see it by looking at me, but I used to be an athlete at one point, and just always looking for something great to do. You know, poker is such a mentally taxing game that any physical outlet is going to be great.
Absolutely, yeah. Last summer I went up to Mount Charleston with a couple friends, and it's so cool that you can drive 45 minutes away from the strip and like touch snow. Like it's just uncanny with the elevation change that you know, between Red Rocks and Mount Charleston and Lake Mead, it's a surprisingly outdoorsy city.
It really is. I mean, when it comes to like outdoorsy, like I got to show my other half Tahoe for the first time.
Oh, awesome.
When the WSOP circuit was in town in Tahoe. And it's, again, just a whole different world up there. The elevation change. We were there for the first snow this year. It was great. I got to watch someone who had never really left Texas their whole life experience altitude sickness. And
yeah, that's no joke.
it was a sight to behold. But I mean, she loved every second of it.
That's awesome.
Not
Yeah, I mean, you can't beat how crystal clear that water is and
oh no,
everything that area has to offer. But yeah, altitude sickness, no joke. No joke. It really will take you for a spin.
So
back to it.
yeah, and we've got a player change actually. It's going to be a tag team tournament here. Brazzle Dazzle.
Yeah, I was
coming in.
going to ask what we were watching. There was no way the tournament was back on. Did they just ask for a name change or what?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, they would be able to. Yes.
Now, in TCH Houston, are you capped on the number of name changes you get per final table? Like, are they like time chips, or is this something that can change every break?
You know what? I have not seen any bit of legislation or written law stating they can't do it. So we may come back from break and Chris may have a third name or so. I mean, it's interesting to see. I have been doing a stream before where I had 3 name changes on the same player. And at one point, I just gave up and started calling him by the first name. I couldn't keep track of it anymore.
Wow, and all the players to switch to Brazzle Dazzle. This is not something. I'm sorry, Brazzle Drazzle.
Brazzle Drazzle. Oh man.
Oh,
See? Oh, okay. Perhaps a little more on board with it now that I reread it. Brazzle Dazzle.
You know, this is the kind of metagame you just don't get in an online environment. This is only at TCH Houston, everybody.
And so I was kind of glad it happened. I mean, it did cost $25,000, but I'll never.
I do remember the first stream we did from TCH Houston. The dealer is supposed to call out seat numbers, so it's like, you know, 5 calls, 5 raises, stuff like that. And eventually it was actually, ironically, Wes Ketchel who was sitting in seat 5. And you can hear Andrew Bowden next to him say, I'm getting really tired of seat 5's antics. Just over the microphones.
Standard.
Yep. But heads up here, Chris suited connectors against Ace 4 offsuit. Ace in the window, 4 on the tail.
Oh my goodness! Look at this flop.
This is beautiful.
This is what you ask for when you want to see a big one, and depending on how the flop betting goes, we could see the texture change immediately on the turn with a relatively small pot, or we could see things kind of blast off right now. It depends on how Brazzle Drazzle responds to the button continue.
This is a
what do you
fun
think
one.
here, Mike?
I very much prefer calling here. I think we tend to want to check raise our top 2 pairs, our bottom 2 pairs. But when you have top pair and bottom pair and you run the risk of getting counterfeited or on a dynamic board like this when the texture can change so much on subsequent streets, I think we're better off adding it into a call range. And, you know, maybe that means leading on some turns, but typically, you know, I would wait till a turn here to check raise. Like a queen of spades, like this would be a perfect scenario here, right? You check, yeah. So.
I mean, that I also want to draw attention to the fact that it was a pure coin flip on the flop, 50-50.
Right. So you check raise there, and you're going to be up against so much equity a lot of the time. Wow, this is a decision for Chris now.
Here we go. Open-ended and a flush draw.
And he led that, right? He check called and then jammed the turn
Yeah, for 1.6.
for 1.5x pot. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's super interesting.
When Ace Queen just like got there, obviously you don't have to just be like living with fear of monsters under the bed, but you know he's getting after it here, hoping to get paid by pretty much exactly Ace King, I suppose. Ace Jack is feeling the pressure of finding the call here from time to time, and you know, I feel like Ace 10 is probably just letting it go. I don't know. What do you think, Mike? Where does your calling range end here? Maybe
My bottom, man. I don't know. It's I definitely like the fold with the 5-6 suited. I'm just thinking about the bluffs that. What was his name? Was it Brandon? Was it
Bradley.
Bradley? That's right. Yeah. Yeah. I just
Razzle dazzle.
I just sound like I have marbles in my mouth anytime I try to say it. So I'm just gonna maybe it's Bradley for now.
All right, we got to remind Michael to stick to the script at this point. All right.
You're right. I should call the player what he wants to be called. I don't want to start a debate here about name changing or whatnot. This is
That's going to turn chat on its head pretty quick.
I have to respect. I gotta respect Brazel. My apologies, sir. Yeah.
As you're moving in,
I don't know. You know, Aaron. I don't know what the bottom of my calling range is there. I think I'm definitely sick with a hand like Ace 10, like a medium to strong ace. Like I'm not thrilled. I think there's a lot of two pairs that are unprotected that play it the same way.
Yeah.
You know, non-ace two pairs. So,
like it's really
And
hard.
plus, let's
I
not
do,
forget
however,
the-
like the lead, the check call lead. You know, if he raised, right? He check raised.
I mean, I
Well,
definitely
next
looked
raise
over,
flop,
but I don't
lead.
think
Yeah.
it's like-
So I like the size to just go with it, especially when the board goes two-tone.
Okay.
Like I mentioned earlier, it's always super profitable to just like win the pot in ICM situations. Ace King for Bradley.
And
Razzle.
Thunder has already ripped it here from the hijack with the King 8-0. We were talking about whether or not
Just
some of
takes
these,
all the spots.
yeah, some of these spots would get in there. He is on like 14 blinds here. Does get it in there.
Yeah, and this is just this is the run. This is the risky run. You know, you're playing with fire, but you know when there's how much 150,000 to be had every time you steal the pot. You know, in general, aggression wins tournaments. So good luck, Thunder.
All in and at risk. Thunder. We go to the flop.
Oh,
It is
baby.
queen high. There is an 8 in there. So can the short stack again find a way out? There's the king. So now looking for 11 outs is Brazzle Dazzle. To the river.
Wow.
He will find it. Wow.
Thunder. Thunder.
Hand number 69 for Thunder. Let's go. Doubling up. And sitting on 30 biggies now.
And there was a request in chat, so we will show it once again. Here are our payouts here. Our next player out will earn themselves a cool $14,300 for their efforts. Meanwhile, they're still got their eyes on the big prize just south of $102,000.
With that, Thunder equalizes with Chris and Brazzle Drazzle. Brazzle Drazzle getting drugged down from, you know, a couple spots up, was sitting in third, and now down tied for basically, you know, everyone there tied for seventh. Man, really tricky spot to get it in so good, Ace King, and find the L, but still alive, still at 30 big blinds, and we're kind of back into one of those holding patterns almost, where there's no guy that you're really waiting to see if they'll go broke before you. 3 players all at the bottom of the totem pole. What do you think, Mike? How are you approaching that as one of the 3 guys? Do you feel like, you know, 30 big blinds, you've got plenty of room to maneuver, you're not feeling the pressure of being the short stack?
You know, I love it, right? I would love, you're in a situation where you just can kind of go balls to the wall, nothing to lose. There's no ICM pressure on you when you're at the bottom of the totem pole, and 30 big blinds is plenty to tangle with. So I'm just going to be taking the spots. Like, 30 bigs, I'll still have plenty of raise folds in my range. You know, I'm going to be, you know, keeping it pretty reasonable. Excuse me, and just kind of playing a lot of chip EV. You know, you're not really worried about the dollars as much. You're just worried about accumulating those chips because, you know, you're the next to go anyway. So
Okay.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling comfy. I feel like there's way less pressure on my shoulders. It's much harder to go wire to wire in a tournament. I feel like there's some, like, you know, even though there maybe shouldn't be, there's oftentimes some sort of pressure to get it done. More pressure to close.
Well, let me add a caveat then, or a follow-up question rather. So you're basically saying that there's not a lot of pressure to kind of maintain your position as sort of, you know, at worst tied for kind of bottom of the totem pole, not to kind of
I think
maybe stay out of harm's way, let one of the other 30 big blind stacks sort of play a pot and lose, and now they're the one that
when
clearly
I'm
has
sorry,
the
when you
onus
when
on
you
them.
have three, when you're kind of, it's like a 3-horse race at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also think that there's something to be said for what, there's 7 players left or 6. Regardless, it's still the pace in the tournament where the value of a double up here, because of how the money's about to go up when we get to like fourth and third place. I'm more inclined to be willing to take a flip now that I am, you know, say 9-handed or 4-handed even. There's just a very different dynamic when you're sort of in the middle of the final table where the chips accumulated here. This is it's like you're rounding the last corner in a race and you're trying to get the inside lane to close out the tournament. So I'm happy to try to accumulate here. I'm not really looking to bide my time as much as, say, if I was in second, I'm feeling a lot of pressure to maintain my status in the top 3. It would be absolutely catastrophic to like bust the tournament while in second place here. But anyone at the bottom, you know, I think I'm just going to take what the deck gives me a lot of times.
I like it.
I mean, we just talk about the monumental swings of the game. Checking in, Chris now at 2.1 million in chips. He is the second shortest stack after coming into this final table with a huge chip lead. I mean, the swings of this game are all too real. The question is, how do you keep yourself sane when these swings are not going your way?
Yeah, and I think that can really only be answered by how they handle themselves here. Thunder here going to check his option against the limp from the Norseman with the red 6s. Yeah, it's tough, right? We all handle these pressure spots differently. We're all wired just a little bit differently, but we're all human beings, right? We're all going to feel the pressure, not just from the fact that there's a lot of money on the line. We're making difficult decisions here, but also under the scrutiny of all of us that are watching, and thankfully so, because this is incredible entertainment. So, you know, I think we can all just appreciate what these players are going through, and at the same time, just what an accomplishment it is to make it this far in a tournament with this large of a field. And you know, congratulations to everyone, regardless of you know how they finish or how exactly they play every hand. You know, we're just, you know, throwing in our 2 cents here about how they played and whatnot. But incredible accomplishment by all these players.
And definitely so. We started with a field of 465 runners, whittled it down to 9 to begin our broadcast, and here we are at our magnificent 7, so to speak. And we still got a long ways to go. A lot of poker coming your way until we crown ourselves a title event champion and someone gets to hoist the Atlas trophy.
If I was going to guess, I would have thought Bill would have won the ROE and I would have won the
Razzle Drazzle, little suited connector. He's going to bump it up, make it 125,000 to go.
Yeah, I thought I had a better chance to win a high low.
And won't get any friends to tag along with him. See our stacks there, Tony. Still the big stack, 5.1 million. And all the way down the ladder to Thunder, who after the double up finds himself sitting at 1.6.
Yeah, and you mentioned this earlier, Wes, that there's over 18 million chips in play, meaning that there's over 300 big blinds in play. So, you know, oftentimes too, this is something we haven't really touched on, is how these final tables will play out given different structures. Sometimes you'll see something more like a WSOP main event where, you know, you have days and days and days of, you know, I mean, the structure just keeps dragging on. You got 2-hour levels, and every level up seems like it's forever away, and you know, you just always have chips, it seems like. And this almost kind of feels more like that kind of style. Yes, it's 40-minute levels, but the fact that there's over 300 big blinds in play with 7 players remaining at the final table, I mean, there are a ton of chips out there.
Oh yeah.
And there's so many opportunities for the lead to change, for there to be these coolers, these different kind of situations that can crop up, and people to survive and make it to, you know, survive another day or another hand, or to just, you know, kind of go belly up. Who knows? We'll see.
Chris coming away with some thievery here from the small blind with 10 high. Some blind on blind violence, so to speak, as we continue our march forward. A big shout out to everybody at the final table from Phony in the chat. GG's everyone. Takes a lot of courage to enter and even more patience to get this far. Again, patience definitely is king when it comes to tournament play, because as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, just a slower game. It's a slower game. You got to let it come to you sometimes.
Yeah, not a lot of straddling today, huh?
No, not quite.
Oh man, plenty of straddles on my day 1 table, though. I will tell you that.
I believe it. I think I dealt your day 1 table when you were here, actually.
I imagine that's the case. Yeah, Cord Garcia, straddling, blind raising, blind betting flops. We had a blind bet to the turn before we even saw the flop. It was incredible.
I like it.
Yeah, you.
My best,
Pondering the logistics of this in my head, but I like it.
one of my biggest social claims to fame was getting an entire World Series of Poker main event day 1 table to straddle for a round in level 1. It was fantastic. It was just it really set like such a fun, like, positive tone for the rest of the day.
I mean, you're going to be locked into that table for 10 hours. You might as well get some more fun out of it when you can.
Oh yeah, just the fact that everyone agreed, like everyone was just laughing about it the whole day. Like it's all we could talk about. It wasn't even that wild of a table. I think like 8 out of the 9 of us made it to day 2. But it was just, yeah, it was a fun day of poker.
Nice. Well, I hope you're able to make it in there for the main event this year. Of course.
Yeah,
you know,
we'll see. It's definitely a unique event every year, but I still am very romantic about it. Like I think it just brings back all the reasons I got into poker in the first place and like watching it on TV in high school. But it's also just there's just so many good tournaments like all year round now that it's like I don't have the same I gotta play it. I've played it a handful of times over the past 10 years, and I think there's probably like a 60 or 70% chance I'll make it out there. But man, if I miss it, it's like there's always so much to play. Choctaws in 2 weeks after that. It's what I mean. It's
Right.
like
Yeah.
So you think the tournament market has just become a little too oversaturated then, Mike?
Not at all. I mean, it seems like everywhere all these new tournament series that are starting up, around Texas or like Run Good expanding or what have you, it seems like everyone's getting their piece of the pie. We have the WPT blowing up in the winter. If anything, I think the old guard of tournament poker, WSOP, etc., have to raise their game. I think more competition is definitely better, and it seems like everyone's got it plenty. I know y'all didn't cover this guarantee here, but like y'all said, it's been a massively successful series, and all over Texas. It's just
and definitely
off the
so.
rails.
I mean, right after this, PokerAtlas is going to one of my favorite places to play in the country. That is Thunder Valley out in Sacramento.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm streaming to you from Arizona right now, and I've still never made it up to Thunder Valley, but I've heard so many good things, and it seems like their circuits get quite the turnout.
Yeah, Thunder Valley's a good one. I mean, you ever get a chance to make it out to like a sick one for
Sick
the
one. MSPT.
yeah, the MSPTs? Yeah, it's always fun. I know when I lived in what was it, Peoria, I used to drive out to Sacramento whenever I could.
Sure.
Unfortunate hand here for Tony. Checks down the ace-jack high to the river with the best of it, but Scott gonna pair his king there on the end. Does take that one down for a small pot.
And 30, 60, 60. It's costing our heroes a grand total of 120,000 chips in orbit to play now. So we talked a lot about, breaking down your stack into how many big blinds you have. Are you going to drive yourself insane by telling yourself how many orbits you got, Michael, or is that just not on your mind at all?
Yeah, it's not really on my mind. I mean, you have a good pulse for it with big blinds. You got enough to. I got to keep track of how many times my opponents are changing their name in the live stream. I mean, I don't have time to figure out how many orbits I got to pay for.
Yeah, we got Brizzle Drizzle next, I think.
Brizzle Drizzle. I think they're just going to drop the R entirely.
The Norseman's going to become the Headless Norseman.
The Headless Norseman.
What'd you say?
A frightening thought. As Chris here with the ace king.
And I'll drink by myself.
The old open and tell a joke in the middle of the hand, that seems.
Oh yeah,
seems strong. But these guys have really been having a pretty good time. I'd say, most of the table willing to engage. So maybe not as big of a, kind of tell or something as you normally have. But how many times have you seen it before in live poker? Both of you guys, where someone's just been kind of chilling, and then all of a sudden they raise, and then they're joking and laughing or whatever. You're like, that's interesting,
right? Yeah,
exactly.
They're completely silent until they start winning, and then they're Mr. Chatterbox.
I've seen it a handful of times. I mean, I like to think I'm pretty good at picking up on most live tells, but I think that one's just a doozy anybody can pick up.
You all business at the table, Aaron? We've played it together a little bit, but
it kind of depends. I usually just kind of stick to myself unless there's like I'm not going to be the guy who's going to drive the chatter at the table in a significant buy-in tournament. Now, if I'm playing like a low-stakes cash game, like when I go to PCH in Austin and like 5 or 1-3 isn't running and I'm just like 1-2, absolutely, I'm chatting everybody up. I'm having a good time because let's be honest, like the level of play doesn't really warrant that much attention. It's a little bit more just like a fun environment. Now, if I'm gonna play like a deep stack 2-5 Texas cash game, or I'm going to play a 1K buy-in tournament, I'm going to be a little bit more focused and kind of keeping to myself and staying focused. But I mean, I love it when you can just like let your hair down, have a good time. Like we have a Deuce 7 single draw game that we run here in Austin every week. And that's the game where you show up with a bottle of your favorite scotch or tequila or something to enjoy with the buddy and have a good time.
I mean, mixed games is where it's at, man. Mixed game players are always just having a better time. It doesn't matter the stakes.
I mean, I can still hear the whooping from the 1530 mix going on in the main card room through my my closed door here.
Nice.
Not there for good reasons.
Yeah, a lot of mixed games and a lot of fixed limit out in Scottsdale for the casino. It's a good spot if you want. I got really hooked on Limit Hold'em. Like the 2040 game is really
no Hold'em. You, Michael?
Oh my goodness, it's so fast paced. There's so many chips on the table. Everyone's chatting. It's great.
You can sit down with 100 in white chips and play that same 100 in white chips for 4 hours if you know what you're doing.
I mean, one of the first casino experiences I had when I was in college was a 2-4 limit game up at Turning Stone, New York.
So Brazzle Drazzle and Scott heads up, both of them holding pocket pairs, one slightly bigger than the other, and both of them are gonna miss the flop. And not a enviable spot for Brazzle Dazzle. We call hands like this the ace magnets for a reason, but let alone 2 overs to your jacks. And Scott
Nice.
just able to steal it real quick.
Nice stab there. Good timing.
Yeah, that's just one of those probes that just like wins so many chips like so often.
And you bet so small and it just overperforms, right? Like you have to invest so little to make it work.
Yeah, and it's just so awful when you have red jacks. You're like, what do I do here? Am I the guy that's supposed to like lead small, or not lead, but like continue small, and
Right.
just hope my opponent just has total airball? But it is that end of the table all kind of sitting around the same spot, 30, 35 big blinds. And yeah, playing out of position against a guy that, honestly, what we've seen from Scott has been kind of a lot of all-ins, hasn't? We haven't seen a ton of post-flop play from him.
Just a
I'm not necessarily trying to point a finger and say that's the way he
No,
plays.
you got ace king, you got queens. You chose to play him as jams. Just kind of the way the deck fell.
I mean, what's the argument? I mean, win the hand when you can win the hand. If that's pre-flop, who's to say it's incorrect to try and take it down pre-flop?
Yeah, picking up chips with no variance and no mercy on the deck is always good.
Yeah, and I think Bradley definitely going to be one, if not the most seasoned player, one of the most seasoned players here at the table, and not going to get sort of sidetracked by the amount of all-ins that his opponent has made, but it always kind of factors into your mind, right? Like, I'll say one thing in particular. When I was playing this tournament, there was a gentleman at the table. He was talking about, to one of his table mates about how he just made a final table a week ago or whatever. He had a bunch of chips, and he was playing a lot of pots, and he was raising a lot, and his sizing seemed to be pretty reasonable in terms of like someone who understood the game. But he had a flannel shirt on and a big like trucker hat. He kind of looked like a guy that wouldn't naturally be that kind of seasoned, studied player.
It's a potent combination.
Exactly, right? So you've got like two competing things, right? And so it's tough sometimes, right? You got Scott. You know that he knows how to play this game. Wearing a cowboy hat. He's been all in a lot, right? Like, I don't know. There's competing things there. So sometimes if you're not really locked in on where you're at, these little pieces of the puzzle can maybe get a little bit enlarged. You can focus a little bit too much on them. I ended up, giving this guy a little bit too much credit. He overbet the pot, and I was like, I'm going to catch him. He's bluffing. No, he had it. He definitely had it. And I think he had it every time, too. So,
Yeah.
Tony, top pair, open-ender. Meanwhile, Brazzle Dazzle with middle pair and the ace of hearts. We go heads up to the river. 10 of clubs. Very anticlimactic river. Goes check, check, and Tony takes it down. I mean, so Michael, you being from Arizona, someone walks into Talking Stick one day while you're playing. They sit down at your table wearing a big cowboy hat. What's the first thing you're going to think?
Lock the doors.
Lock the
doors. Get this man an extra extension on his
drinks. Table 23.
All right, tell you what, Michael, when we're at a final table in Vegas this summer, I promise to bring the cowboy hat out just for you.
Wes, I would even make an exception and sit down at a cash table with you.
Let's do it. We're going to be probably the most fun 1-2 no limit players in all of Las Vegas.
Oh, man. I try, people, it's a grind, playing day after day when you're out there for a long time in the summer, but I'm always trying to make my table the most fun table in the world, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
When we were out there, one of like the Bud Light reps that like worked with us for Vision Troops and stuff like that, he was talking about how he gets a lot of he's out there against the
Jack 10 on the button.
Yeah, mid-conversation, in stride.
And so we're starting to try to plan like a
Really is one of the best at it, too.
festival thing down in Kansas City.
It's like a wind-up toy, like one of those monkeys with cymbals. Once you get them going, it's hard to get them to stop until the battery just runs out.
You know what? When you're the person that's like talking or you're controlling the narrative as far as like how social the table's being, there's like a level of comfort, right? You're bringing the room to your level in a way. It can kind of break the nerves or make you feel more comfortable.
I think it's October 9th.
So suave, like he's just like in step, like just just casual stretching. Like he's this is old hat. He's done this before.
Yeah, and it's also kind of nice too when you can, and I will say that I'm a little bit more prone to doing it when the table feels a little bit more like nervous, right? Like you can definitely pick up on it when there's people that are just like, I don't know, I am a little bit nervous about being here, right?
Mhm.
Interacting with them and trying to just like calm them down a little bit is exactly what you're saying. You can kind of help bring them up to your level, and it gives you that little bit of extra fold equity, honestly, right?
Dude, I was gonna say it like you produce so many folds, so many friendly folds if you're like the guy that's chummy or it's you can be the villain, you can be the guy with the ice cold stare down, but I think it can oftentimes be just as profitable, if not more profitable, to be I don't know.
A big difference between a Chris Birchfield friendly conversation and an Alex Foxen death stare. I mean,
You're setting a very different tone, and
Oh, yeah.
when Alex gets in the hand, I see him chummy and laughing and stuff, but like he's all business, and he definitely that's the hat he's choosing to wear. You're playing a character at that point. And then you have people like I don't know, Negreanu, who's gonna like crack a joke or like kind of talk to himself mid hand and just kind of like he's just gonna be on his level doing that.
Yeah, something incredible just about this game in general, right? Like it's a human interaction. It's almost like a conversation in a different language, and we're all speaking that language a little bit differently, but the rules are the same. And man, there's just something fantastic about it. I am so pleased with the route that my life has taken to get me to a place where this is my life, where we play this game and we talk about it and we sit here and we enjoy these fine folks trying to play for $102,000, as it's going to be an open and a call here. Everyone else out of the way. Eights against ace jack, going to a flop hijack versus cutoff, and a pretty deep stack here for Tony. 4.8 million behind.
Chris out in front with the eights. Goes check to a turn. King of clubs. And that's going to bring Birch out to bet at it.
Go small.
Yeah, really small, 80,000, but it's going to be enough to get the job done.
Yeah, against players, if you think your opponent's going to be very fit or folds, I mean, you can just deny so much equity in a spot like that. Get all those 10x's to fold and jack x's to fold.
And you just don't have to give the guy who has the pretty much range advantage on the king turn the ability to just like bomb it, right? Because a lot of these Texas guys, you check to them a second time and they're like, all right, let me just bet
reaching.
hot,
Right.
like, see what happens.
Yeah, you're putting yourself in a situation where you can make an easy decision oftentimes. You got to be careful if someone catches on; they're going to exploit it. But it kind of acts like a concussion grenade or like a stun grenade or something. Kind of freezes your opponent briefly.
It's not a blocker bet anymore. It's a concussion grenade.
It's a concussion grenade. A little too much Call of Duty, I guess. I don't know.
I love it. All right, so Brazzle Drazzle here has quietly drifted into the bottom spot, a little under 30 big blinds. Still relatively healthy, but we're going to go heads up to the flop here. Battle of the ace highs. Oh, excuse me. Norseman hasn't called yet. I apologize.
Not just yet. I mean, Thunder, now he's got a few more big blinds to play with, not electing to just go ahead and jam with any ace. He's going to bump it up from under the gun. Norseman defending the big blind with ace rag of his own.
You know, when I'm some sort of American hero every year.
And we go to a flop, heads up.
Yeah, I know my man Norseman just a little too well. I knew he was calling. I just thought he already had. But
There you go. Your read is solid.
But they give away an award to like volunteer committee member of the year or whatever.
In the obligatory continuation bet from under the gun with a king or an ace on the board.
I'm putting together a
And
table.
it'll work.
If y'all want to count, like I have yet to find a single person. I'm gonna buy a table.
Count me in, and I'll also.
Okay. It's a table of eight. Just pay for y'all's 2 seats or whatever. And absolutely, it's 2,000 a table for 8.
So now you tell him.
It's 20,000. 2,000 for a table of 8. And it's a really cool event. So yeah, here it is.
In a quick second here for anybody looking to play at the nicest card room in Houston, whether it's here on the show, we do 3 times a week from the studio you're watching now, or looking to get in on the exciting action in the main card room. Here's how you do it. Just go ahead and scan that QR code, the bottom right-hand corner, and we'll get you on the waiting list. And again, chat's been helping us out too. You can find links in chat for not only TCH Houston, but also up in Aaron's neck of the woods in Austin, even Dallas, RGV, you name it.
Oh wait, you might y'all both might be gone. It's on June 1st.
Oh, June 1st? Oh, yeah.
I just thought about that. One gala per year. That's actually part of the reason. On God, part of the reason why I'm not doing a full schedule is because I missed it the last 2 years, and I can't. My heart can't miss it anymore.
Tony here, ace jack from the low jack.
Yeah, absolutely. But like, there's events going here.
And here's Thunder, gonna make the call with ace X of his own, ace 10, ace jack.
Money's going to be used differently there versus somewhere else. Yeah. I want you to be a part of something.
Flop comes, queen high, 2 clubs.
I'm meeting with the Shields and Stripes guys out in Vegas on May 27th. Because they recently started a Virgin casino out there.
yeah, I think Thunder are going to play this hand maybe a little bit differently against some of the other players at the table, but Tony here, chip leading, has still, even with the chip lead, really hasn't changed his play style that much. He's just been kind of playing what comes to him. And the dynamic really hasn't changed, right? We were talking about this earlier about, you know, what does Wes do when he's got 4.5 million? What does Tony do when he's got 5 million? And I don't think Tony's game has really changed that much. I think whatever anyone had, you know, in their mind about how he's playing has pretty much stayed consistent. And I think Thunder there just like, ace 10 high here. Yeah, it might be good against some players. Just let it go.
Yeah, I do definitely think so. I mean, Tony has not been over folding. He's not been over calling. I mean, he's been pretty balanced this entire time. At least in the 87 hands that we've seen on stream.
Friday we have Josh Gordon in San Antonio. Saturday, him at San Eastern Race Park. And then I got to be on a plane to Vegas on
Here we go.
Sunday.
Brazzle Dazzle. The R has been removed. It's not Brazzle Drazzle. Hey, Mike, we got another
I'm
name.
in. I
my
he
goodness.
has my complete buy-in now. Brazzle Drazzles was just a little too spitty for me, you know.
There needed to be like one more R after the L at the end of Drazroll or something, just to like ruin your mind, you know?
You know, just when he sat down, I commented on how well he was playing, his table presence, etc. And then he shows up with Brazzle Drazzle, and I just, you know, I thought he was a man that wanted to be taken seriously. But now that we're back to Dazzle, you know, game on.
Yeah, the extra R really threw me off. Yep.
It just seems a little too casual, a little too blasé, you know.
I'm pretty sure that it was a typo from the very beginning, and that he did want it to be Brazzle Dazzle, and somehow the R snuck in on the Drazzle. That's my guess.
They do that sometimes, those R's.
It sounds like a $15 drink you'd find at Miami Beach or something. A Brazzle Dazzle.
It has a little bit of glitter in it. Yeah.
Exactly. A little gold leaf garnish, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I was a staple of that room since it's
Oh my god, I would I would order one of those right now.
All the money.
Well, next time we're in Miami, your first Brazzle Drazzle's on me, Aaron.
Perfect. How about in Vegas? Yeah, we'll
Hey,
all
all right,
meet
so-
up after the first flight of the Mystery Millions. Of course,
All right.
we'll all three bag, and then we'll
Sounds
get some
good to
Brazzle
me.
Drazzles.
We're drinking Brazzle Drazzles till the sun comes up.
Yeah, we got to wait like 3-4 days till we can play
Oh,
day
yeah.
2.
Thunder with the 3-bet.
305,000.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, cue the guitar lick. Let's keep it going.
Yeah, now I'm in the zone. I'm ready for the thunder.
Lightning and the thunder.
No, I'm done. Thank you all for tuning in. I'm out. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, all
Seriously,
right.
I'm not in for that. I'm not. Okay, the Norseman. I knew my man earlier. I didn't know he was calling 3-bets with the ace 5-0, but he's in there. Uh-oh.
They both get a piece of this.
That's PR2. Thunder tickles it for 2 hundies here.
Good on him for turning this into a check call and not just leading with the top pair, recognizing that he can trap and also be a little bit vulnerable.
SPR barely over 1 now. Picking up the gutty for the Norseman. Thunder, does he have anything other than a jam? He
Oh,
does,
wow.
he checks.
Wow.
Interesting. Are they going check on the river? Does Norseman come out of hiding? No. Does check it over.
It'll be interesting to see if Thunder gets value here. Not the greatest river if you're going to check turn, though. I could see him just checking back.
I know, I almost thought Norseman, well, I mean, maybe in a different universe, just, you know, put
Blocks.
the 200K out there, right?
Yeah, I was going to say maybe like 10%. I wouldn't mind a block with the ace-5, but you're in a world of hurt against a lot of players who are going to turn
Let's
a lot
go
of...
Thunder in position. The in position 250 snap called.
And he's shaking his head. Why is he shaking? Oh, it's already shown. Okay. I thought he was slow rolling. I was like, come on, man.
The pot got pushed to Norseman.
Wait, did it? Did he fold?
No, he mustn't have had ace queen.
Huh.
Norseman scooped the pot. I think that was not an ace queen bet flop check turn. That was some sort of air ball.
Well, if there wasn't a scandal before, there's definitely going to be one if this keeps up. What's going on?
I mean, we've had a couple of mysteries. Apparently, we've got more now. Unfortunately
Interesting.
for everyone. Sorry, guys, out there in the
Interesting.
viewership. Okay, so that's a bet flop, check call from Norseman, check turn, and then check call the very small 250. What we thought was going to be like the most amazing sort of river value
Milky,
position.
right.
And no, it's getting owned by the ace 5.
We know you're the ace checking diamonds.
You would have got lucky there on the river.
Interesting.
That's why I said it. You're like,
Well, whatever you have, take the show on the board, bro.
You know.
So yeah, now our chip counts are going to be all messed up. We see the Norseman there. It says 1.4 million, and he's got way more than that just in white chips.
Into like the 3 million range. This is interesting. They should be able to update all that though.
Yeah, we're going to have to do a
little chip count reset.
Yeah, no, it's a recount, man. I demand a recount.
Yes.
Did get a chance to confirm it was a misread. However, there was no record of what the actual holding was. All we know for sure is that the pot was pushed where it was supposed to go. So Norseman takes it down with a pair of aces.
So I got around the poker group. And I was in I was an engineer.
Crafty there.
Couldn't figure out the
Nice little induce checking is the original razor by Norse.
Well, I think he was the caller.
Yeah, Norse snap called.
Right. Yeah, nice little by checking to induce.
Oh, sorry. I was reading that as the pre-flop aggressor, but yeah.
And now Brazzle Dazzle wakes up with aces. King, queen suited right behind him for Scott. And it's
Lucky.
all spades, yep.
Lucky flop here for Scott.
Yeah, for sure.
Razzle Dazzle shows him the bullets, and Scott can, yeah, tap the old heart back into regular beating frequency. Could have had some pretty nasty things happen. I don't know. A guy raises you on the small blind. You look down at King Queen suited. You definitely think about hitting with a 3-piece from time to time. What do you think, Mike? Is that a mix for you? Pure call with the
blind versus blind facing a raise in the big blind?
Yeah, but it is Brazzle Dazzle opening into you from the small blind with less than 30 bigs, like 25 bigs.
Yeah,
so
I'm gonna be.
That's kind of scary, right?
Yeah, I mean, in a final table setting, I'm gonna probably call most of the time. He can be raising again, like if he's still, even though he's short stack at 30 effective, he can still have some like bluffs from the small blind raising into the big blind. So by flatting a hand like king queen suited, we can often like really cooler somebody with like a flush over flush scenario or with better top pair. You know, if he's going to be raising some junkier suited combinations that we dominate. So I think it's almost like you can like kind of turn it into like a trap as one of your stronger flats. And then I would probably choose to 3-bet a little bit more polar. It looks like Unil's going to raise it up here, blind versus blind.
Yeah, Scott going for the very small blind open there. I mean, whatever that was.
And it's something that you didn't used to see a lot of, a while ago, but it seems to be pretty in vogue to raise blind versus blind. I would like to see these players maybe going a little bit bigger.
Yeah, I mean, that was like a 2.6 open from the small blind.
Yeah, I mean, if Unil had, do we know how many blinds Unil has? If he had like 20 big blinds or less, maybe you can go smaller, but at 30 plus,
he's sitting on 3.1 million.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So we're deep. I would be like 3xing, 3.5xing.
Interesting conversation in chat though about the automatic deck shufflers. Question as to why we don't use them. First off, when it comes to RFID cards, to those who have had the privilege of shuffling RFID cards, already know they're a pain in the butt to work with, and they're too big to put in any kind of shuffler unless you got one specifically built to spec. But when you see a lot of casinos around the California area, even in tournaments, are using the auto shufflers. It's never going to happen in in almost all the bracelet events in Vegas, anything like that. But Michael, what's your experience with those shufflers?
I'm a fan. More hands per hour. There have been a couple scenarios, a couple days where like it feels like the dealer's constantly getting red lights and calling the floor over, but for the most part, I think they're great. There's very few rooms in the country that use like all auto shufflers. But the tournaments that do, I just feel like you get more bang for your buck as far as structure is concerned, because it does add a significant number of hands to the hourly.
Well, absolutely, it does. It goes from 30 to 40 seconds to shuffle and pitch a hand to getting it done in 10 to 15.
Yeah, it's huge.
Even with a slow dealer, 15 seconds a hand.
You're arguably getting like 20% more hands a level
Yeah.
in this kind of format. You know, that's
I mean,
that's
especially
huge.
some of those smaller, 20, 15-minute level tournaments.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah,
Every hand matters.
the real question though is what about the auto dealers? We gotta get rid of Wes's and of the world. Just, full automation, the entire process. I'm kidding, of course, but sorry, that one fell a little flatter than I thought it would.
Yeah, I
Who
mean,
who would
I
we
don't know
get
how to
mad at
take
when we
that.
lose a hand?
I know. I've got Mike on the one hand who's like, "Nah, it's not a bad idea." And Wes on the other who's like, "I don't know. That's my job you're talking about."
I mean, that's my livelihood we're talking about over here. So I don't got the other skills.
It was them two, me and my
Oh man,
girlfriend.
no, but it's an interesting thing, right? Like there is always the tug and pull. It really comes down to just the economics of the room because for whatever reason, I guess it comes down to not
Trip for 4.
what's the word I'm looking for?
Hunting somewhere. I want to say it was like hunting in like
The people that control the technology for the auto shufflers sort of charge like a licensing fee for them. It's not like you purchase one.
Right, they're rented. They're all rented, right?
Yep.
Yeah, which is a very interesting situation. Who knows how much longer that'll go on for, right? I mean, the law sort of prevents things like that from lasting into perpetuity, but apparently
Yeah.
I'm just drawing a blank. My mind keeps going to trademark and patent. Patent, of course. The patent on it must just be such that they can do this.
I mean, I'll tell you my biggest issue with deck shufflers. If I can put a deck into a shuffler and press a button and the deck comes out completely set, that worries me. Because not only does that mean the shuffler manipulated the cards perfectly to put them in perfect order to spread out on a new dead spread or something like that, it also means that who's to say it couldn't be used to put cards in a specific order for other purposes?
Aren't the decks always cut when they come out of the shuffler?
They are, yes. But I don't know just what mechanic culture is these days, but seems like something that could be accounted for if the cut is consistent every time you deal.
Sure. I'm too
I don't know
trusting.
if that's
I'm too
just-
trusting. For a poker player, I'm way too trusting in general.
I mean, it may just be me being mega paranoid about everything, but
There's another solution. All the dealers that don't have a push or they're sitting on the sidelines waiting for more tables to get started. Maybe it's like a cashier bagger situation, and you have like a shuffler on deck, a human shuffler that just sits behind the dealer and hand shuffles to have another deck ready to go.
I mean, I remember the most therapeutic down in the World Series of Poker was the person that was put back behind into the cage and was setting all the decks that came back from use.
Here, let's get back to the hand here as we've got a massive hand developing. Chris here all in with the ace-king. Thunder had already jammed with the pocket fours, and we've got a race here. Thunder all in for way less than what was originally on screen. Shows him as sitting on 15 bigs only. On screen, it had been showing him for like 30 big blinds for quite a while. We assumed that's where he was at. He needs to hold with the fours. So far, so good.
And flipping for his tournament life, needing to fade 2 more cards. To the turn we go. There's the
clean.
5. Good one. And the river. Deuce. Thunder gonna double again.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
I've never met a man that has never won.
Gonna have to start calling him lightning soon.
Every one of them that you're not in.
I'm just saying, I had fucking 7 nights. That was
glad
him.
you pulled it.
I really appreciate it.
Everyone else would have busted.
Look at the fucking screen. I had 7 nights. He said it was him. Thank you.
We take a look now at the stacks after that flip. Tony, our chip leader, 4.7 million. And middle of the pack beginning around Thunder, who finds himself 3rd best at 2.18, and at the bottom now is Norseman.
Well, I mean, goddamn.
We have to remember though that Norseman won that pot that didn't get registered correctly. Remember, it was that sort of battle between Thunder. So maybe Thunder's stack actually was correct because he bluffed that hand. And yeah, no, he bluffed that hand. He got caught. Norseman called with the ace, the pair of aces. The stacks were wrong. That was the whole situation. Then we got it rectified when he was all in. So, okay, so he was down to 15 big blinds. He just doubled up. We should be square, I believe. No, Norseman's stack is still wrong. It's clear from that view right there. All right, well, we're gonna have to wait till the next break, I think, to get everything updated.
Yes, I do believe so. And this particular blind level only got about 10 minutes left in it. But we won't get another break for another couple hours. However, it can easily be fixed once there is a all-in and a call featuring one of those stacks.
Very true. And, of course, for anyone who played in this tournament or has been following along, the PokerAtlas Tour been consistently updated on PokerAtlas at all of the breaks. So if you want to go and check along, you can always log into the PokerAtlas app, log into or check into the Texas Card House Houston location, go to the Tournaments tab, open clocks, or live clocks, I should say, and there is actually a tab now for stacks. So you can keep up to date on all of your favorite players. Pretty cool little addition there.
And don't look now, but Unil with aces. And he's just going to flat with them from the low jack.
This is interesting because he made some flat earlier with the queen, the suited queen on the button. See if anyone attacks it. Would like to see him raise, but
I'm going down to Del Rio next time they have it.
Still, against
Live
the hand
poker.
it's up against is pretty good spot.
it's fantastic.
Yeah, all diamonds. Both Tony and Brazzle Dazzle holding diamonds. Norseman pairs sixes.
It takes a long time to get there, but it's 4 folds, 9 folds.
Justin Hammer. Wow, chip counts on every break. That's incredible.
I went to McAllen, Texas one time. It was hotter than hell in the summer.
And Unil will take it down.
The queen 7 with the queen of diamonds gets out of there.
Oh, you can't show it, bro. Don't be giving that away.
All right, Mike. Ace 7 6, 4 ways. You have queen of diamonds, 7 off, whatever. I didn't see how big the bet was, but unless it's
Okay.
I'm continuing for a 20 to 25% bet probably.
what about half pot?
I'd probably fold. I'd probably find fold.
Okay. 'Cause I think that's about what it was.
Earlier on in the tournament, maybe we're dancing, but yeah, I'm just gonna respect the size up, to be honest.
Okay. Yeah.
Write that down for next time we play.
Yeah. No,
I
I've
got
been
a
making
notebook
notes the
going.
entire time.
Yep.
This is really just.
I'll fold.
a
If there's an
look into the-
overcard to my pocket pair, I'll fold. If you just bet twice, if I have a flush draw to pair, I'll just fold.
Little does Michael know, but Aaron and I are ready next time we play him now after asking him all these questions.
Razor
Yeah,
sharp.
he's buying all the brazzle drazzles. I'll tell you what, because we don't
Razor.
get him.
Six high board, 2 hearts. Scott with top pair, Thunder with an overpair.
This is sort of the board you dream about when you have the 6-5 of diamonds. Although you'd love if there was at least 1 diamond out there, but it doesn't get a whole lot better than this. Unfortunately for
Ooh.
him.
Yeah.
40-80 next turn.
Front door hearts comes in though, so a little bit of a scare card for both players. Thunder here even just gonna check this back. He's like, if we somehow get all the chips in now, probably bad things are happening and I need to get lucky. But now after check again on the river, I think, yeah, a little bit of value here is in order.
It's about a half pot size bet. Does get paid off.
Wow. Scott, not giving him credit for bet ace high on the flop, check turn, and then bet your top pair on the river. He says, get out of here, bro. I got a 6. And that's going to hurt him. Takes him down to the bottom spot, just a smidge over 20 big blinds now.
Yeah, I mean, if he's been keeping it all, if he's been getting updates on the stream, I could totally see why he would be quick to look him up there. But bad timing. You know,
Yeah.
I think there's something maybe worth saying that in general, I find that players are too conservative when it comes to continuing when the flush comes in, especially with like nice value hands. You know, oftentimes when you don't have the flush draw, it's like even more important to be betting because you can keep in a lot of the hands that do have a flush draw. You know, like your second pair with a king of hearts, for example.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I would just add in, maybe this doesn't change your analysis, I'm curious, but stacked pot ratio I think was like 1.5 or something, so kind of tough to keep betting, right?
I mean, because I don't think you don't have to bet big. You can bet like 50 to 70. If he bet 50 to 75, it would have set up like a geometric 50 to 75 on the river, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut you guys off right there. I mean, look what's developing now. Thunder with aces, queen jack suited, king 10 suited, queen 9 suited, and Unil with a lot of catching up to do should he elect to feel he's priced in. And here we go.
Yeah, because we just had the level up from 30, 60, 40, 80, a pretty juicy jump here, 30%.
Well, they just changed dealers, so they all agreed to.
Oh, bomb pot?
Run it.
Pot? Yep. 5 in the window. 5 at deuce, queen.
Wow.
This is going to get bloody.
Okay. Poor Scott here is going to rip it with the top pair, 9 kicking.
Backdoor hearts to boot.
Tony going to get bailed out here by Thunder. Because I think if there was an orientation where Thunder was on the button, Tony could find himself putting these chips in. Whereas now it's going to be Thunder ripping it over the top and Tony having an easy out, even with the top pair backdoor spades, Brazzle, Drazzle, or Dazzle, or just whatever his name is just done so.
What if he tanks and calls?
The Thunder tank call? I still think you're toast because
You think Tony gets away from it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'd like to think so. I'd like to think so too. Just.
Yeah, I mean, of course,
really
I do say that from my perspective, but
yeah.
But
he's pretty disciplined.
I even think Tony still gets away from it.
Yeah, and Thunder does go ahead and just call. Yeah.
I guess the idea here being that maybe you can keep a hand like Queen Jack in, but if somebody rips it all, like if Tony goes all in or Brazzle Dazzle goes all in, then they just like always have 2 pair plus because there's no flush draws here. And
yeah,
like,
I mean, I think it's going to be player dependent, but I would imagine that we call and we can somehow fold. Against other player types, I can imagine there are players that are in Tony's shoes and they have a hand like King Queen that are going to rip over a flat. So there's certain players I'd probably be calling the trap with against, and certain players where I'm snap holding.
Yeah.
Where you just know.
But yeah, when Thunder puts in 1.145 and has 1.8 behind, he has committed a big chunk of his chips. But yeah, certainly Tony and Brazzle Dazzle go all in. You're like, okay.
Yeah, maybe, it's not a good feeling.
Maybe we get out of here.
Yeah.
Tony has already assembled the calling chips.
I think he gets away. I think he wanted to, get a good look at it. I don't
Oh
think
my
he gets.
goodness.
You know, Aaron. I don't think he gets away from this one. I think he's going to go with it.
And Scott's stomach has just fallen through the planet and
Yeah,
has emerged
Scott's
on the
wondering
other
about dinner
side.
reservations now. He's wondering if there's a line at the payout counter.
But a massive 4.315 million chip pot to
How about a
the
heart?
turn.
Oh,
It is a
baby.
heart.
Let's go.
Oh,
Quick
check to the
check.
river.
Oh
It's
my
a jack.
god!
Look at that.
Almost straight. Oh, it's two pairs. Two pairs.
Tony!
Two pair.
Check. Tony's just having to showdown the top two here. Thunder.
And Thunder's just
Oh my
puking.
goodness.
He's just puke. I don't even fault him for checking. I don't know. It's tough.
Well, I mean, look, is there ever a world in which you don't isolate there with just aces? I mean, it's weird to say just aces, but I mean, with aces on a flop like that with two players behind you, still a lot of action. Do you ever just isolate, or?
I mean, I think you can. I do think I'm just calling though.
Huh.
But
I
then
think I
the
would've-
turn. You're not ripping it?
No, I would have ripped turn. I think I'm going all in on the turn.
Which then might even be worse because then you're out of the tournament. Because does Tony go that far just to fold?
I know
on
it's
hard
a weird
turn?
spot, but
I don't know.
I
God.
I mean, it's nauseating if you're putting yourself in Thunder's shoes with the aces. I don't really know.
And we'll check in real quick. So Thunder losing a big pot, but out in seventh is going to be Scott. He'll take home $14,300 for his efforts, which means our next pay jump will hit the 17,510 margin.
And just
The
like that,
rich-
two of our most experienced tournament players in Wes Cutshall and Fireman Scott are out in 8th and 7th place respectively. And Brad Basil here on the short stack, still working with 1.4 million, but getting a little bit short. He is going to implement the limp game here on the button. And what a spot for him with the 8-6.
Sheer domination.
I was probably gonna say you finally pick up a real hand. Poker's stupid.
So, Mike, I know you're a fan of the limp strategy when you start getting into the 20 big blind sort of range. Not even necessarily the 20 big blind range, but what in particular makes the limping strategy effective for you?
I would like to caveat that I won't be limping at a final table.
Oh, okay.
But I think that there, especially in these large field tournaments, when maybe our opponents aren't they're erring on the passive side, I think you can pot control and play a little bit deeper against players, oftentimes in position if it just like folds around to the blinds, with a lot of different hands, and it's also a great way to like on the other side can trap. You can trap with like your super premiums. It kind of goes both ways depending on extreme table dynamics. I think as a default, I've kind of taken it out of my game again, but there's definitely times where I'll like pull it out of the utility belt and mess with it. I also think that like if you've been raising for 80% of your tournament, let's say you're like 6 hours into a day one and you've been playing with the same guys all day and you haven't really been limping, then all of a sudden when you do limp, whether it's early position, middle position, what have you, it's going to get a lot more respect maybe than it should. So you can kind of get away with murder. Like Paperworm's like, oh well, he limped under the gun, it has to be aces.
Yeah, right.
But if you're balancing that out with some like middle to high pocket pairs, maybe like 9s and 10s, as well as hands like ace king, there's a bit more girth to what is possible. Yeah, there was a time when I was doing it more. I think for the most part, I would say 90% of the time I'm taking it out of my game, and it's certainly not a place for it at a final table.
Okay.
For the reasons we mentioned before with ICM pressure and really want, when you're entering a pot, you're wanting to be, have clearly defined boundaries, and oftentimes want to try to win it pre-flop whenever possible.
Yeah, I remember struggling with the sort of the limping meta that came along.
Yeah, it's interesting, and when it's someone that you otherwise respect, it's so like counterintuitive, and if it's something you haven't really looked at, it can be very confusing, where you're either giving too much rope or you're stepping in it. I forget who. I think it was like Dominic Nietzsche that like really raved about it for a while and was really incorporating it into his game for a long time.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not sure if he still is, but it was definitely something I was playing around with 2 or 3 years ago when we were talking strategy more often.
Yeah. Brazzle Dazzle there ripped it all in over the Tony Min Open. Gets the job done. That adds some much needed fuel to his fire. He's up off of the 20 big blind marker, but still holding down the bottom end here as we now have 6 players, and with 80K big blind and a little over 18 million in play, we're talking about, under 300 big blinds in play.
And 100 of them just happen to be in the stack of Tony now.
Yeah, he's been sitting at 100 biggies for a little while now, ever since he won that big one with the set over set against Wes. So he's really been kind of holding on to the pole position quite well, even despite all of the different hands that have kind of played out since then. Of course, I mean, biggest high five here goes to Thunder, because he has survived multiple all-ins and, hanging around.
Gonna take the pot down with Queen 10 from the hijack. And again, just I think the graphic showed it was 7.6 million in the stack right now of Tony in seat 1. And still a long ways to go before we crown our champion. But Brazzle Dazzle has found his way toward the middle of the pack. Chris now, who came into final table as our short stack, well, I mean, as our big stack, now finds himself on the short end of the stick.
Yeah, he's doing okay, though. I mean, he is the short stack. That's not the place you want to be, but he's not like 10 big blinds or even single-digit big blinds. He's got, 16, 17, 18 big blinds, whatever that was. Didn't quite do the math, but he's hanging around, and it is going to be interesting, though, because we've mostly seen Chris be able to navigate spots with these sort of min raises in position or 2.5x raises in position. We haven't seen him be put in a position where it's kind of like, all right, you're kind of borderline here. What are you going to do with, your ace 10 suited, so your ace jack O's? Are you going to be ripping these? Are you opening small? Like, what's going to happen? Because, I don't know. I think, Mike, we were talking about this earlier about how some of the things that he's run have definitely looked like he's applying a pretty well adjusted strategy here with the small betting, the turning the threes into a bluff, different things. It'll be interesting to see how he navigates the short stack spot, sort of get a picture, a view into the mind of Chris in the short stack position.
Yeah, he's kind of been a bit of a jack of all trades, where like I feel like he has his toe in a lot of different thematic ideas that would come up if you're studying the game in any capacity. When the fact that he's tried to capitalize on all of them, I think, has been a bit out of line, and now we're in a situation where we're a bit handcuffed. But a player with that kind of knowledge is also going to be even more familiar, I think, with how to play sub 20. And I'd expect him to be a bit patient and understand the gravity of the situation. Maybe slow down a bit more, or just be more choosy when it comes to taking spots.
Yeah, definitely something to look forward to, as we got 3 players.
Yeah, I didn't realize just how large Tony's chip advantage was over second. It'd be really interesting to see him.
Practically a 2-to-1 at this. It is a 2-to-1 at this point.
Yeah, he could really gas it if he wants to.
Technology is so crazy, so advanced.
So fast. Longevity is a field that's threefold.
And top pair here for Thunder.
Winner.
And that's all it's going to take.
It's a cool idea to be able to maybe live into like
In with 1.6 million, just over 20 big blinds opening with a suited gapper like that from late position. Kind of a flashback to a little bit of the range we saw nine-handed.
Yeah, he's feeling comfortable. It doesn't seem really phased by the fragility of the situation as the short stack, but I think it's a little loose. I think even like 8-7 suited, like high cards just carry so much value. You know, good pairs, high cards, raw equity in spots where there's a lot of money on the line really carry a lot. But you know, Wes, if the big blind's not, if people aren't fighting back, you know, if Chris is handcuffed by his chip stack and John has been pretty fit or fold, you know, you're really only getting through Bradley. So you know, keep pushing until you know reach resistance, I guess.
From the cutoff, ace-9 of clubs. Tony is going to find a raise here. Makes it 205,000 to go. All the way back around to Norseman. The abysmal 10-4 can't do anything. Again, getting back to what is going on in the coming months with TCH Houston. Mark your calendars. The tournament action's coming back. Day 1A of the Memorial Madness weekend. 100K guaranteed tournament starting on the 22nd of next month. That's right, coming up quick. As well as a 50K one-day tournament, a $300 buy-in. That'll happen on May 27th. 2 massive tournaments, 1 amazing weekend coming your way at TCH Houston. And just one of many summer frivolities coming your way. Definitely looking forward to it. We check back in the chip leader, Tony, King 9 of clubs.
Wow. I think that is a very interesting fold from our chip leader.
Got to agree with you. It's going to open the gates here for you, Neil, with Queen Jack to take the lead.
Yeah, when you have such a massive chip lead over the rest of the table and you have one player in particular down in the sub 20 big blind range, it really kind of, even if everyone isn't exactly like super well studied or thinking about the game at a, you know, very high level, every human being in a position like this sort of recognizes that like there's that guy over there that's like pretty short, like that guy's in danger, and I have more chips than him. I can just kind of wait around and wait for him to kind of, you know, get cold from the herd, so to speak. So a hand as strong as King 9 suited is immensely powerful when wielded by someone with the chip lead. As I say that, let's just forget about it because Thunder here is 3-betting the 8-4 suited from the big blind against the the button open. Incredible stuff here. And Unal is not going to have it. 3-bet pot to the flop. Let's go.
Do you think he's still 3 bets if Tony ends up raising the action from earlier position?
Oh, absolutely not. No, this has got to just be a pure play against the button open. Thunder here, if he actually has the 8-4 spades, let's not forget that we've had plenty of misreads this evening. But this is the guy that would do it with 8-4 suited. And
oh, definitely so.
He's going to check, though. Million in the pot, and Unal, oh, he's just going to rip it. He says,
yep.
I got top pair, let's go for it.
I'm done playing with my food. Let's eat.
Normally 600. The finale will be a $2,500 main.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, imagine that flop has a little bit more to chew on for the 8-4 spades, and he c-bets, right? He can definitely get himself into a spot where he sort of bluffs it all off, but it's not to be there. And Unal solidifying himself in second place, up over 1.1 million over the Norseman. Definitely sitting in a pretty good spot here. Tony, of course, still way, way, way out in front with 90 big blinds.
Yep.
Most of
Yep,
them have
yep, yep.
at least one PLO tournament.
See there, Chris still our short stack, 1.45 million. And next blind increase is going to be the first 6-digit big blind. It's going to be 50, 100, 100.
Next time I'm in the Master, I'll see which schedule I can come hang out.
But now, Tony, King 8, this one offsuit elects not to do anything either.
And we have some pretty fun cities that we go to, like.
At least he's consistent.
Kansas City, man. Kansas City is.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to open King 9 suited, you're definitely not going to open the King 8-0, but I think it's a very similar kind of hand. I mean, King 9 suited just super playable. King 8-0, not so much, but it's not really about the playability of the hand as much as having the high card removal, having the big stack. He would have been in position against the blinds had the other player in between folded. There's just so much going for you to open these sorts of hands with the big chip stack. I mean, you know, we're just seeing the style of play that is Tony. This is who he is, and he's just not gonna mess around with these gapped kings.
So with 4 high, Thunder gonna bet 100,000 at this pot. I don't think this is really a situation where Chris can muster a call with just 9 high.
But the fact that he's thinking about it, golly.
Yep.
I like boss.
I think it's more likely we see a small raise, so make it look like kind of like he's going for some value.
You know, at some point in the hand, I would have agreed with you, but now that we're where we're at, I guess it's just a fold. But like, when he starts acting like that, it's you're kind of limiting yourself, I think, unless you're really going for the Oscar, right?
Right.
8-5, you're supposed to bet there. Yeah, like I swear to God, I almost.
Oh, that would have been so offensive.
I would have loved it. Obviously,
I would have. I would have. It's
good
little
for
things like
TV.
that. Yeah, they really set the tone.
All right, so we're gonna get a dealer change here, and as we do swap over, let me just add a little something to the mix here. We're down to 6 players, Mike. We've got 100K, 102K up top. The next player that goes out is going to be taking something. I'd have to look again.
I'll take a look for you.
17.5, right? Yeah, the next player out is 17.5. We start seeing the pay jumps go from, you know, a couple thousand up to 4,000, then it jumps to 7, then it goes big, right? Then
Yeah,
we're 15, then we're 27. ICM really starts to factor in, and you start to maybe get into the realm of possibility for some of these players that maybe have played for this, maybe have not. Start thinking about taking a deal. Now, how does all that factor in for you, and what do you think that you know the different variables are in that kind of a thought process, that kind of discussion?
As far as making a deal,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, you know, the more self-aware you can be as a poker player, the better. And I think that like you'd be doing yourself a disservice if you're not stacking yourself up and trying to be as brutally honest as possible about where you think you land as far as skill is concerned or experience is concerned. You know, if I'm a guy like Bradley here, even though I'm lower on chips, you know, I'd probably hold off on a deal and see if I could make it work, or if a deal was on the table, I'd certainly be asking for more. I think, you know, there's just a way that you can just tell that he's definitely the most experienced player at the table, I would say. You know, but I've been on both sides of deals where, you know, I turned them down and paid the price for it, or, you know, I took them and always wondered what if. I think a lot of it, you know, people will say that, like, you know, you just play for the win or what have you, but I think, you know, depending on what we're talking about, you know, the difference between adding 30 or 40,000 to your poker bankroll versus, you know, cashing for 10, you know, sometimes that's a massive difference, you know. But, you know, these other guys that maybe are just the money, they're not in it for the money, you know, they're in it for the glory and for the fun of playing down to a winner. So I think it's a really personal decision. You know, for me, it's it's just often going to be like an honest decision. But I can rest easy if I think I have an advantage over my opponents. I can rest easy turning on a chop. There will come a time when you're in a situation where like the money is just so large that I would concede. I'm certainly can check my ego if the price is right. But
Sure. Let's just rehash that hand there real quick as incredible turn card for Thunder. Hits the 5, it kind of begrudgingly puts the extra 100K out there and then backs into a boat. And Chris has to turn his underpair counterfeit into a bluff. And Chris is now super short. This is tough for him. Under 10 big blinds.
Yeah, we've reached the 2-button range, is what I personally call it myself. Either all in or fold. For Chris, you got 2 buttons to choose from.
That's right. JB3 says when he gets to this point in the tournament, he's not chopping. And I think there's a lot to be said. I think there's something to be said for the fun. I mean, you're finally. How often do you get to play shorthanded at the end of a tournament when like there's all the pressure? I mean, tournament players do it for this very reason. So it's the only way to get experience is to stick it out and go for it.
Chris looks down. He sees 2 Broadway cards. He's all in, and right behind him is Tony with a suited ace.
Fair fight.
Definitely so.
Still have the big blind.
Yet.
Yeah, we still have the big blind left to act, but Tony is going to put it in there after, I think, giving off a little bit of body language that he's not loving this.
Oh, this is interesting.
Very.
Like he kind of gave like a big sigh, puffed out his cheeks, and blew out some air. It was very real. It was a very true indication of I don't love this, but I'm gonna call. And God, this is awful. Honestly, like if you have pocket 7s, I think you're just like, okay, I know what that means. That means your hand's not great. Probably get it in there, but 5s. Yeah.
Honestly, you got to be so confident with a read like that when Tony calls for, because you're ready, but the fold equity is what? It's like 2.5x. Bradley had like 2 million behind, or 2 million total.
Does find a queen though on the flop.
I think you have to be pretty confident to go. You have to assume you have some fold equity if you're going to shove a hand like 7s or 8s. I think that once two stacks collide like that, you just take the ladder. Because being up against 2 ranges is just a nightmare.
Yeah, you're right. I think I just sort of threw 7s out there as like a starting point, but there's definitely there are hands where 5s are just clearly below the line, but you start to be like, okay, I might just get called because this guy's already put too many chips out there. But I mean, if I have the fold equity and my hand is strong enough, right? Like those 2 sort of parallel or 2 lines sort of cross on the graph, and you're like, all right, this is what we go with.
Yeah, I mean, you're in a bigger world of hurt with a hand like 9s or 10s. I think it becomes a lot more of a dialogue that is tough.
Like ace-jack suited, you're like,
Yeah, sure.
I mean, from the small blind ace-jack suit, I really don't think there's going to be any huffing and puffing. That's just going to be put a chip out there. Let's see what the big blind does.
Well, yeah, no, we're speaking from the perspective of the big blind after the small blind's already called, right? Because he kind of did the huffing and puffing. He made it look like, I think it was just a very honest reaction. He wasn't really thinking about what Bradley had left to do behind. It was just like, do I want to put 700K out there? We kind of got lost there in the moment. That Chris doubled up. I mean, great for him. He's still alive. He's still kicking. And here we are on to the next hand.
Tony with his signature hand, Queen Jack. Thunder raising the action with pocket 10s. Unil with Queen 10 of his own. Looks like he wants to stick around. And we'll go 3 ways to a flop. Ace high board, rainbow board at that. 135,000 from Thunder.
And I like this bet size. Earlier in the tournament, like, I mean, the first orbit, right? We were seeing ace-high flops, and the C-better, whether they had an ace or not, just, like, bombing it for, like, 2/3 plus, all the way up to full pot. The little tickle there into 2 opponents on the ace-high disconnected board makes a ton of sense. When you win with the 10s, you elated, you know?
Definitely. Yeah, and the Queen Jack flat is interesting by Tony on the button. With the chip lead, he's got a lot of opportunity to float in situations where, I know Thunder likes to fight, but he may just be shutting down a lot of boards. He can kind of be a bit of a sheriff. He doesn't necessarily have to aggress pre-flop and risk more chips. He can just kind of take some spots in position.
Yeah, and as the chip stacks continue to consolidate, right here, Tony taking a hit there against Chris, dropping down from the 7 million to 6.4 now after picking up the blinds and the ante here. Still obviously in a commanding position, but Thunder, kind of hanging around. One double up definitely, especially through Tony in particular, takes them to the top. Chris and Brazzle Drazzle, still hanging out down at the 20 big blinds thereabouts regime. There's some consolidation that's going to happen here in the not so distant future, and it's going to be very interesting to see, sort of how the pendulum swings. Is Tony going to maintain his position at the top? Is he going to kind of fall down a little bit? I don't know. We'll see.
Oh yeah, and God forbid you put more chips in Thunder or Chris's hands, or Bradley for that matter. Any of these guys that have shown that they're kind of licking their chops to play. All it's going to take is one big pot push their direction to change the dynamic once again.
Yeah, but I mean, when you're Tony, whether you've got the chips or not, he's seeing some real hands here. Ace Queen suited now, hijack, going to open it up. And there's really nothing much better when you just keep opening really good hands. Oh, I thought the Queen 6 was going to defend from the blind there. And he was going to be in a dominating position. He still, wins the pot, but could have been in a really dominating position up against the Queen 6 of clubs.
Yeah, suited. I think you can continue. It's and I know like in PV you're continuing with all your suited hands essentially. With ICM pressure, a lot of times you're weaker, drop out. Maybe like the Queen suited that make a straight can stay in like Queen 8 and such. But being that he's at the bottom of the pack, I would have kind of expected him to feel as well. AC saying he's played with Tony a lot, and this is his biggest tournament, so that's cool to see. Real shot for Tony to break out here.
Yeah, AC reminder, it was one of the guys throwing him under the bus earlier, so
fair weather. We have a fair weather fan. He must be he's a Bills fan too, I think.
Josh Allen to the finest.
It takes one to know one. Never a doubt. Never had a doubt in my boy Tony.
That's right. He plays way more than aces, ace king, and king, man. Way more. Queen Jack, bro. Go get him. All right, drop a deuce in the chat if you guys are loving all this action and having a good time here on TCH Live, featuring this final table action out of TCH Houston. Over $1 million in guarantees over the span of 2 weeks here for these 16 events, the PokerAtlas Tour. A fantastic success. You can see Justin Hammer there hanging out in the middle of your screen as he goes back to take care of some more business. But always a fantastic show that the PokerAtlas Tour puts on. Always happy to have them at our Texas Card House locations. I'm sure we'll be having another one up in Dallas before you know it, perhaps at one of our other locations. Soon to be the new Austin location opening here in June/July.
Yes.
I think the June, I believe it is, and so really
I do
looking
believe
forward
it is
to
late June. Yes, late June.
Yeah, really looking forward to the new room opening and all of the fresh tournaments that we can have here in Austin at Atlas.
Yes.
Our
As if
resident horseman with the Cowboys here.
He's not headless this time. Makes it 210. Chunky raise here.
A lot of heads.
It's gonna bring Thunder along with a suited connector. It just hit. It just hit.
Oh man, super bricky board here for the 9-8 of spades though. Easy win for the Norseman.
Something, if you had some of that, I'm okay with you beating.
Again,
Where
I
in
want to
Austin
say
is this new room opening? The TCH room.
Sorry, say that again, Mike.
Where in Austin is the new room opening?
It's directly north from the existing room. So anyone that's played there in Austin will be familiar with the location off of 183 at Anderson Mill. The current location just very south of Anderson Mill in the shopping center there. It will now be just north of Anderson Mill. So literally just hopping across the road, still on the west side of the highway off of 183, but moving into a bigger location. Going to have, I think it's about 3 times as many tables, and it's going to have a bar and a restaurant. So really upping the game here
That's
in
exciting.
Austin.
I mean, if you can look at Las Colinas as the new standard for customer service, fantastic food, great bar.
What a beautiful space too.
Oh, absolutely.
That's a great room.
Yeah, the last big event, forget what the tour was. I think it was. Yeah, I think it was the Atlas Tour event that I played up there. I played my starting flight at Las Colinas. And that was the first time I visited. It was absolutely beautiful room. Looking for any excuse to go back. So when the Atlas Tour is up there, you best believe that's where I'll be.
Excellent. Yeah, and also, while we're talking about the Dallas area tournaments, you don't even have to wait for the Atlas Tour to come around. Every month, I think it's the last Saturday of the month, $250K guaranteed tournament for $300 buy-in. Absolute banger of value to be had in that one, and it always crushes the guarantee. So, 250 is just the beginning. You're talking like 350 in the prize pool for $300. You could just be walking away with one hell of a payday, just like these gentlemen here are fighting over this evening. As Tony here on the button, ace-9-0, getting after it.
Honestly, ashamed to say I haven't been out to Dallas for one of those yet. So, I think that lit the fire under me. I'm a changed man today, and it's all because of Aaron, everybody.
Get in there, buddy. Wes is going to be in the mix, so if you want to take some Wes dollars, it's going to show up with TCH Dallas. I mean, and that's just sort of like, that's the month-end finale of, I think it's a 50K guarantee or something that they do every single Saturday. It's absolutely incredible.
Yep.
That one, of course, just being a single-day buy-in, whereas the 250 is multi-flight entry. So a couple of different chances to get your way in there. At the end of the day, just really tremendous value, and the tournament scene is just popping here at Texas Card House here in state of Texas. So even if you're not in Texas, you can come on down and hang out with us and get in on the action. We'd love to see you.
Suited king under the gun for Thunder.
He thought he straddled, so.
This time we're going to go this way.
You do that PLL sometimes.
It looks like after being called out, the answer is raise.
This actually looks even stronger, right? It's like the guy sitting there doesn't know it's on him, and then after everyone kind of jokes at his expense, he still raises. That's almost the guy who's like got a really big hand and is waiting for someone to do something so that they can raise. I've seen that a bunch of times, but Unal and the Norseman both get in there with suboptimal holdings.
0 people noticed, and it was really hard to do. Like,
And
to
everybody
go from that to this, like, it was, like, and it was so bad that, like, and still no one noticed. I was like, all right, guys, this game's over. Like,
Sounds like the best game ever.
Thunder going to continue with it.
If you're into $4 watch pots every hand, then the answer is yes.
350K.
Appreciate you, buddy.
TCH planning any cross-state, sorry, like cross-venue tournaments in the future? Isn't that something that we experimented with at one point?
You mean like the ones where
Multiple day
like
ones
the
across.
Los Colinas in Dallas?
I think
Where
you
is
mean
it?
like you could play at RGV, you could play in Houston, you could play at Austin, you could play in Dallas, but everybody that plays in day
Combines.
one all funnels
Hmm.
into a day two at a single location.
Yeah, didn't you guys experiment with that early on?
We did. So a couple of years ago, we tried that out, and I mean, it was a successful event. I certainly don't get to claim that I was in charge or in any way affiliated with the decision making on that. There were, you know, entries from all of the different locations. The trouble, of course, is just with the logistics, and the way that it had been run was that the only room that could accommodate the number of players that they were expecting to get, that they did get, was to have everyone go to Dallas. So that meant that everyone from the southern regions had to drive all the way up there. Now,
Yeah.
with the new Austin room opening, with the amount of tables that it has, it actually creates a central location for them to bring that back. So I'm not going to say that that is a for sure thing, but it definitely does open the door for it. So great
Yeah,
question.
super interesting
yeah.
opportunity
Can
geographically.
neither confirm nor deny any plans to do something like that in the future.
Yeah, but I do remember for sure, you know, the players that qualified from Austin. I remember I got very close. I think I was like soft bubble. I was like one off of the bubble for the final flight that was running, but had several other local buddies that made day two and went up there. They had to drive up there, and then you know, from Austin, it's a couple-hour drive. It's no big deal. The guys that had to drive up from the Rio Grande Valley, that's a long drive.
Yeah.
You know, a day two, you got to take a whole chunk of time off from your usual routine to go up there and deal with that. As we have gotten to the river here, six of clubs, brings in the front door club flush draw. Nobody on that. It's just a couple of bricked draws and top trips. No kicker for the Norseman. Going to take this
Norseman
down.
able to avoid the heart on the river.
But yeah, I do think it'd be pretty incredible. Oh no, Chris has shipped it here. He says if these guys can check to me, they probably don't have anything.
1 million.
And he stuffs it for a pot-sized bet. Well, Mike, our resident expert on what the Norseman will do. What do you think he's going to do?
I think it's going in. There was a
There it is.
Sorry, buddy. No, go.
Yeah, you're not checking a jack to fold the jack.
Oh, and there we go. Chris going to be eliminated next as we check in to our ladder. Chris going to be out in 6th place. He will collect $17,510 for his efforts. And then there were 5. And the 5th place finisher.
That's where that $10 went.
Oh, yep, there it is right there. I mean, I'm sure the drive-through at Taco Bell will not go unsatisfied tonight.
Congratulations to Chris, though. I mean, fantastic run and a lot of heart to go for it there in that spot. Just running it.
A lot of fun to watch, for sure.
If I got tricky, we were trying to get a coffee big time there.
So 5 players remaining. Our next player going to take home over 20 grand for their efforts. As we take a look, we still got a long ways to go and still a star-studded final 5 here. Thunder, Razzle Dazzle, Tony, the Norseman, and Uno.
And we've been, you know, loosey-goosey, everybody eating a sandwich and stuff here up until this point. You know, most people just having a good time. Of course, there's still been some seriousness in the moments that have mattered, but now it really starts to get interesting because,
Business time, baby.
yeah, the pay jumps are no longer just a few $1,000s, but you already, you know, I'm making 15K if I bust right now, but if I bust next, I get 18, right? Okay, like those numbers, it kind of starts to feel a little bit less important as to whether you make it one more ladder because you're already making so much. Now it's like, all right, the next guy gets how much? And then the next guy gets how much? It's starting to
Yeah, it
be
was.
real
Well, the
big.
difference between fifth and fourth was half the difference between fourth, or sorry, sixth to fifth and fifth to fourth. I think.
Say
It's
that
a
again really
it's a
fast.
50, I think it's a 15K pay jump right now, and the last pay jump was 7.
I think that's right. Yep.
Which, you know, that's now it's serious.
Yeah, man, what the heck? Just because looking the other side?
Yeah, the next player that goes out is going to be getting 21-7, which is about a 4K difference than 6th place, what Chris just got. The player after that
You're good.
will be getting, yeah, not quite 7,000 more.
And then it's 15, right? Fourth to third.
Yeah, 4th to 3rd is 15. You're exactly right. So yeah, we've gone from 4 to 7 to 15. That is a big jump coming up. Razzle Dazzle here, pretty consistently showing his big hands when he's got the respect pre-flop. Maintaining this image that Cowboy had or not, he ain't messing around. No 10-6 suited stuff.
Yeah, and if you're Unil here, you're stoked, man. You just made another what, like $7,000 or $8,000 just from sitting tight. Lost a couple more players when you were sitting near the bottom. Life is good.
Life is very good, and he's still healthy too. I mean,
Yeah.
it's still on for Razzle Dazzle to kind of assert himself here and pick up some chips. He has a lot of chips in terms of quantity. The quality is just a little bit more tilted towards the blue and the red variety, and needs to pick up something to kind of move up the totem pole here. Everything's about whether or not you're at the bottom or not at this stage of the tournament.
Yep.
Thunder here, 10's gonna bump it up, 160K to go. Razzle Dazzle with Jack-8 suited in the small blind. Elects to let it go, and garbage.
What an incredible dynamic too, to have a player walk away from their stack for a moment there. Tony, the chip leader, I think, was not at his seat for that hand, which is pretty wild.
I mean, the rule is if you have to take phone calls or send text messages, you gotta be off the set to do so. Just an integrity of the game thing. So if you're not back by the last card being dealt to the button, your hand's dead, regardless if you're on TV or not.
45,000, and we play for the other 45,000. There's 265 is a prize pool left, and everybody guarantees 40. That's third place guaranteed. And we just play.
But again, a big thank you to everybody spending their Monday night with us here at TCH Live. Hope everybody's enjoying this just as much as we are. It's been an absolute pleasure and a real treat to do this final table. Seeing some great play, some great poker, hanging out with some great people with the call here. And Wes, Aaron, and Michael keeping you company throughout tonight's action.
I got another suggestion. Everyone 45, and why don't we give
Let's listen for a moment.
So why don't we give the winner 30 more and second place 15 more?
Well, we can still spread it out according to percentages. Is that what you're talking about?
No, he's not doing ICM. Okay, 7 folks.
Whatever you guys want to do. We'll make it where first place gets, we'll do like 30 and, what I said, less 45? 30 and 15, like you said?
Yeah, like everyone 45 and first place gets 75 and second place 60 or something like that.
Well, how much money is that? I don't think we got that much. No, there's 45,000. Well, we just gave only 45,000. We have a break. If we do 45 guaranteed. Yeah. There's
Here, you guys
45,000.
have a break in 10 minutes if you want to. Wait until then, or I can call floor now. It's up to you. But they
Let me
will,
think.
they will
I don't
pause it.
understand 45. Can we pause it and talk about it?
Nah, one.
Well, that would be a lot. Because I'm trying to get it where first place is still going to be close to the first
Okay,
place
that's
price.
fine.
180 is all I'm doing.
Yeah, I'm down for
Let's
that.
just do that. That way, first place is still reasonably close to what they would get. It's going to still be 85.
You're gonna have to
I mean,
explain.
90,000.
I would be down for that.
Y'all want to do that? Everybody good with that? You good? Are you good, sir?
Is that okay, you?
We got a break in 10 minutes.
Hold on, he's in the hat.
You check? No. I'm on the.
Seems like the prudent thing is to wait till the break to have this conversation, but they're definitely getting it out into the air. As top and bottom pair for the Norsemen, top for Brazzle Dazzle. Dangerous situation here.
To
For the
answer
man.
your question, Glenn C., the dealer is relaying what the producer is saying to the players.
Oh, this could throw a wrench into the
Oh, yeah.
chop talk immediately. Brazzle Dazzle all in here for 2x pot. What do you think about this, Mike?
It's probably fine. Probably fine. You're still gonna get called by worse, right? And you're denying a lot of equity to other hands. I was thinking at first it seemed a little lazy, like it just seemed like a little too big, but over the open, let's see, there was 1 million in the pot. The dude bet 40 Norseman bets 40%, right? 400K into a million, and then it's a jam for 2 million.
Not quite, because there's a million in there. It was about a 400 into 600. It was a 2/3 pot size bet. Made a million into the pot. Now he's shipping it over that. So his, unless I'm wrong, maybe I did the math wrong there, but let's see.
No,
He's all in for 2 million. Pot currently reads 3.
I think it's probably good. I think it's probably a winning play. I'm surprised that Norseman is. I mean, I guess it's, it's a big pot. You want to make sure the count is exact, but I would be very surprised to see Norseman fold here.
Yeah, I think this is more of an accounting issue. Just trying
Yeah,
to
yeah,
understand
for sure.
what exactly he's about to put in.
I don't think there's much of a decision here. I think you just go.
It is pretty wild that they were all just talking about how much money they're going to make if they just chop up the pot right now. 45,000, going to go on break soon. Maybe this tournament's just over, and now here he is thrust into this position.
I know it, right? You wonder like if that plays into the decision at all. Like he knows that they were talking shop just before. Wow, he doesn't seem comfortable with it. But if you're Norseman, or like the way the money goes in, if you're Bradley, are you really jamming your sets? Like, are you jamming the hands that beat you?
I'm just theorizing. I'm not talking.
Yeah, honestly, I think. Well, I mean, maybe we could just listen to him. He's theorizing, but maybe he's more worried about something like Jack 10 suited, Jack 10 of hearts. Like maybe he's more worried about that one combo that he's flipping against than he is against something that he's just crushing. I don't know. But maybe.
Yeah, you don't have any hearts in your hand. You're not thrilled with it, but I mean, you got 2 pair, man.
Set of 9s is obviously burglarizing you, but yeah.
You just can't. Yeah.
Folding this, I think, is sort of sacrilegious, but it is so incredible that we just had this conversation about making 45,000, and we know, these players know, the next person that goes out is actually going to get 21,000. So he's talking about over doubling that amount. He isn't out if he loses, calls and loses, but he is down to 13 big blinds.
Sure. He called. He calls. Yeah, and he's like, "Oh, I got slow roll."
Can't believe it.
Yeah, I mean, when he tanks for that long, you think your opponent has, king, queen, queen, jack.
Still has equity.
It's not over. 9 is dirty.
He folded.
He folded.
Wait, what?
He didn't say call. He said he folded.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
But what are we doing afterwards?
He announced fold, not I call. He says I
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
wow.
I mean, this is going to sound bad, guys, but if I'm Bradley and that hand gets shown the way it does, I'm no longer interested in the chop. Like
No, not at
100%. Like it's just game on. Sorry, guys. I really just want to play this one out.
No, we're doing like
Oh my goodness.
not we're not stopping the tournament. We're making a deal for
Oh
guaranteed
my
For the
money.
prize.
good
You
lord.
want to rearrange the prize?
Folded that hand.
Oh
We're
my
gonna do 45
goodness.
guaranteed 5 legs. Guaranteed. And then we're playing for the rest.
Winner take all, baby.
Winner take all, 45.
Wait, what?
Winner take all.
What are
Whatever
they-
should be 45
Why would they
unless
agree
I
to
pull.
that?
Unless I'm-
That is a nightmarish.
Do the math.
Well, okay. Okay, so it's clear that we find that to be a little bit odd. But let's think about it. 5 players, all getting the same amount of money, and only the winner gets an additional 45,000.
I wouldn't agree to it as Tony, but if Tony's the one negotiating, he's basically brokering the deal. Then, I mean, if he's happy with it, we're happy with it, right, boys?
Yeah.
But
I
as
mean,
Chip,
we-
if I'm Tony, there's no shot that I would do that.
No, no, just
All
flat
the
out
money's
no.
coming out of your pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also, let's think about this too. The deal can get renegotiated because there's 45,000 that's being played for. All of the remaining players that are, quote unquote, locked up their money. There's still money left to be played for. They can renegotiate how that money gets played for as soon as another player is eliminated. So
40,900 on top.
they're talking about leaving 45K for the winner, but really, a couple players get eliminated. They just talk about chopping it again, right? I mean, let's be honest. That was what would happen.
Yeah, they're basically just trying to raise the floor, right?
Yeah, they're raising the floor.
Oh. Yeah, you're doing different math.
Yeah.
You divided by 6 plays.
I was
and
letting everybody get 45,000.
Yeah.
Oh, then, yeah, I like that. Yeah.
All right,
And then
I'm
the
just
difference.
gonna take a
Yeah,
step back
it's
and let them.
So my
Gonna
math
hash
is
it out here.
45,000 for fifth, fourth, third, and second. And first place we get 85,900.
Beautiful. I'm in.
Hey, did you hear it?
No, but I'm listening.
So second through fourth, second
Yeah,
through
that's
fifth
right.
is 45,000. First place we get 85,900.
Beautiful. You guys are confusing me, man.
Everyone gets 45.
Yep.
I got
And if you win,
winner takes all for the
for the
40.
remaining.
Okay.
That's the winning prize for first.
Right, but I'm saying after we get to 45, we don't get anything else unless we win.
Yes.
We're playing where to take off. All right.
Good.
Hey, handshakes, everyone.
Tony, what's up, man?
I mean, I don't know about you, Mike, but this is the strangest deal I've ever seen.
Make sure your math right.
Certainly not unprecedented, and I definitely support any venue that's going to let the players decide what they want to do with their money. It's their money. Any place that does, it's really frustrating as a player to be dealing with such large sums and have a venue tell you that you can't, we won't broker this, we won't negotiate it, when all it really involves is them changing a bit of paperwork. But this is unorthodox for sure, and I can't help but feel like Tony is inadvertently giving himself the short end of the stick. He's buying insurance against a dealer blackjack here or something. Like this can't be good for him theoretically, but it's hard to complain about 45 G's in your pocket, right? Lock it up.
No, I mean, I'm never going to complain about 45 grand in my pocket. I mean, wow.
I guess if I was him, I would another way you could negotiate this is, everyone gets 45, but I'm going to get 55. Give me a 10K boost on whatever you guys are getting. He's got almost twice second place, and then play for the rest. But I would definitely ask for a premium if they were trying to spread out the prize pool this way.
And you can do it from the standpoint still of like the nice guy, the chip leader still giving a handout to the shorter stack.
Absolutely. If you're Unil, this is a slam dunk, like best deal you may get in your entire poker career situation. I mean, this is, Unil and honestly all of them, all three of them are just like right around the same. This is all 4 of them rather. I mean, it's really negligible.
But let's extend a hand to Tony here for being a gentleman, offering a fantastic deal to the rest of the table. He knows what he wants. He's putting it out there, and he's not afraid of sacrifice. And it's not over yet either, right? He
Absolutely, he
still
could
has
still
the chip
come
lead.
away, you know, with $90,000 if he wins.
Yeah.
Yeah, with PLO, I'm done with PLO.
Yeah, I just don't know if Tony knows how much of a gentleman he's being right now.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to, you know, sort of
Oh,
show the other side of the coin.
absolutely, absolutely. And it's, you know, everyone high fiving and, like, you know, get a shared winners photo maybe. You know, that's, I'm all for the camaraderie in poker. It doesn't have to be a solo game. It's he's thrilled. He's already going. He's stepping outside for a smoke and to call his wife.
Oh yeah, we got 45K locked up. Bully these boys out of the rest of it too. Damn right. Well, okay.
Yeah, did you hear what Bradley just said to Thunder? It's a very good deal for both of us.
Yeah.
Let's tune in. They can talk shit about him while he's taking this.
Well, okay, so we've got a few minutes to kill as the players are on break. Of course, the deal has been brokered, but got to get everything finalized, and they still do have time on the clock to go out, get a fresh.
So just for people just tuning in, and for my clarification, right? Everyone's getting a base of 45,000, and they're playing for the rest.
That is correct. Yes.
And that just also happens to be 45,000.
Just so happens. Yes.
Okay, because that was a little confusing. That's interesting.
I mean, there's like dollars and cents or whatever, the equivalent of dollars and cents to be rounded around, but yes,
yeah, but it's essentially the same difference. It's the same number, 45 and 45.
Yeah, Richard here in the chat says it's a 15K difference if he wins it all at the end. That assumes that, you know, the remaining 5 players down to 4, down to 3, down to 2 don't make a deal for the remaining 45,000 that's in the pot and just plays it out and literally winner takes all. But my guess is that
realistically, with one third of the chips in play, you know, you can expect to win, you know, I don't know, 40% of the time, probably something like that.
Oh, we're already back up and running. Wait, I guess the players have agreed to not take a break, a full break?
I think they were just taking 5-minute breaks.
Oh.
Or they told the tournament director that they were just going to block run while they negotiated.
Okay. Okay. I mean, either way, here we are. We're in a hand, so it's happening.
Yeah, it seems a little off color that they wouldn't have waited for Tony.
Here, let me ask you this though. I mean, we're back into the action, so if at any time we have a hand develop, we'll just pause. But let me ask you this real quick, because as soon as you flatten the payout structure to where literally everyone in the tournament has already locked up as much as they're going to lock up unless they win, given the current decision, how does that affect your play? What happens to ICM? And good Lord, this is like an alternate universe of ICM calculation, right?
I think it's just gone. I think it just erases ICM. You're now playing a winner-take-all chip EV.
Yeah, like literally, it doesn't matter. You're just going for it.
I would approach this. I would approach it unless I thought that people were going to renegotiate. If it's truly like a play to a winner, and the guy that brokered the deal is chip leading, I'm just playing like I would on day one of a tournament.
Now, let's say, alternate universe, the guy that's chip leading begrudgingly agrees to this deal, but it was someone else that brokered it, right? Like, yeah, then renegotiation becomes way
more on the table.
Yeah.
You're not wrong. If you were looking to make a good deal, I mean, honestly, if I'm just feeling so elated if I'm any of the other 4 players. Like this is a situation. I mean, that's why Bradley could recognize that he's second to chips and has a skill edge, but that's just the deal's too good to be true. They all locked up what, 3rd place money?
Yeah, Bradley needs to do better than 3rd place in order to improve his payout.
Yeah.
And yes, getting 2nd place is 70,400, so a substantial improvement over the 45. But he still has that 45K that he's playing for in play. So if he manages to get into the final 2, he could potentially negotiate a deal with the remaining 45K to where he didn't actually lose out on anything. That value
Yeah.
is still there for him.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think these are the sorts of things that I think are so fascinating about human nature, right? It's game theory in a very fluid kind of a situation. It's not as simple as, the prisoner's dilemma. Like, oh, you have two choices, and what do you do? Because obviously, anyone who puts enough thought into it settles on you rat the guy out or whatever. Here we are in a situation where it's like I can get a great deal, or I can get a bad deal, but like the bad deal for one guy is a great deal for the other guy. Here's Tony, who's ready to give up the chip lead for the same money as the other guys because he wants $45,000. He wants that, and he's ready to take it, and he still gets to play for more. So more power to him. This is incredible stuff. I love it.
I take that back. I just checked.
After breaking, that means it's probably gonna be a good one.
No break?
Yeah, Tony strikes me as and I don't mean this as a diss at all. He strikes me as the kind of guy that's gonna take even money against a dealer ace and blackjack every time, and then he's gonna handsomely tip the dealer.
Yeah.
He's gonna take up his sure thing and then make sure everyone benefits from it.
All right, here we are. Let's get back to the hand here, because here we are with this situation, all the money already basically taken off the table. Top and bottom against a flush draw, and the flush
bingo.
gets there.
Flush gets there. Ooh.
And Tony with the best of it. 6-high flush. He's got the butt flush and a hammerlock on this. Razzle Dazzle, the player who might think about still trying to fight for that remaining 45K, but top and bottom pair, bets big, gets an all in. And he's in the tank.
I love Bradley's continuation on the turn. I think it's a mandatory bet again, and I think he's savvy enough to get away from it here. I mean, you're losing to or you're still ahead of hands like King Queen, Ace Queen with a club. That I guess I could envision Tony playing this way, but I don't think he has any reason to believe that his two pairs good here.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Ace Queen and King Queen with a club. That's two combos. Excuse me, that's because he has a queen, so what, 4 combos?
You're a nice guy. You're gonna see it on screen.
He lets it go. Yeah,
Good luck, though.
it's
Good
4
lay down.
combos of the hands that you could beat, and then a bunch of combos of clubs that you don't beat. I mean, you can see Tony's got 6-4, so he's got every combo.
Yeah, I think Bradley can definitely look back at this final table with his head held high. He's really put a masterclass on patience and not getting married to the strength of your hand and looking at it in the big picture.
Yeah, and not losing sight of that remaining 45K there. So many players would just be like, I could still improve. I could make a full house and just go load in there.
Yeah. Yeah, he's taking every decision on every street at face value, which I respect. He's being really present with his play and decision making. And now, it's situation. Let's talk about metagame a little bit. Where it looks like the players are now coloring up. We're going to have a level increase to 50, 100, 100. I don't know about you, but when I'm deep in a tournament and that color up happens, it feels so much bigger. Every pot feels so much more significant when we're dealing with less chips and it's just all the high denomination chips.
Yep. Yeah, it's a psychological thing. You've got
It's purely psychological, right? But it's there.
Yeah. Oh, and how many times too have you seen this in the smaller buy-ins? The $300, the $400 buy-ins, where they color everybody up so much to where you come back to a 2x average stack and you have 20 chips total.
I was gonna say, yeah, you have 14 chips in front of you.
Yeah, you're like, wait, what? How am I supposed to play this game? I just have to fucking be announcing, 18,000 every time because I only have, these 25K chips. But it changes the game. It definitely alters your perception. And I mean, at least for our sakes, we may be getting a Taco Bell run in before 10 p.m. Central here. I don't know.
Just borrow that $10 off of 4th place and let's do it.
I'm gonna beg for a super chat. Who's got $10 in the super chat to send me to Taco Bell here? You know, I kid, of course, but no, the 10 off of the top, the 10 off of anybody else. I mean, I'm going to Taco Bell one way or the other, whether it's before 10 or not. Is up to these players, but no, I love it. I love every minute of this.
As we check in here is our player stacks. Tony, 7.28 million. Meanwhile, bringing up the rear is Brazzle Dazzle at 2.32 million. And Tony still with, well, more than a 2-to-1 chip lead over second place, which is the Norseman.
And yeah, we played pretty much this entire final table with the average just astronomically high for final table standards.
Yeah, it is absolutely uncanny that we went from playing like a tournament with interesting ladders to essentially a 5-person 40 big blind sit and go.
Yeah,
super interesting. Personnel question: This our Justin Hammer, is that the same Justin Hammer that runs MGM?
Same Justin Hammer. Not sure if he's still running MGM or exactly.
Oh, is that a former?
Well, I don't know. But I mean, yeah, it's the same Hammer that does all the tournaments pretty much everywhere, all the time. Whoever's got him.
I didn't mean to bring up competitors. I only mentioned it because I think I may have played with him once in Vegas because he was crowdsourcing for ideas on like new tournament formats and such. And if it's the same person, great guy. I just made the connection. Yeah,
I'm sure it is because he's been everywhere. He's done a whole bunch of different things, and now, as far as I know, doing the PokerAtlas tours around the country.
I see.
Yeah, outside of that, I can't speak to it. I'm sure Justin could jump into the chat and answer that for you. But
I know, right on. AC says, yes, the same Hammer, not running MGM no more. Well, we're glad to have him.
Interesting spot here. A couple of pairs and a gutty here to the nuts for Thunder. Backdoor hearts not kicking for anybody. Wow, Tony raises. Let's go. Top pair, no kicker. Gives him the business, takes it down. And now we got some spectators getting into the mix here. The gray hairs maybe coming in to check out Tony's takeover here.
Yo, Bruce, you hear you're already locked up 45 grand?
Yeah, man. Yeah, not only that, they're still playing for another 45.
You can double it.
Yeah, well, I might get myself a new set of threads. I don't know, maybe some plugs. I don't know. I've been working on this gut. I still got the straps on. Yeah, let's talk about this elsewhere. What do you think? No,
You're good. Taco Bell.
Good. I was happy to keep running with that as long as you wanted to, Mikey.
Hey, buddy, bring it back. You know,
keep going.
I'm a sucker for a good callback, man. You got time. We're gonna be here a minute. I'm sorry to leave you hanging there.
I know, dude. I was waiting. The other guy's mouth was moving. I was like, "Come on, dude."
I know. I had. It was a one-man show.
Well. King 9 suited here. Let's go. The Norseman. Called? Misread, perhaps.
Misread? I mean, not the first time we've seen him with a weird 9X combo.
It was 9-4 earlier. Let's not forget. It was 9-4.
That is true.
So perhaps trying to go for the callback of his own. Okay, listen. So we're gonna get the 3-piece chicken McNugget. You get one. I'm telling you, man. No, you only get one. Nope, that's the deal. All right. I can't run this show by myself, Mike. But I love the expressions.
It's not my fault that the guy on the left's not talking. Like, what do you want me? What do you? I mean, my hands are tied, brother.
Yeah, you're right. I just got stuck.
You know, he nudged him. He nudged him
going,
with
it
the
would've been
elbow.
fun.
He hits him with the elbow. I thought about saying some, provocative things like in a muffle, but I want to be invited back too.
No, you're good. A fish sandwich? A fish sandwich? Come on.
I heard the titty bar on the street has a great buffet. Let's just get out of here.
Thank you.
That escalated quickly.
I couldn't keep it any longer. Having too much fun over here by myself.
Oh my god. For anyone fortunate enough to have just tuned in, we are watching the final 5 players competing for another $45,000. All of these players have locked up $45K apiece. There is still $45,000 allotted to the winner. However, that could still be renegotiated. But as of right now, that's the deal, and these 5 players are getting after it. And we're having a good time. We've been here for, what has it been? 5 hours now?
Just about 5 hours.
5
130 hands. It's been a good old time. Conversations from everywhere to real poker to Taco Bell to what Michael's going to be doing after the stream's over. So,
hey now.
All right, Doug R here in the chat says, why not just ship it every hand and bingo the chop? Well, I mean, it's certainly a possibility. There's nothing stopping these guys from just, doing a flip for the last 45K. But, I mean, especially if you're Bradley here, right? Like, this looks like the most amazing spot for a 45K 5-way sit and go. If I get all the chips, I get 45 more.
Yeah, I'd fly out to Houston to play the sit and go.
Yeah, I think,
okay.
I think that's right.
It gets a little, I'm trying to put myself in Bradley's shoes a little bit, and it gets a little interesting if he's like final 3 and it's a winner take all. I wonder if he second guesses, once they're down to 3. But honestly, it's just he's Tony walks away briefly, and Bradley is just very confidently says to everybody, this was a great deal for us. So, I mean, I think he knows what he has. Hindsight's 20/20. Just kind of lock it in.
Yeah,
so it's just a good financial decision. It's kind of a situation that's just too good to pass up. I wonder what the ICM numbers would have come down to. I bet every player would have ended up somewhere in the high 30s.
Yeah, I think Bradley and Unal, though, in particular, at the time of the deal, would have been maybe middling 30s and maybe even sub 35.
Yeah.
I mean, because let's not forget, like, 5th place was 21-7.
Right.
4th place, 28-4. So the pay jumps are all at the top.
Yeah, they probably all got like, I mean, I'm just spitballing here, but they probably all got at least 10 grand over ICM.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's right.
8 to 10.
Yeah. So if we'll take a look at this hand here, because it looks like there's some development happening. Thunder here, raising to 100. Let's not forget here, 100K big blind. Thunder under 20 bigs. Gonna opt to min raise the 5s here from under the gun with 5 players active. Unal with the other 5 somehow.
Unal's gonna see the flop with him. I like it.
Healing. The cold call. They both call?
Oh my! Yep, they're both in there.
I mean, it's winner take all. What? Why not?
If the 5
it's gonna be sick.
Pot.
It's gonna be sick when the 5's a window card. The whole
Gutter ball to a royal flush for Tony.
Window card. Yeah. Let's
See
cut
the-
back. Pan out to the outer tables. We need to have this conversation about the 5 in the window.
Yeah, a lot of red herrings on where the TCH scandal was going to be tonight, but you know, it turns out to be the fifth 5.
Oh, shit.
Oh yeah, just 80% of the royal.
But I'm gonna put it in. I don't give a
Feels
shit.
good.
Y'all want to come on? I would take it.
Tony, y'all want to come on?
Tony's ready to celebrate. He's
I would have took it in the arm.
Oh man, yeah, he's already got a prime rib and a bottle of scotch ready to go. I think.
we should just Tony's the guy. I bet he has like a remodeled room in his house that he put 100 grand into to run a really sick home game, and I bet every Sunday he's smoking a brisket for him and his buddies.
Ooh, boy, man, I want an invite. Tony, hit us up, man. We will be there. We'll bring something special. Not a 3-piece McNugget either.
No.
Way better than that.
Rob, they're on hour 5 of day 3, but this tournament is on day 3 of several 12 to 14 hour days.
That is day 2 was about 8 hours, just under 8 hours actually. Day 1s were generally 9 to the last one was 12 and a half.
Nice. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, day 2 yesterday actually relatively short-lived, just by the sheer sort of nature of overlaying a little bit and having fewer players advance, because it was 8% rounded up for
Correct, yes.
advancing to day 2. So 39 players of the 465 advancing. Not that many, of course. A few of those players going to come into day 2 relatively short stacked. Did bust down pretty quickly. I know Mike and I were sort of keeping up to date on the number of players remaining, the average stack size and everything as the day developed, because we were hoping to jump in here with Wes last night if this was going to play down as it stood.
It was easy shot that this was going to be played tomorrow.
Oh shit!
Look at this! Oh my goodness!
We have an all-in.
All in and a call. You nil with King 3 suited. Norseman with Ace Jack. Oh my!
You need like a.
Drawing at 8%, needing running spades, perhaps running Ace Jack.
I don't know how all the money went in here. This was just like a ship and a call on the flop, I guess. With like a min raise free or a limp free.
Truth be told, I am not sure, but it worked out for you, nil. He doubles up.
That is really big for him. He was the short stack by quite a long ways. It was kind of just a waiting game for him to mostly go out or I guess double up, and he found certainly the spot to do that. As Thunder now alone at the bottom end of the chip stack. Unil actually in second place now.
Wow. And look how Tony's pulled away. He's got triple Unil now.
Thunder right in the short end.
Yeah, they are.
We have 1.33 million.
Stuff like that, they're losing up.
The one time he plays it, he flops 2 pairs.
And 13 bigs is our short stack. Meanwhile, nothing but time for Tony.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I wondered if this was going to happen, right? Mike was saying earlier, he's like, no, like as soon as we get to a spot like this, like you play like Chippy V, you just literally go for every spot that you can. And I think that's kind of exactly what these guys are going to end up doing. Maybe Bradley going to be a little bit more conservative, recognizing that he doesn't just need to pile all the chips in and just sort of see what happens, right? If he can find a good spot that's substantially plus EV to get all of it in pre, okay, good for him. But otherwise, it's going to look to try to build some pots, in position, play post flop, try to pick up the chips when he knows he can exercise a little bit more control over things. That last one, you know, again, we didn't quite see all the action. We were having a conversation, but it seemed like it was just like limp call or limp check pre, and then just somehow piled it all in on the flop. And ace jack was either the all-inner or the caller. Didn't really see it. It just seemed to go from 0 to 100 immediately.
I mean, ace jack jammed and was snapped off by 2 pair. That was
Oh,
the
it was
situation.
that. Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Well, I'm glad you caught that because, yeah, I was uncertain of how the ace jack could have called off because it didn't seem like many chips went in pre. But there you have it. If the ace jack just ripped it, that makes some sense. Phony Turgeson, no, definitely not. Day 3 of this tournament. The Thunder is all in. And we've seen Brazzle Dazzle fold pocket pairs on multiple occasions here this evening. He's got the Ducks for half his stack. He's going to put it in now. And here we go. Flipping for it all. What do you think, Mike? Calling off with the Ducks after folding all those previous spots seems good.
Winner take all. I mean, yeah, I guess. I may have been inclined to pass, but we didn't call, right? It was just it was an all in and a call. It wasn't a Brad didn't shove all in over the raise.
No, it was a shove from Thunder on the button, and Brazzle called it off from the
yeah. Seems light. I'm probably waiting. I think in game I'm finding a lot of folds, to be honest.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, deuces just always feels so bad. Like, yes, you are flipping against the overwhelming majority of your opponent's shoving range from the button, but like flipping is not winning.
Yeah, and you're behind a lot of like suited connectors by a touch. Like I'm really happy to get in like 5s, maybe 4s, but I think deuces and 3s you can probably just fold.
Yeah. Yeah, I tend to agree. At the same time, you know, you got 45K in the bank. So you win this one, you double up, you knock a guy out. Now you get to start thinking about renegotiating some more of that 45K your way. Makes some sense to put the money in there too. Going back to your idea of, you know, kind of YOLOing. Maybe you didn't say that. I'm putting words in your mouth. But, you know, taking the spots a little bit more aggressively.
Yeah, I mean, if there was ever a player at the table to get it in with, maybe it would be Thunder. But I don't think it matters with a hand like deuces, really.
Yeah, if he just has like Jack 3, it
just doesn't make a difference. Yeah.
Queen 10.
You know, at least with like slightly higher pairs, you're beating all of the big littles, the king deuces, the ace deuces, and all that.
Yep. All right. Looking at the VPIPs here, now that we're down to these 5 players, they're actually pretty reasonable. 32 for Thunder, down to Unal at 23% over the course of 138 hands.
We really didn't expect anything over the 35% margin for really anybody who was going to be running this deep on this final table. So good to see everybody in that range. It has made for an exhilarating final table, to say the absolute least.
Yeah, Wes, just appreciate it so much you having me and Michael on here with you out of Houston. This is a fantastic show. Absolutely amazing performance here from these players, and a big congratulations to everyone who has cashed this event so far, and to the players that are going to come out in 5th place and above here. Really incredible tournament.
Oh, absolutely, and a big honor to have both of you guys on the show. You know, you guys both predate me when it comes to the TCH Live Nation, so it's truly an honor to be able to share a broadcast with 2 of the best in the business. I appreciate it, guys.
Cheers, man. Happy to be included.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll see some more of the old Michael Perroni here. Go all in 3, Brazzle Dazzle all in and dominated, but needs to hit a 4 or a straight. Wheel
gutter.
Bradley find rabbit in the hat. Chop outs.
Let's.
No, sir.
Really nice play with y'all.
And then there were 4. I'd bring up the
Man.
pay ladder, but we all know what they're making at
And
this point.
Yuno quietly finding himself in contention to make a run here. He's arguably been the quietest player the second half of this final table today, and now sitting comfortably in second.
And incredible as it is, we had 2 bracelet winners, 1 player in West Cutshaw with a big ring win, and obviously, you know, those 3 players far and away the biggest overall tournament live stream, otherwise sort of winners as far as poker tournaments are considered, all out the door. And here we are with these 4 players remaining. I feel like of the remaining players, you know, we don't need to pick favorites or point fingers or anything like that. Just let's just look at the way that people have played the game, and I'm just going to go out here and say that I think Thunder here has shown the most moxie as far as willingness to go after spots. I think he's going to be a big underdog against Tony, who is not only the most chips, but has just kept waking up with hands. But I'm going to go out and say that Thunder here, it's his tournament to get after.
Now, I'm actually going to have to play devil's advocate here. If I'm gonna go complete devil's advocate. I'm going to say that Thunder is next out. I think he's going to just get overly aggressive now, especially now we're 4-handed. And I think he's going to get his hand caught in the cookie jar at just the right moment, and it's going to cause a uprooting in what has been happening.
I'm just happy to be here.
I knew you were going to say something like that. No, again, I'm not trying to pick a favorite or anything. I think you're probably right, actually, Wes, in that Thunder could definitely find himself in an all-in situation and be straight out the door. However, I think he's the player most likely to get into an all-in situation, and if he gets the double, if he's able to find a way out of it with more chips than he started and not go to 0, then I mean, okay, like let's think about how we've seen the Norseman and Yuno play in particular. Pretty close to the best, relatively passive, taking a back seat. Tony here has been catching a lot of hands. Those are the hands that he's been opening and been willing to play pretty strongly. But what if he starts, you know, finding some 7 deuces here like Thunder just did? You know, he might have to slow down. All right, he's got ace queen. Never mind. He's just gonna win. Tony wins. That's the end of it. I'm done.
So the best starting hand in poker against the parking lot hand. And the parking lot hand comes out on top.
Well, I'm gonna go find a shoe and eat it real quick. No, but no, this is exactly it. Thunder is going to attack whether he has a good hand or not. The other players are not going to do that. That's my only contribution. Tony shows queen, drags the pot, moves up to nearly 10 million. For the first time, we will have a player with over 10 million if Tony can accumulate a few more chips.
Yeah, we were talking with AC in the chat earlier. We're up over 100 likes. So again, I know there's at least 369 people watching right now. So if you haven't hit that like button yet, now is the time to do so. While you're at it, go ahead and subscribe. Don't miss any action from any streaming Texas Card House location across the Great Lone Star State.
All the nicknames survive. All the nicknames survive.
And Palomino fam, everybody has locked up $45,000. And winner will take home the last remaining $45,000. As Michael pointed out, this has turned into basically a sit and go.
Or even like a satellite.
Oh yeah, remember good old days of single table satellites of the World Series. That's what this is now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was a 5-player free roll sit and go for 45K.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I always love about trying to decipher kind of what it means to be playing late in a tournament. I'll come back to that as we've got an all in here. Unal just going to ship it for a massive overbet here with the flush draw and the backdoor straight opportunities. Excuse me, as he takes it down. Like, you get down to heads up, the rest of the tournament fades away. Like, the money that you've made is already in. Now, you have to beat that guy or that gal across the table from you for whatever the difference is between first and second. And suddenly the tournament has transformed from you against 1,000 people or hundreds of people or whatever that was, until me and you playing for $500, $10,000, $80,000, right? Like in this one, if they had played it out exactly as the original schedule was prescribed, it would have been a heads-up match for just about $32,000. And it's incredible that you can go from playing against all of these other people and trying to work your way up until now here you are at this stage, and now me and you, we're playing for 32K. Bring it on, bro.
Yeah, I mean, lucky for us, now they're playing for 45K.
Yeah, I know. It improved from that aspect of like how exciting it is. As to whether or not it will remain so is yet to be seen. But as of right now, that is still the case. I once was in a tournament where I got down to heads up with a guy. And I don't know, there was something like 6,000 in the prize pool, and the way that it was structured, it was like, you know, a little over 3,000, a little over 2,000, whatever it was. Then the guy, we like eliminated the guy and went on a break. We agreed we're going to go use the bathroom. We come back and he's like, hey, you want to talk a deal? I'm like, oh, what do you got? He's like, first place gets 3,500 and we play for the rest. And I was like, wait a minute. Like, he literally offered to make first place more than it already was. And I was like, wait, what? It was interesting.
That's odd.
Yeah. The way that I worded that made it sound strange. But
I was going to say, I'm still processing the way you told me.
Yeah, sorry. He basically said that he wanted to make first place more than it already was. And I was ready to do that until I informed him of what he had just offered me. And he was like, oh, wait, that's not what I meant to say. And then he tried to change it. I still ended up winning the tournament, but it was an interesting offer. I will say that. I should have just accepted immediately what he said. and like had him not figure it out until after we'd started playing. But I didn't have that big of a chip lead over him, so I wasn't that confident. Turned trips here against the top pair for Tony. Tough spot, as Tony has really not run into too many spots like this, but Unal, who has been relatively quiet here, going to come in for a bomb over the bet of 600K.
1.3 is the sizing I think I heard.
Oh, I thought he had put way more out there. This is a min click. I apologize.
So we'll go to the river. Tony drawing very thin. 2 outs.
And that was
And
blind
that's not
check,
one of
by
them.
the way. Wow. Unal goes for the milk, gets out his bucket.
How much is it? 1.2. Come on, dude.
And Unal climbs up to second in chips. Look at this.
First in chips.
First in chips. He does. Oh my goodness, you're right. Oh, my math was way off.
Unal plays that like a master milker. He puts the little 12 big blind bet there on the river. Tony can't get away from it. And just like that, we have a shift in the lead. Tony has been in control of this ever since he coolered West. And for the first time in what feels like in probably was like 90 hands, Unal now in charge. Gonna go back in the chat here. Palomino asking, once everyone agreed on a chop, the tournament was over. No, that is definitely not the case. You can alter the payout structure. The players are in full control over that, as opposed to certain other tournament, sort of structures that mandate that you must play for what they have sort of put on the schedule. TCH, I mean, it's a players' club. They are able to do what they will.
I mean, if you really want to get down to like the nitty-gritty details of it, there really wasn't a chop so much as, like you said, it was just a restructure of the prize pool. Because if there was a chop, we wouldn't be playing anymore. We're still here.
Yeah, now, one thing that I am not certain of, maybe you have the answer to this, Wes, or perhaps Hammer or somebody can hop into the chat here. Had everyone just agreed to flat chop it at, say, 53K or whatever it would have been, and just end the tournament without there being a true winner for the trophy, would that have been allowed?
So they're always going to be awarding the trophy. That was said on day one when the first chop was offered at the first Atlas Tour. And they said how it's going to work is the chip leader is going to get the most money out of the chop. So anything that's rounded goes to the chip leader, and the chip leader will get the trophy.
So if Tony at that time would have taken $1 more and the trophy, but everyone would have effectively gotten the same amount, then the tournament would just end, but he would have been the champion. Okay.
Exactly.
I get it.
Swings go fast.
Yeah, it sounds like that's the correct way to think about it, Palomino. So thank you for your question.
He would have. He would have called me. He would have.
All right, well, here we go. A changing of the guard. Unal now in control. 3 stacks of high society over there with some extras.
Always a sucker for a good trophy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Atlas Trophy, too, one of the better-looking trophies in poker, if you ask me. I mean, I don't want to open this can of worms but I'm going to do it anyway. You know, the U.S. Poker Open Trophy kind of reminds me of the peanut butter sculptures from Benchwarmers. But
Unfamiliar with what you've just stated, but...
Really?
Yeah, I'm not keen on I know what the U.S. Poker Open Trophy looks like. I don't know
yeah,
what
the eagle, the big eagle. I mean, it's just growing up playing baseball like I was when I was a kid. Benchwarmers is kind of like another Bible to me.
Sure.
And the whole thing, this guy enjoyed making peanut butter sculptures in his mom's basement, and I swear every time I see the USPO trophy, that's all I see is a peanut butter sculpture. Zudel comes away with the flush on the river here.
Thunder gonna bet at this, though. After Unal checks, he turns the 9 into a bluff, and Unal looks him up. Yeah, Thunder here kind of just running into some spots where it's like, I just auto-win when you check, so why am I not auto-winning? And now he is down to 11 big blinds here. A little bit unorthodox play, or perhaps just counterintuitive here, as Thunder, the more aggressive player, Unal, Tony, and the Norseman just playing a little bit more on the passive side, and you can see this clash of styles kind of happen pretty frequently in tournaments. Mike, I'm sure you've seen this, where you have, players that are on very much opposite ends of the spectrum, and when they play against each other, things can get kind of out of hand.
Yeah, it's it can be an oil and water situation, and they're constantly passing things back and forth. Collisions happen that may otherwise not happen. So it makes it so fun. It's unpredictable. You got to deal with the swings.
Yeah, I mean, some of the biggest pots I've ever seen in terms of big blinds, in like the middle stages of a tournament, we're talking like 200, 250 big blind pots that get played just out of the blue, is between like a maniac who has built up a big stack by just running people over and getting fortunate in big spots, versus a rock who has just been getting very fortunate and waking up with aces at the right time and things like that. And then all of a sudden, it's just like this huge pot gets played between two hands that arguably shouldn't be in there. And it's just incredible to see. I'm not saying that that's exactly what happened there, but just the kind of dynamic that you can get between players that tend to play on opposite ends of the spectrum is very interesting.
Tony certainly knows how to play this one.
Oh, definitely.
Fold. Oh, what?
Seven tray of hearts for Thunder.
Wow.
Getting a good price there. I don't know about you, Mike, but yeah, it's super dusty and you don't have many chips, but are you ever trying to peel one off there, or do you just preserve your stack?
I would consider peeling it off heads up, and I think the second you introduce additional players into the hand, it really shrivels up. Like, you're just in no man's land if you hit either card, unless you're, flopping a flush or flopping like immense equity. I'd rather just let the other two players collide.
I tend to agree with you in a certain respect, and then
Well, I guess since we're not worrying
about
about payouts anymore, then yeah, sure. Why not?
I know. I was gonna say the other side of me is like, wait a minute, it's like 100 and whatever K to call, and like the payout, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, if I somehow make a hand, I could not only get one player to pay me off, but maybe two.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, it's like the same problem that what's his name? The player that was in our two seat that busted with the Queen 9 suited, jamming into the field.
In the two seat?
He was in the 2 next to Bradley with the cowboy hat.
Scott.
Oh,
Fireman Scott.
Yeah, I just think it's you end up in multi-way situations with you get a kind of a middling piece of it, and it just spells disaster.
I was praying you had.
That said, 7-6 suited, 7-5 suited, I'm probably inclined to continue, and I don't even know if that's just psychological. Like, both hands can make a straight, both hands can make a flush, and it probably doesn't make all that difference. But, definitely generally speaking, can be a bit tall with many players, though, to start mixing it up in situations like that where you're in a tournament environment.
Yeah. Well, Mike, you're gonna need to open the solver here and punch in everyone getting the same payout and winner take all.
Yeah, run some satellite
Seven is on.
satellite sims.
Yeah,
I even look. I don't even know if I can look. Huh?
we need answers.
Really shouldn't. I mean, I'm not even gonna.
Thunder says, "To hell with your answers. I'm all in."
And I think Tony just said calling blind, or maybe not blind, but he said the hell of a something and call.
Action. I like how both players play this hand.
Yeah.
Big little, good jamming hands. Queen 10, right on the cusp of let's tango.
All right, this is the moment for Thunder. If he can get the dub here, he has an opportunity with 13.5 big blinds to make a splash.
Let's go. You've been good with drinks today.
Obviously, Tony taking this one down will move him back into parity
There it is.
with the chip leader, Unal, and yeah, top pair. Tough spot for Thunder. Some equity going to the river. He needs help.
If he can't catch one of his 9 outs, Thunder will be eliminated. As Tony will take out another one. He'll collect his 45K, and then there were 3 competing for the other 45K up top.
Thunder struck.
Thunderstruck. Oh. I'm not even going to give you the guitar lick for that one.
Yeah, and wow. I mean, fantastic show here from Thunder. Congratulations on your 4th place finish, Thunder. Really well played. A couple of spicy spots taken, and honestly, very fortunate to survive the all-ins that got you to this point. But yeah, really, really good stuff. And here we are. We're down to Tony, Unal, and the Norseman. 3 players with $45,000 still remaining in the pot.
I love it. Some unlikely heroes, you know, kind of took a back seat. Just kind of took the tournament as it came to them.
Yeah, who needs bracelet winners, ring winners? Get out of here, man. These guys
Hey,
are
step
ready to
aside.
roll.
This is the PokerAtlas Tour.
Let's go back to the question you asked earlier. Unal, biggest score, 16,000.
That is
Far and away has obliterated that score. Basically 3x'd it already, still with an opportunity to do even better.
Love to see it. He caught the tournament bug for life now.
Oh, there's no stopping him.
He's one of us now.
Dude,
One of us.
Unal's gonna be he's gonna be buying us brazzle dazzles at the Mystery Millions, bro, because he's gonna
right.
have chip leading stack going at day 2.
And this cash today actually puts Unal up over 100,000 lifetime.
Congrats to you.
Oh,
Milestones.
oh,
Definitely.
that's a big milestone. You know, like when you hit your first 100K, it feels good.
Definitely. Definitely. Start
Mike,
thinking
you're-
maybe I have a knack for this thing.
Yeah, Mike, you're on the cusp of $1 million lifetime
Oh,
live earnings.
I could breathe on it for live. Yeah,
I
I'm hoping
know.
that it come June that we can cross the threshold there.
Yeah,
Hopefully in a big way.
you're super
Well,
close.
here's
Yeah, you
hoping
should just
we're
like
there to celebrate with you.
you should break 2 million instead of 1, just
I
like
know, right? Save it for the main. Why not?
the Norseman here putting that deuce to work. Gonna take down $1 million chip pot and stay healthy. 27 big blinds now as the short stack.
You guys want to save another 5, make it 50 even? Anybody interested?
Here we go.
There it is.
4,000, make it 15,000 even. If you're interested, I'm just throwing it out there.
Oh, they're talking about bumping the taking 15 out of the 45.
Table stakes.
This is a different way to play a tournament. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Just like renegotiate at 6 remaining, renegotiate at 3 remaining.
I mean, I thought I had seen it all when the Savage average was introduced this year, but
I'm hearing a lot of positive feedback regarding that structure.
I am too. I'm also hearing some, some of the good old boys that say it has no place in tournament poker, but I like it. It's a structure based on meritocracy rather than time. When the chip leader gets to, I think it was 150 big blinds at that level, the level increases. Doesn't matter what your stack is, only when the big stack gets to 150 plus.
Aren't they also trying to maintain a chip like a 50 big blind average? amongst the field? Too?
Yeah, they're trying to. Yes, I mean, for example, like there's no clock, so color ups aren't breaks. It was so strange when I saw it actually pitched for the first time, and I followed it closely when they implemented it, and it was a success. I mean, other than the buy-in being a little too high for the guarantee, I think it was a great tournament.
Yeah, definitely. It fixes a lot of metagame problems with tanking and running down the clock for sure.
Oh yeah.
And it's pretty frustrating to play a bubble and have 2 minutes taken off the clock for every hand, and all of a sudden you're like 2 levels later before the bubble breaks. It's very frustrating. I've always been surprised that more tournaments didn't adopt going round for round on bubbles. Like I think Choctaw is big for that. Doing round for round instead of hand for hand kind of moves things along a little bit faster. But I always like to see when tournament directors and producers of series are trying to, keep things fresh and innovate.
I mean, I actually think they're actually going to be doing a Savage Average at Seminole Hard Rock.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, I thought I saw something for it earlier today on Facebook, but
very cool.
So sorry, I had to step away for just a second. What are you all talking about?
We're just talking, the illest about you. So.
Well, that's what I thought, but just how ill am I? No.
I mean, it depends on your thoughts on the Savage Average tournament style.
Are we talking milestones, satellites, or?
No. There was a tournament that Matt Savage came up with that essentially instead of a clock, you're upping the level once the chip leader of the tournament hits a certain threshold, and you're trying to maintain the average chip stack of the tournament at around 50 big blinds for the duration. So instead of being time based, Wes was explaining that it's like merit based. So, as far as the leaders of the pack determining when the levels increase.
Interesting. Okay, no, that is.
So it was recently piloted in Cali, and they're introducing another one during the WPT series that's currently going on at Hard Rock in Florida.
Yeah, I mean, my only issue with it was the price point was appalling. It was a $50K guarantee, and I think it was an $800 buy-in.
Oh, I mean, yeah. So it was really like a small pilot. It wasn't like they didn't put it on one of their major weekends, multi-days, or anything.
No, it was a 2-day long tournament too. That was the other thing. They played down to the money, whatever that was. And day 2 they came back and they played down to a winner.
You think if Tony gets heads up that they're just going to chop, or you think he's going to be a man of his word and play it out?
I think based on what we've seen, I wouldn't put another chop talk out of the question. But I could see him sticking to his word as well. Very political answer there. Not letting you know which way I'm leaning toward. But
I'll throw my hat in the ring. I think if Tony gets heads up with Unal as the code, chip leaders here currently, if they are able to vanquish Mr. Norseman here, I give him credit for a chop. I mean, he orchestrated a chop while he was double the second chip back. I think he's ready to lock up as much as he can guarantee, and I don't even think that he'd ask for more. I think if he's got 10 million and his opponent has 8, he says let's just split the 45 and be out of here.
Got some action right here, huh? We had top pair on the flop versus top boat.
Yeah, pretty nasty spot. The queen, of course. Any card pretty much going to be an overcard here, but still Tony shouldn't really be that concerned about the strength of his hand. He's flopped top 2. I mean, effectively top 2. That's a weird way of saying it, but still Gonna be facing ostensibly an all-in here from the Norseman, and a little bit awkward with the 5 and now the queen kicking. Are you continuing to bet the 5 here for this size? 2/3 on the turn, Mike, ever? Or
Oh man, you know, as played, I guess probably. I might go smaller. I think you can get away with 1/3. I'd probably put it in like 300, 350.
yeah. But once you put this in, can you fold to the 1.9 rip? Oh,
I think
never
so.
mind. Norseman just flats it, leaving himself 1.3. Not quite half pot, but just about. And now he's got a lead jam. Oh, never mind. He checks. Okay, I don't know anything about this game.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I think if you're gonna check call turn, you're gonna check river. Try to include, try to keep all the diamond bluffs in, and you know maybe like
Sure. Yeah,
ace
no,
4.
that makes sense. You're right about that. I don't
did get
know.
a. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, I just get stuck in the world of like. I mean,
I have a full house. I have to get the chips in.
well, if you, but you're right. It's like even though
It's awkward.
you left yourself with the half pot, I guess they still try to bluff you sometimes. I don't know.
Yeah, you're still gonna like force your opponent to make final action. And you're, you know, if Tony has a queen, like you're just getting paid regardless, I would imagine.
But don't you get paid more if you lead jam the river? Because like, what if he's got queen nothing? You know, I don't know. It's weird.
Maybe I would hope that 3-handed a queen is just paying you no matter what, but
like it's stuffing it on you to try to get paid by worse.
yeah, try to charge the 5.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to acclimate myself to how Tony the Norseman and Unal are approaching these spots, because I tend to like we can go down rabbit holes as much as we want, and I love it. I appreciate it so much having you guys here on the call with me. But there's also something about trying to put yourselves into the perspective of these 3 players and how they're playing each other. Like, you know. The other players are gone. There's no more bracelet winners. There's no more sort of wild card in there. It's these guys, and they're going to play it out. And you just flopped top boat, and you didn't get a double up, even though stacked pot ratio was 1/2 going into the river. Like, how do we manage these spots? And I don't know. I'm rambling at this point, but you understand.
No,
what I'm saying.
you're on point though. You're good.
Did get an update from chat about the earlier topic about the Savage Average. The Seminole is a $600 buy-in and a $50K guarantee. That information coming from Richard in chat. And AC, so my understanding of the new deal was that they were going to take another $15K and guarantee each of them $50,000. And there's still $30K up top for whoever can take it down.
I love it, man. It'll be such a treat if I get to commentate with you gentlemen and we see 3 deals in one final table. I mean, unprecedented.
That is
that one official?
my understanding.
That's official. They're playing for they locked in 50.
50 locked in. All right.
Which is a little. What was third? Third was like 40 something.
I will check right now. Third place. I'll bring up the graphic in just a second, because I think it's going to spark some more conversation when we take a look at what 2 would have been anyway. Because 2, if I remember correctly, was 71,000.
Yeah, let's finish this handout as we've got a couple of strong hands. I mean, remember, these are 3-handed hands that are occurring. So flop second pair, even with the front door clubs coming in. Yeah, makes a lot of sense to stick around. You see a lot wider continues than you would when you're full ring. Top pair versus second pair. Now second and not a 7 on the end. It's a 6. So looked like 2 pair, but it was not. And the Norseman gonna hang around. Chips up a little bit more. That brings Tony down a little bit more. And with that, I mean, Yeah, getting a little bit more top heavy. Take it away, Wes.
And here it is. So third place would have been 43 grand anyway, actually. So up there over third place money now, guaranteed for everyone. Still 30K up top to play for.
So 50 guaranteed to each player, plus 30 if you win. As of right now, 80K, still better than second place, but not quite anywhere real near the 102 that would have been for first had they played for it all, or played as it started. So let me take it back to the Savage average here real quick, because I did miss a little piece of the conversation. So correct me if you guys already touched on this, but it kind of opens the door to more variance, right? One player kind of gets into a interesting cooler situation where they just all of a sudden vault up to 200 big blinds early on, and it's like, oh well, we said that at this stage of the tournament 200 big blinds, we automatically up the blind structure, and someone can go from a very reasonable 30 big blinds or 40 big blinds or whatever at that moment, and just like a few hands later be down to 20, and they're like, wait a minute, what the hell just happened? Like, that one guy won a big pot, he coolered somebody, and now my stack gets cut in half. So how does that factor in? Is that just something you deal with, or what do you think about that?
I mean, I think the structure itself, like I just pulled it up. The structure itself is like incremental enough that to be honest, I was under the impression that I didn't even know it had anything to do with chip leader. I thought it just had to do with players remaining.
Oh, okay.
So with like certain numbers of players remaining, blinds increase regardless. So it's just like, instead of paying attention to there's a couple major things. So the goal is to keep the average chip stack 50 big blinds, or as close to 50 as possible.
Okay.
So that means that on level 1 you start with 50K chips, the blinds are 500 to 1,000. So you're already, it makes it the benefit of like everything matters from the start.
I see.
But you're not gonna experience a blind level increase. Like, I'm looking at a sample structure here where it's like, if there were 100 players, you don't hit level 2 until there are 63 players remaining. So you're going to be playing with 50 big blinds for a long time. And I think like early on, the structure, even really all throughout, the structure just plays slower than
yeah,
a clock.
much slower. I mean, it's designed to be deep stacked the entire tournament.
You're never going to be in a situation where you're going from like 50 big blinds to 20 big blinds.
Unless you are one of the okay. You're never going to go from 50 to 10. You're never really going to go from like even 30 to 20, I suppose, because
right.
I guess it's just about how they manage the change of like, okay, the average has been dwindling as we've been continuing on. More players have entered, but more chips have been distributed, etc. The number of big blind averages, it was 50, it's dwindled to 40 something, and or I guess it's gone up to 60 something. So then they lower the blind level. I don't know. I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. I guess it's more that direction, right? The average has actually increased given the current blind structure because people have busted and new entries have come in. Okay, I'll have to take a look at it. Anyways, thank you for exposing me to this, because I hadn't even heard of this yet.
It's really compelling. I think there's a lot to be said. I added the link for you in the private chat.
Yeah, no, I'll check it out. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, shit, this has been part of the discussion for a little while, I guess, huh?
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun to actually watch it in its maiden voyage. I followed it pretty closely, and I'm excited to see its second voyage out at Seminole Hard Rock. Also been looking forward to a day where it's going to be we're going to be able to host one here in Houston, perhaps. I'm always excited to look at the new stuff. A lot of new stuff has really disappointed me as a purist of the game, but this one just it feels different off Jump Street.
Well, yeah, I really appreciated the milestone satellites, right? Like that was a big change, which is immediately where my head went when I heard you guys talking about the savage average thing. Yeah, let's innovate. Let's come up with some new ideas. Let's approach the game from a different perspective. Obviously, the big blind average, big blind ante was a big deviation from the way we'd played poker for who knows how long, and everybody loves it now. So let's continue.
Well, everybody but the big blind loves it, but
well, they'll get used to it.
That is true. I mean, we got a chance to do an interview with Justin Hammer actually during the Mystery Bounty. We talked about the milestones, and he said his biggest problem with satellite poker is just how slow and nitty it moves. Because you get a small stack, 10 or 15,000, and you play it out until you have X amount of players left. That's how satellites have always been. And now you get to a point where it's not about survival, it's about chipping up. So it encourages faster play.
I mean, it's both, right? It's either survive or chip up. And chipping up is ostensibly easier than surviving, because once the big stack leaves the game and gets their seat, all those chips are gone. So the average drops down. And so now you have even fewer big blinds as compared to, just the whole pool of big blinds depreciates, sort of.
Well, absolutely it does. At some point, the remaining players find themselves playing a mega turbo. I mean, they get to, let's say they're guaranteeing 3 seats. 2 chip leaders have been removed. We don't have enough chips to award a 3rd seat. So then you got to play it out. So the blind levels, you're up there, 5,000, 10,000, 10,000, and there's only 110,000 chips on the table.
Yeah. Yeah, it certainly incentivizes you to try to milestone out as opposed to survivor out, which is the sort of the alternative, right? The old school survivor style of just make top 10% and get your seat or get your payout or whatever. It doesn't matter how many chips you have. And yeah, those are interesting in their own right, but yeah, it creates these perverse incentives to hold on with half a big blind and stuff and tank, and it's the tanking that's really the worst. You have people that are like, no, I've got a real decision. It's like, dude, you have half a big blind and you've been in the tank for 4 minutes. And someone called the clock. Like, no, you're gonna fold and wait for your next hand. Anyways, here we are.
Half a big blind and 1 over to the board.
Not even that. I mean, these guys are under the gun, waiting to fold pre-flop.
Had a straight draw.
And that's something that I really appreciate. That is the innovation that poker needs, insofar as what the big blind ante did for the game. It got rid of the unnecessary waste of time, waste of effort, and honestly, just the worst aspects of poker players, which is, no, I posted my ante, somebody else didn't. Nonsense that wasted, like, who knows how much time trying to get the next hand out of everybody anteing their 25 or 50 or 75 chips or whatever it was, right? Just get rid of all that, make one person do it, move on with our lives. Okay, it makes the big blind's life a little bit more difficult, but we just figure it out. Okay, now here we are, milestone tournaments. Let's forget about all this limping and tanking and crap. Just accumulate your chips, get your seat, move on with your life. Fantastic iteration. Maybe the savage average, maybe it's the next thing. Maybe we don't play tournaments with a clock anymore. We don't have to worry about any of this level up crap. And honestly, let's be honest. I got a question for both of you guys here. How many times have you been in a tournament where it feels like the original or the early stages of the tournament go way too slow, give you way too much play, and then all of a sudden you get close to bagging, and it's like, boom, double your blinds, double your blinds, double your blinds, and day 2?
Well, sure.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely. Yeah. You go first, Michael.
No, I mean, I think that what Matt's going for with this new structure, I could definitely see it becoming industry standard, and I don't know the math, the formula behind how they choose when the levels go up as far as players being eliminated, but you could still have quote unquote turbo formats by just escalating those blind levels faster.
I mean, it would
Um,
just be a different merit threshold at
it would
that
just be a
point.
different threshold of
Yeah.
players eliminated or chip leader or what have you. Um, but the tanking issue has been a real issue, and I think it interferes with the average player's experience in a negatively. But until something changes rule wise, until there's more shot clocks introduced, or until you get rid of a clock altogether, um, there's just the fact of the matter is players are going to be incentivized to tank and to hem and haw and angle and all those things. So I find it all very compelling. I dig it a lot. And I'm also all for, like, I miss the days when I first started playing bracelet events, and you started with like 3 to 5 times what the buy-in was in chips. Blinds are 25-25 or 25-50, and it felt like those early stages mattered. You felt like those hands. You weren't just trying to like snag a quick double up from somebody, but you were actually like fighting to stay in the tournament from level one. In the same way that when you play like a WSOP main event, every pot from the beginning feels important. But this habit of like artificially inflating starting chip stacks to appeal to recreational players that maybe don't know any better just really waters down the experience, and it encourages people to late register. That's harder to manage from a director standpoint, with more logistics. And I just think there's a lot. I think there's way more pros than cons, just from reading about this on paper.
Yeah, definitely so. Taking out the 25 chips, getting rid of, like you said, when I first started playing, I think it was the very end of that era where the bracelet events. Let's say you bought in for $1,500, your starting stack was 4,500.
4,500, yeah,
Yeah, and like you said, every pot mattered, just
right,
like the main event. Yes, it was a pressure that I got used to very quickly, and then all of a sudden, overnight, the game evolved on us, and all of a sudden, now I have 50,000 in front of me on level one, and my blinds are 100-100 with no ante the first
right,
level. I mean,
yeah,
it
but
just
like, but
felt like
yeah,
overnight.
but they're going to increase levels every 30 minutes instead of an hour,
Right.
and you're just hurting. You're just making the pots matter less when the money really matters, and matter more when it doesn't. It just felt very very gimmicky.
Yeah,
More,
and
yeah,
just to chime in again, I think that the brilliant thing about all of this is that the iteration on these things has happened organically, right? Like there is no just like omnipotent body that is telling us all how to do these things. It's individual sort of rooms and tournament directors and stuff coming up with all of this, and the battleground of ideas resulting in the large scale adoption of these new innovations. It's so fantastic to me that we have big blind ante. Like when it first came out, I'm sure you guys were just like, right in the thick of things with this, but people hated it, right? Like
Oh yeah.
there was like 7 or 8 out of 10 players at a table, or out of 9 at a table. Remember when we used to play 10-handed? Um,
Oh, we still do in Las Vegas, buddy.
oh God,
you
it's
just gotta play.
awful.
You gotta play low enough, man.
Yeah, no, it's awful. It's absolutely awful. But where people were just so crusty about it, they're like, "No, what are you talking about, dude? One ante, and then I got to pay how much?" They were just outraged by it. But as soon as it became clear how simple it made the game, and people got a little bit of a taste of it, it just happened. Boom, snap your fingers. Everybody wanted to keep doing that. Nobody wanted to go back. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful when we find things that work and everybody can get on board. But you got to do it right. You got to just let it happen organically. That's what I love. Anyways.
Yeah. I mean, I was not on board with the big blind ante until I really sat back and looked at it and said, I'm seeing 8 or 9 hands in orbit without having to ante now, and realizing that it's the same amount that if I was anteing 10% of a blind every hand. So I
was
eventually,
just thrilled to never have to worry about being the last person to ante anymore.
okay, that's
I
fair.
was always that guy.
Or be the guy that put your ante in, and the clown next to you is like, oh, that's mine.
Oh,
and
that's
like,
mine. Yeah, all of the call the floor. Look at the cameras.
Yeah, and you're like,
Yeah.
dude, are you kidding me? You've been buried in your phone and are 18 Heinekens deep, bro. Like, I put
Right.
my ante out.
Right. How are our boys doing here, Tony? Checking back in on the
Wait,
action.
there's a game happening.
Looks
What?
like we're seeing
Wait,
we
I'm just becoming aware of this. So what is this?
we went off the rails a little when the table froze and we were just chilling in the background. That was like 30 hands ago.
Dude, I love you guys, by the way. Like, we're on 165. This has been the best stream ever. Love you
Oh,
guys.
it's been a lot of fun, absolutely.
Yeah, good times. Good times.
If we don't get our own spin-off after this, I don't know who deserves it.
Right? I mean, we definitely have to, start a podcast or something.
TCH
for
Live
sure.
2. Yeah, coming to you
Two.
live.
After
Yeah.
hours.
Well, we gotta spell it TOO. TCH Live 2.
Oh, man. All right, here we go. Dealer change, and one of our players no longer at the table. The Norseman has gone for a ride to the restroom, as Unal and Tony are going to hold down the fort. And I don't know, what do you guys think is going to happen here? We've still got a lot of big blinds in play. Remember, we had something to the tune of 18+ million in play. 125K big blind, 50 big blinds in play. These three players whittled down to 2 could play for quite a long time.
I mean, I still think we're going to be three-handed for a long time, truth be told. I mean, the stacks are getting close to even between Tony and the Norseman. And we know Unal. I mean, with the variance of this game, we could see everybody neck and neck in a matter of 5 hands.
Yeah, that said, with this blind increase, it's deceptive. I think it's gonna move things along quite a bit. All of a sudden we're gonna see some multi-way pots. We're gonna see, almost every pot heads up to the flop is gonna be close to $1 million in the middle. All it's gonna take is one thing to really shake things up to move the needle.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's really, for me, it's what's going to happen when we get down to 2. If Unal is able to eliminate one of the other 2 players, then there's going to be a big power sort of disparity. Whereas if, for example, Tony eliminates the Norseman and we have parity going into heads up, we're very close to parity going into heads up, that could be a very different dynamic. But long ways to go till we get there, at least as of yet, as we're working with effective third pair here against just ace high as far as we can tell here for Tony on the button. Unal is going to bet here, fires out a bet of 500,000, a little under half pot, not quite 1/3. And
raise.
Oh,
big raise. Is that 2 mil?
2 mil, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, 2 mil straight.
Our new dealer comes in and spits fire over to Unal. If he's actually sitting on Jack 10, this is a trivial fold, but he must not have Jack 10.
Will be called. King
that
Jack
looks like King Jack to me, yeah.
Versus Ace 10, maybe?
Oh, good Lord. Yeah.
Way off.
Oh, my goodness.
It's King Jack. It must have been King Jack versus Ace 10, right? Nothing else.
Jack Ace 10. Tony can do no wrong.
Wow. That is quite the river with the Ace 10 of spades.
And I would like to once again reiterate the point I just made. Tony now just crushing. Wait, what just happened to our chip stacks there? Isn't this just what we were looking at? Didn't he just chip up several million?
I thought he just took. Yeah, he did. He took 2 million from Unal. So Unal and Tony switched places practically.
Oh, that's what happened.
Yep.
My apologies. Unal was in first. Okay, yeah.
Yep.
My brain glitched out for a second because the numbers like basically didn't change. It was like 8-6, but there it is. Okay.
The
Unal.
depth that these players still get to play with in this level of buy-in tournament is actually incredible.
Yeah.
Like, what a treat! What a treat for these guys. I know that once I move closer to town, you'll be seeing more of me around Texas for sure. This is great.
There we go. Thought I felt a change in the wind.
Yeah, that was Taco Bell.
Oh, shoot.
Hey.
Hey. Already lining up sponsorship deals for our show that doesn't exist.
Giving a whole new meaning to Baja Blast.
Yeah. Gonna Baja Blast this guy right out of the tournament.
Oh my goodness.
Lines up.
Oh, and he Baja blasts him out on the river. Yeah, no, I feel it. I like it. I'm on board.
This thinking outside the bun moment brought to you by.
Oh man, yeah. We need it. We need an agent.
Brought to you by Vincent's. Bring in your tournament receipt and receive a free cover charge.
Free cinnamon twists for every bad beat story.
No,
Oh man, do they still sell those at Taco Bell? I love those things.
Oh yeah.
Do they? I don't know if they do. Maybe they do. I don't know. I stay away from those. They're poison. Psychic at a fair told me that. But 625 in the middle. Tony here makes a call out of the small blind. Are we going 3 ways to a flop?
We are.
Oh no, just heads up. I thought that we had the big blind in there, but we do not.
Oh. Ace 7, King 7.
For 7, I guess I did. Thought about re-rating. I know.
Ace high good. As we show down the king high. Plenty of times where king high 3-handed, you go heads up. King high is good on paired boards. Mike, what do you think? You just almost always earing towards the aggressive line against a player pool like what we see here, or are you taking your showdown with the king high and just kind of going with it?
I let's wait for a second. I'm not sure what you're asking me.
It was A7 versus King 7. It was a jack high board. It paired, I think, on the turn. Basically, it was just check, 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 check all the way down.
I see. I see. Yeah.
Just kind of a spot where it's like the king high at any point could have probably just taken a stab and put the ace high in a pretty tough spot, but also king high by itself has some showdown value against obviously all the other dust of the world. But
yeah, it's I'm probably more inclined to go for a stab and take it down with the king high to fold out ace highs if the board doesn't pair. But once that happens, I think it becomes a more of an uphill battle. But again, player dependent. In this situation, you know, I could have seen myself maybe going bet turn, bet river.
yeah. What I think would be really interesting, as we're going to show down a pair of kings here on this ace high board 4 club run out, is had we had one of the more active players of the pool, starting pool, still here,
I don't know. I still would have been.
right? Like what the dynamic would be. Like let's say that you just inserted Brazzle Dazzle here with. Well, let's say just give him 25 big blinds, maybe 30 big blinds. Just chunk him into the lineup right now. How does the dynamic change, right? What are the opening ranges? How is he approaching these spots? And I don't know. I think we would have a very different game on our hands.
I mean, there's been very little for as active as our players have been. There's been very little 3-betting pre-flop. And I don't know if that's card distribution or if that has to do with what players we have left. You know, there hasn't been too much collision since we've been 4-handed. now three-handed. But you know, as a player like Bradley's in there, you know, I think he's going to be more inclined to go for it, right? I mean, if he can get on a chip lead. Again, I'm still wrapping my head around being in these guys' shoes and playing like winner take all.
Oh, yeah, it's bonkers.
It's just very different. You know, you're not playing a waiting game as Unil and Norseman to kind of wait each other out. As chip leader, you don't have nearly as much flex on your opponents. You know, you're kind of just playing shallow-ish poker. You're just playing like 50 big blind poker, 40 big blind poker, straight up. And
yeah, with like this like weird backdoor kind of opportunity that if you get rid of another player, you could be like, so about that last 30K.
Right, you could negotiate for like 10K. Right, exactly. It's interesting. And now they've already opened the door by sweetening the deal three-handed. So now it has to be on everyone's minds that they would strike a deal heads up.
Yeah, spicy spot. Here, let's look at this real quick. Norseman betting flop decides to give up the run on the turn and shuts it down. Excuse me, it's going to be a bet from Unil in position with the river trip boards. He flopped the gutty and did not continue after the turn.
Yeah, unfortunate. I definitely would have liked to see Norseman continue, especially when an overcard comes on the turn. You know, you want to be able to fold out those flopped second and third pairs, and I think it's going to be really effective without having to risk a lot of chips. You know, you throw out another 1/3 to 50% bet on the turn, and you're just producing a lot of folds. You're way overperforming. You don't really have enough equity to try to just check and pray for the gutter. You want to be turning those lower equity semi bluffs into aggressive hands.
Yeah, like every 4 is just gone, and ace 4 being one of them that river trips. So that hand never in there had he continued. Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Here we are, dominated 4 position, ace 4, king 4. Just an ace, no king, no 4.
He's easy going to go bet fold.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is a lot of what we can expect here as Tony eclipses the 10 million chip mark here. We're going to see just a lot of face-up poker, straightforward poker. These guys just kind of playing the hands that they're dealt and how it interacts with the board. Maybe a little bit of semi-bluffing here and there, but yeah, I'm wondering how much further we can go, because here we are at 10 o'clock Central Time. Want to thank everybody for tuning in with us, hanging around. We've been at this for quite a while, obviously kicking off at the 4 o'clock Central hour, so 6 hours in. 3 players remain, very deep still, and the potential for a lot of seesawing back and forth here. We could be at this for a while, boys.
I mean, official prediction here. This is going to even out pretty much. I mean, I really don't see a future, at least a near future, in which this is resolved quickly. Like you said, they're pretty deep. Our blinds right now are at 125. We're going to be jumping another 25K here in the next 30 minutes. And the small blind won't be changing either. It's one of those weird levels where it stays 75, 150, 150. And as you can see there, Tony, darn near 60. Excuse me, can't speak all of a sudden. Almost 60% of the chips in play. Meanwhile, the other two, again, just yes, they're shorter stacked, but they're still plenty deep enough to play. They can still afford to open fold. They can still afford to see flops and fold to a bet. It's an interesting spot.
It's deep. I mean, this is for tournament standards. I mean, I'm sure cash game players are tuning in and they're like, "What do you mean it's deep?" You know, but this is like for late stage poker. This is infinite chips.
Oh yeah.
And man, a credit to these 3 players for, especially when they're the players that were willing to negotiate and renegotiate an even chop, to then have, you know, the courage to actually, like, they're taking it. They're battling. I mean, they've been 3-handed for what, 30 hands now? 25
yeah,
hands.
25, yeah.
You know, they're all fighting now, which is really cool to see. I honestly expected people to cave and be like, we're just kidding. Let's just chop it up and, you know, have a drink.
Hey man, fourth deal could still be coming.
I mean, I honestly nothing would make me happier than hearing like another. They sweeten it as they play. They just keep adding it until they're only playing for like $5,000, and then they get heads up and just chop. Like if there were like 3 or 4 negotiations during this final table, that'd be funny as heck.
The Norseman here taking it down with effective fourth pair. Let's go. Wins a 1 million chip pot, and you mentioned this earlier. Every pot basically going to be 1 million. So does it make that big of a difference that Tony's got 10? Every pot really makes a big difference. You know, we can see some just normal take it down after the flop kind of situations lead to a lead change before you know it. You get a little streak going. But as of right now, we're going to look at the B pips. Tony there, 35%, leading the way, but not by a ton. He's got an ace this time on the button.
Tony has a real opportunity here, despite how deep everyone is. He could really just be putting a lot of pressure on these guys, especially on the button. But you know, if he started mixing in some lighter 3-bets, it could really move things along, and it would be such a gear shift that I think it would take his opponents a long time to adjust.
I agree for sure. Here we are set up for a choppening, but definitely some opportunities on the turn for that not to be the case. That is not a great card as far as the choppenings are concerned. Tony here does have
34 outs.
yeah, infinite outs here. Gonna go bet call and
Hey.
hey, get out of here, chops. What am I talking about? I didn't say anything about a chop. I don't know what Tony bet. Oh, 2 million.
It almost looks like Norseman just folded out a turn. He's like, saw the 4th club. He's like, I'm out.
I think Tony must have just like snap announced, like, give me all that you have.
Yeah, all in. Yeah, right.
He's like, I had fuck all. And he did have fuck all. Top pair fuck all. The butt kicker. All right, Tony here up to nearly 11 million. His opponent's pretty far behind. He controls now well over half the chips in play. So we go on to hand number 177.
Lots of hands.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, right? You start with 9 players, and I don't know. I mean, who knows what's to say, like, how many hands you should play before you declare a winner, but this is a lot of hands.
Yeah, I would have taken the under 176, maybe.
I would have, yeah, 100%. You would have gotten terrible odds from me on the under of 176 when this started.
You're like, bruh, I'm going to need 3-1 at 176. Are you
Bro,
kidding me?
you were getting like minus 210.
I'll give you
would've
even
taken
at
it.
130, but yeah. Picked up a gut shot here for the Norseman, and he is going to bet it off of the short stack, 275. Tony picking up a flush draw to go with his effective, excuse me, just is third pair, not effective. It is third pair, and still third pair. Board pairs, though. Norseman here, snap shuts it down. I don't know.
Yeah, you know, I
to
think
chip up. Yeah.
I think there are rivers that we can blast off on, but I think the jack's a good one to hit the brakes.
Yeah, it's not your card. I mean, a jack, a 10, those aren't the cards that you're bombing flop
No.
and turn. So what are you thinking about?
No,
river?
ace or a deuce, you can bet again, but jack and the 10 are really tough.
Gavin, how many times does it happen to us in a tournament where you have like the perfect spot with absolute air? You're just like 9 high into the river, and like the second card on the board pairs, and you're just like, "Fuck you, dude! Like, what? Why me? Like, I was gonna win this pot every time. You check, and the dude just like shows down 9s and wins, and you're like, get out of here."
Yeah, it's a crummy feeling when you're ready to fire the last shell and it would work and you end up waving the white flag and it would have worked.
Yeah. But I mean, at the end of the day, though, every time you're value betting your top pair, second kicker, whatever it is, and then the second card pairs, and you check and they rip it, and you find the way out, or whatever it is. Maybe that's a bad example, but those situations are double-edged swords. So you can't expect to just get everything from those.
A monster three-handed. King 8 suited.
We need a second sponsor.
Oh, yeah.
Monster?
Yeah.
Monster.
I mean, what's a growing boy need? Monster and Taco Bell. It's really just about all there is.
Us
I
poker
believe
players,
I
we're
saw
real healthy bunch.
Hold
Oh,
on. Yeah, I saw 2 6s on that
I
flop.
did too. There it is.
Yeah. This is about to get real spicy between the Norseman and Unal. Tony here with a whole lot of not much after the turn, but I dare say we are about to see the end of the Norseman has the short stack. I apologize. I thought he was player with the bigger stack. Biggest brick in the deck, offsuit deuce. Unal here, trip 6s on the flop, but dust to the kicker.
It's like a million bet, and
What am I missing?
All right, the Norseman has already folded top and bottom pair with the queen 5 earlier, which could have made things even. Oh my goodness, he doesn't get the double up here.
no, he just calls.
He just called.
I mean, three-handed mathematically. I mean, where are you sitting, Mike? Because I know where I'm sitting mathematically, three-handed with trips like this.
I mean, I know it's a tell, but I'm high-fiving the dealer and saying all in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no, and Unal is extraordinarily fortunate to have the 2 million plus that he has, because there's no chance he's folding to any raise, which the all-in would have gotten another 1.6 million out of him. Unal would be on super dust, like 2 million less, under 2 million, which is, okay, not super dust, but like very much sub 20 big blinds in the 15 big blind territory. Yeah, he's got 2.8 right now. No, it was another million plus, so he would have been down into the like 12 big blind range if he had doubled up the Norseman. My goodness.
Yeah, Isaac. In the chat, Isaac Davidson, I don't understand that call. I mean, that you're part of a exclusive club called Everybody right now. I mean,
It happens, especially in high pressure moments where you're afraid. You're more afraid of losing than you are excited about winning. you know, if we try to put ourselves into the mindset of the players that are here, and I think we've all seen this, we've all experienced it to a certain degree, right? We had this particularly earlier when I think it was what, Chonder, right? He had the second nut flush with the queen of diamonds, and he exposed his hand early. We had that whole, ruling by Justin Hammer. You get so wrapped up in the moment. There's so much riding on this. There's so much pressure, stress, and you have the second nuts, and you should probably raise, but like you just call, and you didn't even call. You just turned your hand over and said something about winning. I don't know. It's weird, right? Like these moments are undecipherable for us as the viewer when you're actually seated at the table. So, all the credit to these guys for the pressure they've been put under, the decisions that they've made to get to this point, and congratulations to everyone that's cashed up to this point, and to whoever takes this thing down, comes away with the trophy. Fantastic showing. I can't wait to see who it is that comes away with it, as we've got top pair and middle pair for two other players in this one.
The Norseman's got backdoor diamonds to boot.
Backdoor clubs for Tony as well. So a little bit of something for both of these guys. And honestly, the 8-3 folding makes a little bit of sense, as there was a player left to act behind. But wow, big fold from the Norseman. Was a large bet though, or excuse me, large raise, I should say. So bet and a raise. Gonna scare away the second pair pretty quickly.
I mean, even statistically, though, we're talking short-handed, three-handed, even heads up. Second pair. I mean, that's gotta, in most people's minds, warrant at least seeing a turn.
Yeah, but that's why the bet and the raise is particularly interesting with all three players in the hand, right? It's one thing if you check, your opponent bets, and you just get to call heads up with second pair. Yeah, slam dunk. You're going for that every day, and you shouldn't have any concerns. But you bet, you get raised, have another guy in the pot, he folds. Okay, second pair starts to shrivel up a lot. It wasn't like there were a ton of immediate draws or bluffing hands or something on that one. Maybe I missed something, but I don't think there was anything like, infinite gut shots and flush draws. So makes some sense to just let it go. But the bigger picture there is that now we've got a heads-up pot between the two shortest stacks at the table. Tony distancing himself quite dramatically against these two, as both players missed the flop. Unal here going to chip up just a little bit. That'll bring him to parity with the Norseman. Both players on about 3 million, which is good for about 25 big blinds, but still Tony, the man in control, well over 10 million. And at this point, what do you think? What do you think we're waiting for, Mike? You think we're waiting for a, sort of a cannibalism of the short stacks, or you think Tony's going to take one of these guys out and we go heads up with a big disparity in chips?
Man, at this rate, I think the cards are going to do the talking. I'm not really seeing anybody get crazy out of line. It seems like the two short stacks are, especially Norseman's been apprehensive to bust. They're all just kind of waiting each other out. Time will tell. But that said, I haven't really seen. I'm encouraging more action here. I haven't really seen like anything outlandish as far as people playing too tight or maybe too tight post flop with the king six. Like I'm probably trying to get a full double up with trips there, but
yeah,
save that cooler hand between those two players. It's not like people are being far too nitty pre-flop. We're still seeing, it's just kind of the nature. Sometimes it's just the way the deck runs out. But it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see if these guys end up renegotiating as this continues without any sort of headway.
Yeah, I mean, definitely so. It would be like you said, first time I've ever seen 3 negotiations at the same final table. But I'm all for it. I think it'd be not only an interesting story to tell, but Also, just would break. As I'm about to say stalemate, all in goes you know. Wow.
It was probably aces, just the card reader.
Yeah, it had to be absolutely.
All right, just about 12 million for Tony, 6 billion and change split between the remaining two players. Hand number 184 as we reach the 10:20 p.m. Central Time hour here on TCH Live. Reminder that we are going to be live tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central for live cash game action out of Dallas. I'll be hosting the action there with my main man, Eric Van Loozen. Should be an exciting game. Very much looking forward to that. Hope to see some of y'all in the mix. But for right now, we're going to wait and see how the remaining 30K gets split between these three players, as it's 50K apiece, already locked up for anyone that, is a little bit behind the key wall. As the Norseman here gonna flop two pairs, that's it, takes it down. But yeah, it's still a battle here and a lot of money up for grabs. $30,000 is not anything to bat an eye at, even after you've locked up 50K.
Oh no, it's still a lot to fight for, a lot of incentive, and these guys are fighting tooth and nail, and I absolutely love it. It's poker in its purest form, winner take all. I love it so much. It's just a whole new feeling to the game, so to speak. We're not trying to ladder up anymore. We're trying to kill each other off so I can take the rest of the money.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, Wes. Have you been in a spot where you're sort of deep in a tournament like this, and the ICM pressure is high? You've got, a lot of difficult decisions to make. You're not just thinking about like how do I navigate this hand that I'm playing right now, but how do I think about how, the greater implications of the payouts and everything interact with it, and maybe even talking chops, right? Like, have you been deep in tournaments like this before?
Absolutely, yeah. Especially when you get down to the short-handed game, especially like we're playing now, three-handed, whereas you say, perhaps we're not playing as deep as this, but blinds up there around, 100,000, 200,000, 200,000, and there's, 10 million chips in play at that point. Everybody is sitting on pretty much almost the launch button at that point, and every time that you put a big blind in there, you got to realize that's another 2% of the prize pool ICM-wise that you may not see if the tables tilt it completely in the wrong direction for you.
Yeah.
So it's a damning thought, but at the same time, it's something that's got to remain prevalent in your mind. Like, am I really willing to open fold with Jack-7 suited here on my button? Or am I going to only raise hands where I'm willing to die on a hill with the ICM pressure right now? Because, yes, I can put pressure on this middle stack, but at the same time, this middle stack can truly cripple me and put me out of any position to make better than second place money.
Sure.
So it's really just a yin and yang thing. I preach balance. I preach living in the moment and playing each hand as a brand new game. But at the same time, when you're late in a tournament like this, each of those hands has a bigger meaning, especially when you take into the ICM pressure into account. I know that's kind of a runaround answer, but I think if I'm going to give you the most direct answer to your question, is yes, it affects the way I play. It affects my mindset a little bit, and that's why generally when the math is more straightforward, when it is 3, 4, 5-handed, that's when you're going to see me making maybe fewer of the plus EV plays on paper, and maybe overfolding a little more because I know that the true plus EV plays down the line are going to be that much more rewarding. I'm going to make this big fold now, knowing and or hoping that this is the fold that's going to make me money in the long run.
All right. Yeah, I mean these spots, we're so fortunate as poker players, particularly those of us that play this game full time or take up a substantial amount of our time playing this game, particularly tournaments. We're so fortunate to find ourselves in a situation like this where we have these kind of decisions to make. We have these kind of difficult, high pressure, like, wait, you're trying to take how much of the money that's left for yourself and you're giving me how much, right? Like, how often would you just like sit down with a guy that you just met on the subway and be like, all right, we're going to haggle over how much of the $25,000 is left. In this case, let's call it $30,000 that we're going to haggle over because what? You think you're better than me. You have more chips than me. You're wearing a red hoodie. What are the things that impact my psyche as to how I approach this negotiation versus how you do? And at the base level of all of it, we're playing a game. And like, I don't know if you're better at this. I don't know if the luck's going to be better for me. Like, nobody knows anything, right? Like, we just have to do the best that we can. It's absolutely fantastic.
So we see the Norseman here wake up. Ace Queen suited from the small blind. See if Tony's got a hand to go to war with. Not so much.
Would have been. We talked about the variance that you don't always see when it comes to tournaments, Aaron. And if the Norseman had chosen to take a more aggressive line with those deuces, he probably gets looked up by Uhill's sevens and then just doubles.
Yep. Yeah, we've got the deuces, we've got the queen five. Those are the two like most immediate hands.
Yeah, if any of those dominoes fall just ever so slightly differently, you're looking at a different final.
Yeah, and it's brilliant, right? It's like a multiverse inside of a tangible, observable space for us, because we can look at each of these spots, every single action on each street. Very similar to chess, right? Like, I've been watching a lot of chess recently. If anyone has been following, drop a deuce in the chat. But the candidates tournament to decide who gets to challenge the world champion is just concluded, right? And so each time you're watching these incredibly talented grandmaster chess players try to analyze the game as the players are approaching it, but they have a time constraint, and the analysts and all of us are just sitting there just watching. We get to make our decisions and talk about what we're doing as we go. Anyways, the point I'm trying to make is that the amount, the depth at which the number of choices, the number of outcomes, the total number of dimensions, if you want, of the game are so deep at every given moment. And here we are just like sitting here being like, oh, well, he checked instead of bet. And if he did bet, if it was 100K or 200K or what, like, all of that changes so much. It's just fascinating. We live in one iteration of how all of this tournament has happened. And we're just fortunate enough to see the one that we're watching right now.
We're definitely starting a podcast.
Oh yeah.
I just didn't know. I didn't know we were going to get into quantum entanglement and.
Yeah. Sorry, I did that.
Yeah, and now naturally here comes something to break the ice a little bit. But when it comes to chess tournaments, I do just have the one story. I played a chess tournament when I was 18 years old. Lost in the second round to a 9-year-old, and never thought I'd leave my house again. It's the the beauty of chess is the best player wins.
You got to watch out for those 9-year-olds, man.
I mean,
dude.
Lost to a kid half my age.
Okay. At least he wasn't 6.
That's true. That is true.
it was quite the compelling ends to the FID chess tournament this time, right? Looks the two people that could have they ended up drawing, but there were plenty of dips and back and forths that could have decided one way or another that
Oh,
they get
Caruana was in a massively winning position, but he had to find the right moves, and he missed it. I mean, he was in time trouble, so it was a really tough position to be in under the time constraint. There was a lot of analysis, in particular, about the final move that really took it to a draw.
Yeah.
If he had found king to A2, he would have found the win. And he went king to A1, and that made it a draw.
Something so small ended up costing them both the opportunity to challenge.
Yeah, I mean, and you could see the pain in Jan Nepomniachtchi as well, right? Like he's like, I drew a game against you, and therefore you do not win the candidates tournament. Like, and he felt bad about it, but he also knew that he played the best that he could, and he was like, you could have won, but you didn't.
Yeah,
and I
mean,
made
that's just how it goes sometimes. And the camaraderie and the level of sportsmanship between them was beautiful to see.
Yeah, and at the end of it all, the fact that we have like a 19-year-old Gukesh that's going to the FIDE Champions tournament is pretty incredible. And
Yes,
I hope he beats Ding Liren. I hope he does.
It's really special.
It'll be an uphill battle. I think if you ask any of the top chess players, and they have been talking about this obviously over the last few days, would Jan have beaten Ding, given it a second chance? Yeah, probably. Would Fabiano beat him? Probably. Gukesh? Who knows?
Kind of a wild card.
Yeah. I think it's going to be great. Honestly, I think it's the best thing that could have happened. Because Gukesh versus Ding is pretty incredible.
Doug's calling us out here for not calling the action.
Yeah, there it is.
I mean, deserved, but that's what you get here when you tune into TCH Houston. You get a real breadth of topics. We've talked about the multiverse. We've talked chess. We've talked tournament structure and the future of poker as a game.
Yeah. And now here I'm, just going off with you guys about chess. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Dude, we've been at this for 6.5 hours. I'm looking at the timer right now. 6.5 hours and 33 seconds as of right now. That is one heck of a run. Drop a deuce in the chat if you guys are loving what you're seeing. I think I've asked for a couple of deuces. Have I gotten even a single deuce in the chat? I don't think I have.
Yeah, you got a couple of deuces and some really weird comments I don't think I want to repeat, but yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll live with the deuces.
There you go. I'm surprised y'all are still here.
What else would we be doing? Who are you, Doug? What are you still doing? No, we're kidding. We're happy to have you as a straight flush on the board.
Oh yeah. Pair of trays go along with it. You with a pair of ducks.
These the two shortest stacks at the table doing battle once again. Flopping a pair and done with it.
That was the one, boys. That was the one that could
Surprising. I would have expected a peel.
Yeah, the Norseman definitely can have just some random club X. Ace X, 5X, whatever, but I mean, it's hard to hold on, right? If you call flop and the turn doesn't look good for you, even if it's total brick, just 10 of diamonds and he bets again.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle for sure.
Yeah. I understand it. Sometimes the best defense against losing all of your chips by turn or river is to just fold the flop. I certainly ascribe to that. I would not go so far as to say folding, top pair on the flop. Just try to avoid dangerous situations later is a good move. But sometimes, bottom pair, things like that, yeah, let it go.
I keep thinking
So we check in here, you nil, 6-4 offsuit. Not going to war with it, so to the blinds we go, and a high-suited connector for the Norseman. Suited queen for Tony as well. Just going to check his option. We'll go heads up. King high board, 2 spades. Bet, snap, fold. Like the suggestion, adding the reverse button.
Look at the next blind level. It's the 75 or 50. And then we don't get to go to the bathroom. That's even better. I can do both.
AC here in the chat. Friends with Tony and Unil. Be here till the end. Played with Norseman a lot as well. All right. Well, good. It's great to see the local grinders coming through.
Oh, yeah.
As we are going to lose our good buddy Michael Peroni here. He's going to head out for the night. He's got a family to take care of, so we've been at this for a little bit too long. He needs to take care of things there on the home front.
Yeah,
So,
but appreciate the opportunity. It's been a blast, and I'll check in with you guys next time.
All right, brother. Get some sleep, all right?
Yep, night, guys.
All right, later on, man. We'll see you. All right, going to be me and Wes holding down the fort here for the remainder. Hand number 197 here as Tony going to wake up with the snowmen.
All right.
On the button, pocket eights with 11 million in the stack. Still the chip leader far and away.
Chat loving the fact that Daryl's in the box now. Seems to have the reputation of dealing some nasty beats.
No such nastiness just yet.
Not yet.
But still, honestly, a pretty good looking board for both players. It's a bet from the threes of all hands.
If there's ever a card that was going to slow down action, would definitely be the queen, and goes check, check. You can see Tony just shaking his head. I've never seen somebody so in pain after winning a $800,000 profit. I mean, 800,000 chip profit. Wow.
I have actually, and you know, I think it's Tony's MO here. You know, you win with third pair on a board like that, and you count your lucky stars. And it makes some sense. You know, you say to yourself, "Oh, I got a really good starting hand," and then inevitably a bunch of overcards come. You feel like it's not so good anymore, and you're happy to win. But that being said, hands like that are not going to end the tournament because good starting hands, single raise pots, see overcards, check it all the way to the river. Right? We're seeing small pots here, and this is sort of to be expected given the three players that are remaining here. They're just going to play their hands kind of the way that they come, and it's really going to take kind of a big cooler type situation for someone to get knocked out here, as even the shortest stack here, Uno on 25, 26 big blinds.
And we got a blind change looming, after which the blinds will go up to 75, 150, 150. So it'll cost our heroes 375K in orbit to go, but still giving everybody plenty of breathing room.
Yeah, 325 still, yeah, definitely a juicy amount right now.
Oh yeah, 325. Whoops.
Well, I mean that, yeah, right now, I meit's already a juicy chunk if we're going up to 75, 150, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just gonna get more expensive here for these guys. As it stands, though, still plenty of play. It's really Tony in the driver's seat, just needs to find the right spot. If he could knock out one of these players, get down to heads up, we could potentially have an opportunity for either a chop to end the night or have someone walk away with the remaining 30K. Tony here certainly in the best position to do that right now. Chip lead, ace king, raises it up.
Content to see a flop. 400,000 the bet. We'll see if the Norseman tags along. No, so we'll just go heads up.
Yeah.
Ace king, queen 6.
King deuce, pretty dusty. Both players gonna whiff this though. Excuse me, no, top pair for Unal. I apologize.
Unal gets it. Tony gonna stick around though. See if he can float here on the turn. 5 of hearts, no help. Unal wasting no time throwing out the bet there. 500K.
Tony, unhappy with the ace king.
I think it's the first time I've actually seen some negative emotion coming from Tony. I mean, we saw the head shaking a while ago, but you could actually see some frustration on his face.
I mean, let's be honest. Tony has run very, very well here tonight. Anytime he's seen a hand, anything close to ace king, he has connected with a board, or he has flopped an overpair, or had some sort of draw. He has had something to continue with almost the entire night. It does almost feel like a disservice when he gets ace king and the flop comes queen high and no improvement by turn or river. So, I understand his sort of befuddlement almost, given the way that he's been running. But, I mean, that is the way it goes most of the time. In fact, you're very fortunate to even see ace king most of the time pre-flop. But hell of a run that Tony has been on here, still holding on to the chip lead, over 10 million.
Jack high board, 2 diamonds. Gutter ball for the Norseman.
And I don't think we've seen a 3-bet or a check raise or just a 2-bet on the flop even in a couple of hours. We have really been playing straight up poker here.
Oh yeah, straight ABC. Doug in the chat, Tony finally realized what the chop was. I mean, it's evident that everybody's tired. You are playing a mental game of wits for 6 hours and 41 minutes. I mean, I'd hate to see the guy who is in perfect condition after doing that for 3 days straight.
Yeah, I have like a little bit of a new appreciation, I guess you could say, for the decision that was made yesterday evening, because they got down to 9 players at, you can correct me on the exact time because I think you were there working, but
yeah, it was 9:45. Yeah,
I was gonna say 9:30. Yeah, so 9:45 p.m. Get down to 9 players. I mean, by poker players standards, that's not very late.
No.
And they started day 2 at, what was it, 2 p.m., right?
Yeah, 2 p.m. I mean, we played through that day 2 field in just under 8 hours.
Yeah, so 7 hours of play. Okay, so like the fair point of it is that once you start the final table, it's kind of out of your hands as to whether or not you play down to a winner. In fact, it's probably, expected that you play down to a winner. So you could start at 2 p.m. and then end up playing till God knows when, 3, 4 a.m.
I mean, in a parallel universe right now, you and I are calling this at 4 in the morning earlier today.
Oh, Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, and Mike has long since left us to take care of family matters.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that is definitely a real possibility. The flip side of it is that those players were like, okay, I don't want to do that. The regular scheduled programming was that we start at 3:30 today, and if I have to go till 11, maybe midnight or whatever to ship this thing, then so be it, and that's where we're at. You know, here a couple of black nines gonna make it 475 to go. A over 3x open from the small blind, reasonable open size, gets called, and 3 overcards. The Norseman here ostensibly showing 8-6, but we've got a misread on board, and my guess is a misread in hand. I don't think you're calling a 3.5x with
No, I would.
8-6 off.
I don't think so. Even three-handed.
Check, check, flop, check, check, turn. We do have the board texture sorted out, but it was 8-6.
No, it is 8-6.
The Norseman, not only does he call the 3.5x open with 8-6, but he not once bluffs on this ace, king, jack, whatever board after his opponent is just checking to him. Okay, all right. Well, we're gonna be here for a while, my friend.
As you see there, Tony was asking if they wanted to look at numbers again. Let's
And
listen in real quick.
Yeah. Having a look at it while you're going to break.
Well, I swear Unil almost pulled a hammy on that jump off of the ledge.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, all right. Love to hear it. The Norseman says maybe if Unil gets knocked out, we can talk.
He turned down a deal a while ago, and this guy, now he don't want to do the deal. This guy, now he wants to do the deal. He's good with ICM. Now this one don't. Yeah, he was big chip leader earlier, and they didn't want to make this chip count in here. All we're gonna do is take 5,000 off, 10,000 off first, and give it to, make it 50,000 each on second and third, which I was cool with. I just want that motherfucking trophy.
So it sounds like Tony is willing to give each of the remaining players
Damn right, 'cause I want to show
10,000 extra
about bragging rights.
just to call it now. They're going through the whole dog and pony show here. We got to update chip counts, and you can follow the tournament live in PokerAtlas with updated counts.
8, 9.
And again, while we do, let's remind you that coming up here at TCH Houston, we've got Memorial Day Madness. That's right. If you didn't get your fill of tournament poker, we got plenty more coming your way at TCH Houston. All kicking off on Wednesday, the 22nd of May. It is a $100,000 guaranteed $300 buy-in tournament with plenty of starting flights. And to cap it all off, how about a $50,000 guaranteed one-day tournament? That will be on the 27th of May, all kicking off at 2 p.m. Again, 2 massive tournaments, one amazing weekend. More info at texascardhouse.com/Houston.
9.5. I got about half the chip.
Yeah, you gonna get one. What was that? 130. You get half. You get half the
There's
money.
170.
We wait for everybody to return to the table. Looks like players are going to get the opportunity to get that little 5-minute bathroom break in.
You get 65,000. 65,000, right?
And really do appreciate everyone for tuning in. It has been an absolutely spectacular evening and afternoon of poker. And Wes Tucker, Aaron McAvoy, keeping you company throughout tonight's frivolities. And a big shout out, of course, to Michael Peroni, who had to leave us unfortunately, but was still a hoot and a half hanging out with him.
All right, so how much longer we got on the break here? We got a few more minutes, I guess, while they're
We got
talking about.
2 more minutes, and I mean, Tony's even expressed, he said, I'll give the guys each another 10,000 just to call it now.
Yeah, but we gave away a lot of money, but everybody was guaranteed third place money.
Give the guys another 10K. He would take the remaining 10K and we would call it a night. That's what he's proposing.
Everybody got more than third place money. 43.
Oh, he's offering to even chop the last 30.
43 something.
Yes.
With a massive chip lead.
With a massive, I mean, he's
That
got over 2/3 of the
incredible.
chips in play. Yeah.
Well, is everyone aware of this?
You gotta wonder, but it sounded like, based on the conversation before Unal got up, that he had no interest in chopping.
Is it Unal or is it North?
I know Norseman is interested, but I think it was something that Unal said when he got up from the table.
Oh, maybe we got some dynamics. So we'll see if it clarifies here.
Here's the thing, I'm willing to save equally for everybody like we did one time already. That's old school way, that's how I like to do it. ICM just depends on who has the most chips at that moment. You can reverse it for 20 minutes, you know? Yeah. So I'd rather
Well,
save.
if we do an ICMI, there's 40,000 in the pot, okay? You're gonna get not 5,000, you're gonna get 10,000 more.
No, I understand, but then we're playing for less.
No, we're not playing, we're done. I mean, we're done with the tournament. I'm talking about ICMI being done, and we can go home.
You still gotta
You'll
play.
have $55,000.
No, the ICM.
We're done.
But we need to have a chip.
Huh? Yes, I will be, because I got the most chips.
Yeah, but
But-
see, in
but
20
you're getting
minutes,
10,000
you can
more.
have the most chips.
Could,
So that's why I
or
don't
somebody
like
could be
ICM.
knocked out in the
Yeah,
next couple of hands.
I
What I'm
agree.
saying is, we can end the tournament now, and y'all get 10,000 more apiece, and we can be done.
I don't want to. I want this-
It's Norseman that doesn't want to do that.
Interesting. Okay, I thought it was the other way around based on what I heard.
I think originally it was Unal. Previously, Unal was like, yeah, maybe not, because I think he had more chips. This time it's Norseman.
And you hear Alan Lee there. He's going to put the blinds up. Blinds are up to 75,000, 150, 150. So we're going to play this out. And not often we see tournaments here on TCH Live actually played down to a winner. So definitely exciting.
All right, we got Dominic in the chat. We got Will. Everybody asking how much are we playing for? All right. All three of the players at the table have locked up 50,000. There is roughly 30,000 outside of what they've already locked up in play right now. The chip leader, Tony, there, with just about half of, even over half of the chips in play, offering an even chop of 10,000 per player, and he gets to take the trophy and claim the championship.
Tony moved all in, and Unal called.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. Ace, queen, ace, nine. Oh, my goodness.
All right, so what we see on board there, okay, gets sorted out. Unal here in a big hole, needs to find a 9.
And now picks up outs to an 8.
No.
Oh,
he
no.
Running
Unreal.
diamonds or running straight. There are options, but
There
he's
are.
still a big dog.
To the turn we go. It's a king, so now 9 and only a 9 can save Unal from elimination. It's a deuce of diamonds, so Tony takes a immense chip lead into heads-up play. Unal out.
How you gonna do that, You're gonna get a lot more money than you would. Yeah, whatever. I was willing to do the deal earlier, and I'm just ready.
No, but once someone says they don't want to.
So you gotta wonder again. These guys have been playing pretty tight all night. What snapped?
What do you wanna look at it, or?
Say again. How much do I get?
I don't know, what, we can look at
Have
it.
the old roll the math.
Yeah.
So,
He wants to, we're gonna look at it.
Y'all wanna look at it now?
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, we can look at it.
Okay, they wanna look at it.
Well,
They're
looks
gonna-
like now he's willing to take a look at a chop.
Play a couple of hands and then look at it.
Yeah, so the Norseman's argument earlier was that anything can happen inside of a few hands, right? It doesn't matter that you have half the chips in play. We have the other half, so somebody doubles up and bam, it's through you. You're right where we were, and if I knock him out, then I'm right where you are. So okay, a lot can change. Makes sense.
So I'm going to bring tournament director Justin Hammer up to the stage. Listen in, see what he comes up with.
But now here we are. Now the situation is kind of weird, and this is all where it factors into where they put all the money up top. They said winner takes all. It wasn't like, okay, we're gonna adjust the payout structure to where whoever goes out next is getting, they're getting 30,000. The next guy gets this amount, and the next guy gets this amount. They weren't restructuring each payout all the way up to the top. They were saying we all get the same, and then only first gets the rest of it. So that, by its very nature, leads to this situation where every elimination leads to a new point for negotiation, and especially here at Heads Up does it lead to a negotiation, because the guy that has most of the chips, which is Tony, he has all the power. He can say, we either play for the whole 30, or maybe I give you 5. Maybe I give you 7. Maybe he gets to set the whole tone. And here they're going to do an ICM calculation, and guess what? ICM is going to say, guess what? Tony, who has 3/4 plus of the chips in play, is entitled to the lion's share of the 30K. He gets 23,000, and the other guy gets 7. And maybe the Norseman goes back to his original argument here, or not original, but as of the 3 players, anything can happen. I double up once, and guess what? I'm right back in it, and I'm entitled to more than the 7. So let's find out.
$53, $190, $77, $710.
I'm willing to give you 10,000 to end it right now. That's almost 5,000 more, and I got you like 7 to 1.
So you're saying 63 and 67.
I'm willing to give you 10,000.
Wow, again, the generosity from Tony here.
53,190.
Wait, he's no.
Oh, you're doing 53 1.
I mean, Tony just said, I'll give you 10,000 to stop right now.
Yours is 77,709.
Something's wrong. Hammer's got something wrong.
You said 5,300 is what he was getting out of it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so say that again. Say the number.
53,190.
That's 8,000.
77,710.
That's 30.
Something's wrong here.
I'll give you 3 more to hand it right now. That's all. That's 56,000. And we'll be done.
Those numbers didn't make any sense. Because they already had 50.
3 off yours and onto his, is that what you're saying? So he's saying 56,190.
Yeah, so they're ICMing just the 30 up top, which would mean Norseman would walk away with 56,000 if he took the deal right now.
There's no way ICM gives him only 53. That's only 3 of the 30. That's not, no way. No chance.
Yeah, that'd be 7,000.
I don't care if he's 7 to 1. He gets more than fucking 10%. 7 to 1 by itself is better than 10 to 1. Something's wrong with these numbers. I don't know where these numbers are coming from.
It's a good damn deal.
Look, I believe that that Hammer's got the right calculator on his phone, but whatever was just announced there is not right.
Well, whatever it was, Norseman has said no, so we're going to play this down to a winner.
All right, well, here's the deal. For anybody in the chat who's wondering, if from an ICM, which stands for Independent Chip Model, this is a formula that basically tries to calculate 2 even players with the given chip stacks. What portion of the remaining prize pool are they entitled to if they were to chop it right now, or to play it out an infinite number of times, what percentage of the prize pool would they earn? Basically, if Tony has a 10-to-1 chip advantage over the Norseman would be entitled to more than 10% of the remaining prize pool, because it is more likely that, given the chips that he has, that he will win more than 10% if he plays it out an infinite number of times. That's just the nature of the beast. That's statistics. So it can't be less than 10%. And here he has 3 million to 15 million. So he's got much more than 10%. What do we got here? 2.5 to 15. Okay, yeah, it's not great, but it's better than 10-to-1, and he was being offered 3,000. Okay, I'd turn that down too. But no, okay, but that was the ICM deal, and that's why I think the numbers were wrong. The ICM deal was 3,000. I don't know what that was. That was that was like a chip chop. Chip chop is very different than ICM, if anyone's wondering. Chip chop means the amount of chips you have relative to the amount of money that's left, you chop it up that way. That would have made sense for the 3,000, perhaps. But now here we are. He got offered an extra 4,000. It was like 7,000 or something he was being offered.
I think so, yeah.
That seems more in line with what the traditional ICM calculation would have come up with. Anyways, I have no idea what's going on. I'll be honest. I don't know what's going on there.
Well, regardless, we're going to play it out. I swear I heard Tony say I would give you 10 grand to end it too, Tom. I swear that's what I heard. But
he definitely said that when there were 3 players left. Did he say that when there were just 2 players left?
I thought that when they were actually counting, that's what I thought I heard. But
I mean, if he offered him 10K with the massive advantage that he has right now, I think 10K is a very generous deal for the Norseman. But I do not think that 3K was anywhere close to what the ICM should have been. So
no.
I'm very confused by what Hammer was offering there, or not. He wasn't offering. He was telling them what he had come up with from the calculation, but something had to have been wrong there. I don't know what it was. Something couldn't have been right. Or they were talking about chip chop versus ICM, but I thought they were trying to talk about ICM. That's the words that people were using.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way 3K could have come out of that.
No.
Hammer was saying 53,000 this and some change or whatever. No, there's no chance.
Again, 75,000, 150, 150. It's costing our heroes 375K in orbit just for the privilege of sitting at that table. And shorthanded like this, heads up even, those orbits are going to come mighty fast.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, though. I mean, I want to make this very clear, because there's probably people out there that are thinking there's some shady business going on, or maybe just very confused. I'm confused myself. But here's the thing that deviates. If both players have exactly half of the chips in play, ICM absolutely lines up with a chip chop situation. You have 50%, I have 50%. The amount of money that would be split is 50%. But as soon as it deviates from that, and now I have 75% of the chips in play, and you have 25% of the chips in play, it does not mean that ICM gives me 75% of the money. It gives me less than that, because the fact that you have any amount of chips at all gives you a substantial advantage in terms of you could double up one time, and now we flipped positions, and I'm the guy on the other side who's now looking at getting a worse deal. So instead of 75-25, it becomes something closer to like 70-30, or even 65-35. I'm not trying to say that I know this formula down to a heartbeat and I could tell you exactly what it is, but it moves the numbers closer to parity. It does not make them further apart. So if a guy has greater than 10-1 chips, excuse me, he had like 7-1, right? Like the Norseman had like 3 million and Tony had 15 million. It's something like 5-1, 6-1 maybe. There's no way he's only getting 3,000 of the remaining 30K. There's just no chance.
I mean,
That's
everybody
the
in
point I'm trying to make.
The chat seems to think that they never agreed on that 50K. Again, I swear I heard him agree on that too. So I believe me, I'm just as confused as everybody is.
Wait, are we going all the way back to the 45? Did the 50 never happen?
I think so. I mean, I swear that's what I heard, but wow.
If the 50 never happened, now we're talking about something that makes sense. But if the 50 happened back when we were at 4 players, which I thought happened, I don't know. I went to the bathroom. I came back and I asked you guys. I thought the answer was yes, the 50K happened. I thought it was agreed. If that didn't happen and we were at 45 and there's actually 40 remaining, now we have to start calculating what is like, what's 15 to 20% of 40,000. Okay, that could be 16, maybe 15, call it 15 on top of 45. That's still 60. You still should never be in the 50s. I don't know.
Right.
I don't think you're ever in the 50,000s. And the Hammer was for sure saying 53 something.
All right.
And that-
Well,
no,
I did go out and fetch the man himself, Justin, to explain just what's going on. So we've been led in every which way direction, and we want a stern answer on just what the last conversation was about chopping heads up and why everything was turned down, where the number 53,000 came from.
Well, which direction have you not traveled yet? Because I want you to go in that one. If you've gone every which way, I want you to go in the last one that you haven't gone yet. I actually still have the numbers on my phone, so I can give you specifics.
Well, let me start you with where I thought we were, which was every player from 3 players downwards was getting 50,000, and there was only 30K remaining in the prize pool. Is that at all accurate, or is that incorrect?
That is incorrect.
Okay. Can you catch us up with what we actually have?
Yes, they took 45,000. They all took 45, and the difference was 40,000 in change. It was $40,900 to be exact. So the 5 of them took 45,000 and played for 40,900.
And
so
there was never an agreement to go to 50,000 per player.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
So that was wildly misheard by all 3 of us. Apologies, everybody.
Yeah, they all took 45,000 each and then played for the difference, which was 40,900. And then when I got there and they were talking heads up, I gave them their actual numbers, like their ICM numbers, like what they would get if they stopped. And I think Tony thought that I was saying how much more that place would get. So I told him 53,000, and in his head he heard 5,300, like as if he was getting 5,300 more than the 45,000. And so he said, "I'll give you 10,000." Like he was trying to say, if it's 53, I'll give you 10. So in his mind, he was offering 55,000. But in actuality, since I read their actual numbers, I read it as you're giving him 63,000. And he said, whoa, no, that's not, because then it would have been, 63 and 67. It would have been very close numbers for the 2 of them. And eventually what Tony actually offered was 3,000 more than the ICM number, which was 56,000. He offered him
the original 45, to be clear, right?
Yes. When they were heads up and he was guaranteed 45, Tony offered him 56,000 to stop, and then he said if he got to 60. So they were $3,000 away from making the deal, and eventually my man the Norseman said no deal.
Okay, so I'm just going to rehash this really quick because, sorry, Hammer, we were in a completely different universe than you, but now I'm going to get everybody caught up. We thought that there was the original deal at 5 for 45K apiece, that had been renegotiated at 3 for 50,000 apiece and playing for only 30. But instead, These two players still have just about 41,000 left to play for, with 45K locked up. The ICM deal would have brought the Norseman up to, you said 56,000, which was basically 11 of the remaining 41, for about quarter of the remaining prize pool, while he was at a 6-1 disadvantage. That sounds like an ICM number that makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
He
Yes.
turned that down, wanted a little bit more. Tony offered a little bit more, but Norseman wanted even more than that. Tony didn't give it, and here we are now playing for the whole 41,000.
Correct. And if you want, like, those are all the facts. Those are all the things I know to be true. What I think might have happened were two things that played into the Norseman's decision making. There is one. I said the number 63 because he said I'll give you 10,000. So I of course want to make sure they know the exact number and not just say I'll give you 10,000 and then find out later when they're getting paid. So I said the number 63,000. So I think part of it was once you have that number in your head that that's what I might get, you kind of want to get as close to that as possible. But second to that, when they said we were going to look at the numbers, Tony instantly said, whatever it is, I'll give you a little more. Like, I know it's going to be pretty big, but like, I'll give you a little more because I have so many chips and it's going to be more in my favor. So I think both of those in combination kind of played into his decision to say, I don't want that deal. I want to try and make a little bit more because Tony made it very clear he was willing to give some up. And I kind of put a number in his head that probably sounded a lot better than the 56,000 that he was offered.
I see. All right. I mean, and this is definitely something. There's multiple facets to this, right? The first is that we're human beings and we want to maximize our advantage. We always want to get what we can. Second part is that we are not always put in a position where we're negotiating over tens of thousands of dollars at any given moment. And how do you know how to manage this situation, right? Like, I have 70% of the chips in play, but yet I'm only due 60% of the money that's left. How do I negotiate this? I don't know. A very emotional decision, and credit to you, Hammer, for doing your best to, interact with these players, try to communicate with them, whilst also the clock is running. We're on the live stream. They're still playing.
Yeah, I had mentioned earlier how you kind of factor in the added value into ICM, or at least I would if I were playing. Like, if this were a normal tournament, I would be getting X, but now I'm kind of getting X plus 10, 15% because of the overlay factor. I think it was very similar with this where like they went from these big pay jumps to basically guaranteed third place money really early in this final table. I mean, compared to just making that deal once your head's up. And so I think I think that part factored in too. Like, I locked up third place money when we were nowhere near third place. And so what's the harm in gambling a little bit? And I have always told people when you're making heads up deals or when you're making any sort of deal, like, it's not a take it right now or you must finish the tournament. Sometimes you could start negotiating when you're a 6-1 dog or whatever, and then just get to 3-1 dog. And then now maybe you can get that number that you were talking about, or maybe you can get more than what you were talking about. You don't have to play for the rest of the tournament. Same thing if they're 5-handed and you're getting not the deal that you want. You're not saying I'm going to play till there's a winner. You're saying I'm going to play until there's a better number. Sometimes that means there's less players. Sometimes that means there's one player, but you never know. But the main point, in my opinion, is just don't ever take a deal that you don't think is what it's worth. Even if it's a good amount of money, if you want to play. Like, that's what this tournament is here for. Play down to one person, see if there's a winner. So kudos to him for having a number in his head that he wanted and saying, I don't care how big of a disadvantage I am. I don't care how high that number is. I want to play.
I second that 100%. I absolutely agree with you. Thank you for making that so succinct. I would add one extra caveat to that, which is, I guess, really just another layer on it, which is most of us don't really have that much experience in these sorts of situations, right? And like you were talking about, there's kind of some different numbers being thrown around, and not everybody really knows what ICM means either. I wonder if you went and talked to these two guys, not to try to like put them down or anything, just go talk to these two guys or any other two players in the tournament randomly. What does ICM mean? How does it factor in? How do you try to calculate that against just the number of chips that you have versus the number of chips your opponent has? That's a challenging sort of situation to be in, to try to factor that all in. And they haven't been given infinite time to like come up with these decisions, right? It's like figure this out on a break, talk to each other, and obviously there was a little bit of heat in there as well.
Yeah, and and to everything you said, they've been playing for 6 hours or so today. What is it, 7 hours?
7 hours
They,
and 13 minutes, 16 seconds. What is counting?
yeah.
Who's
So
counting?
they've been playing for a long time, coming off of a long playing day yesterday and a long playing day the day before. Like it's all these things factor in. They're making all the snap second decisions you were just talking about, and they're doing it when they're probably not at their freshest. So it is it's yes, everything you said, and a little bit of your brain's probably operating a tad slower than it normally would be in this situation anyway.
All right. Well, a big thank you to the Hammerman for coming in, clarifying that. Again, want to reiterate just how fantastic of a tour this was, how fantastic a time everybody had. I mean, even I had a ball. I was working the whole time.
Okay,
That's how
good.
much
Yeah,
fun it was.
that's everyone's supposed to have
Yeah.
fun. The staff, the players. That's the point. That's what these things are. But if you brought me back, I do have to say one more time, my kids, Jake and Kate, are the best Fortnite players of anyone in the 12 to 13 age range. I love them. They're awesome, and I'm sorry, they just happen to be the best Fortnite player. The least paid. Like they're not millionaires, but they are the best of all the kids who get paid $0 to play Fortnite.
I mean, it's just a matter of time.
It's just a matter of time. Yeah, if you ask them, they'll be millionaires tomorrow. They just haven't got that first dollar yet.
But until then, they still need your credit card for a few bucks.
That is correct. Yes, that is correct. Every birthday, every Christmas, that's all they ever want is to do more emotes or skins.
Skins. You got to get the skins.
Yeah, see?
Oh, yeah.
I'm hip. I'm with
The
it.
cosmetics are what makes that game. Yeah, you can tell he's a good player because he has so many cosmetics.
Well, whenever the next thing comes in, I will be happy. I'm outside just getting crushed at 15:30 mix game. So I'm keeping an eye on it, and I'm keeping this place afloat all at the same time. Got to make up for that overlay.
All right. Well, appreciate it again, Justin. Thanks for coming back and solving that problem for us.
You got it, guys. You need anything else, let me know.
You got it, my friend.
We'll see you next time around. Thank you so much, man. As we got a top pair on the flop here for Tony. Whole lot of not much for the Norseman, but he is going to bet the turn. Bricks the river, has some blocking equity, blockers rather, to the nuts. I mean, he blocks king queen, he blocks the queen 9, the 7-9, all of the things, but he just decides to shut it down. And Tony will take yet another one. 5-1 chip advantage still in effect here for Tony. And yeah, just to finalize that discussion that we just had there with Hammer, the numbers that we were under the impression of, everyone having 50K, that was not right. It was 45. Never did they agree to take another 5K off for each of the remaining players. And yeah, $41,000 on the line. Heads up between these two guys right now. Literally the next player to accumulate all the chips is going to come away with quick math, 86,000.
Quick math. Checks out.
Just about $86,000, which is nowhere quite near the 102,000 that we were scheduled to have for first, but far and away better than the 70,400 we were scheduled to have for second. So definitely still something to be played for here. And honestly, I mean, you've got 45K locked up, but if you eliminate one more player, you get another 41,000. That is a huge heads-up match. You're basically doubling the money that you already have locked up. That's incredible.
See, King Deuce of Spades now for the Norseman. King 4 of Diamonds for Tony. So got him in a state of sheer domination. Norseman bumping it up to 475. Looks like Tony content to see a flop with his suited king. So heads up we go.
Oh,
King
wow.
deuce. Oh my goodness. A Norseman with 2 pair.
Top pair, no kicker for Tony. Top and bottom for the Norseman. And a pretty fantastic spot here to double up. And if Norseman can get the double up here, as we are all in and a
Oh
call.
my goodness. Here we go. King 4 against King deuce. 4 pairs 8s.
Yes.
What
In
on
the-
earth?
What happened? Oh my goodness. The tournament's over. The 4 plays.
The board pairs counterfeiting the 2 pair, and there's literally only 1 card. Excuse me, there are 2 cards in the deck, a 3 or a 2,
Oh my
that
goodness.
will lead to the 4 kicking. No, the 2 wouldn't do it. Excuse me, the 2 would give him a full house. It's literally
give him a
only a
vote.
3. It's only
Yeah,
a 3. My
only
brain
a
is
3.
completely melted by what has just happened. It's only a 3, and it comes.
Oh my goodness.
And now
Boy,
we've
what-
got Quesadilla Chicken Nugget Man from earlier in the camera angle. He's in there like Flynn.
Oh my goodness. So talk about dandy of a way to end the tournament. But after all the dust settles, Tony is our big winner.
He said I ripped it too fast.
Man,
All right.
oh man. So after 7 hours and 20 minutes of play,
Even a foreign okay.
we have crowned a champion in the PokerAtlas title event. And what a final table it was. You can see
Yes!
Tony hoisting the Atlas trophy.
Let's go, Tony. Tony is the man. He hoists the trophy. He ships the tournament. And he had an opponent that he offered to give a very generous additional piece of value on top of what, he was sort of entitled to from an ICM standpoint, to just end the tournament and give him the trophy. As it stands, let's think back on this. He was offering his opponent, from 53 up to something like 57. It was basically 12, maybe 13,000 off of the 41. He was going to give his opponent. He said, I've got a huge advantage over you. I'll give you 13,000 to just end the tournament, let me win. All fair play to the Norseman. He said, I'm not interested in that. I want to keep playing. I like my chances. I'm going to try to go for it. Fought it out to the end, and it's an extra $41,000 for Tony, who was chip leader from basically like hand number 50, whatever it was, when he coolered Wes Cutshaw, and he ran it all the way to the end.
Wow. So all that to come down to a 4 playing as a kicker. You can't write this stuff. This is the game we love. This is why it's so pure. You've got to absolutely love it. So, Aaron, it was a fantastic night of poker. Big congratulations to Tony. You can see chat lighting up with big congratulations everywhere. So you got any parting words for us before we sign off?
I just want to say I really appreciated playing in this tournament. I wish I would have made the final table, of course. Wish I could have been there with these guys. But big shout out to everyone that not only cashed the event, but the special 9 players that made it to the final table, that crushed it all the way from start to finish, making 9K plus, all the way up to Tony, going to finish with about $86,000 in gross profit. That is absolutely incredible. Fantastic showing. Just amazing stuff here from the PokerAtlas Tour, from Texas Card House, especially down in Houston, for their over $1 million in guarantees event running from April 10th through the 22nd, concluding tonight. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. I want to thank you guys so much for being part of the TCH Live community. I hope you'll hang out with me tomorrow night on Tuesday for our big game out of Dallas. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to Wes, because I'm about spent.
All right. Again, tomorrow, big game in Dallas. And don't forget to tune in to TCH Live Thursday. I'll keep you company throughout we don't really call it the big game here, but it plays the biggest one we got. 136 no limit on TCH Thursday. So on behalf of the entire TCH staff here at Houston, the illustrious dealing crew, of course, the man, myth, and legend Tim Yu doing the action tracking tonight, executive producer David Lagana, for Aaron McAvoy and my main man, Michael.